Okay, so I only have 9 of these things. And it should be fine. I'm gonna have to let the everything kind of settle in place over there until I can actually, you know, make things happen or not. So, I'm going to try and review some previously gone to locations and, yeah, get some of that on the list. Get the foundations going. 3, 4. Fluid buffer. Oh, neat. So I got pipe pump 1, pipe junction, and then pipe mark 2, or pipe 1, pipe pump, and then, yes. New coal generator. Yeah, this is why... Yes. Alright, let's just think of a thing. Water extractor. So I need to go into the forest here, and I need to mark some of the key locations that are kind of nearby. Just to kind of get those on the map. I should have plenty. Yeah, there's 2 over there. There should be 1 over there. I think that's the only ones that are available, so I'm going to mark all of those. Oh, there's apparently 4. Juniors over there. So yeah, there was 2 over here, which is crazy. So this would be like my main coal miner, just because there's 2 of them right next to each other. Like, you know, how easy can I get? And I've already kind of made a punch, you know, big old punch line into the back here. So yeah. Cool. UX. Even if it is several pieces, or like one might be weaker or not. This one is a impure. I think this one was also impure. Also impure, yeah. Junior. No, Junior. Bad. No, Junior. No, Junior. No. No, Junior. Bad. No, Junior. Bad. Bad, Junior. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, there's 2 P's in copper. Oh, that's right. And this one was also, I remember there's 2 over here. It's kind of crazy that there was 2, but I guess you probably really go through the coal really quick. think these are both impure as well. Nope, not, this is normal. Oh no, Junior's here. Man, look at these are way more valuable than the other one I found. Now I gotta have to deal with Junior now, so... Junior. You gotta be nasty with me, Junior. Alright, these two will be my main ones, actually, because they're both normal quality. Do I have Mark II miner yet? No. I need to get Mark II miner going probably next. Not too particularly worried about iron, but it's good to know where they are. I might come back and mark those. Junior just disappeared there. Oh, nope, he teleported. Some copper hanging out here. And then I wonder why I always have copper in my inventory later. Sand ore. Nope. I've already forgotten. Oh, you can select the color? Dang, I didn't know that. We just got a boy hanging out here, just doing his thing. Look at that. What's this? We can put right in the pocket. That's right. He's doesn't have any bones. He's a little squishy. You just keep rolling him up. Alright, so that's where the water is. So I'll get that marked. I don't see the big guy. I think that was quartz down there, so I can get that marked as well. I'm guessing water has to come out of those things. Right, so we got a big guy down there. He's surrounding 2 pieces of quartz. I won't be able to get... I probably can't even hurt him without the advanced weapons. I bet there's one right in here. Yep, look at that. There's this one kind of hanging out there. Well, I don't particularly need, come back over here anytime soon. They should act like sufficient blockers. Probably actually should put the, actual wall. And number 8. I guess that's something you can do. You don't need to fight them. You can just put them behind a wall and they'll just, kind of be stuck there. Alright, kind of been around this giant mesa. I guess at some point I could try to climb my way up, but you know, don't need to worry about that now. So I'm guessing all of these can be vented up in some way, being impure. I wonder... So we get pure water here. I wonder how that works with all the other water features. And I guess I'll just kind of know that the quartz is adjacent to all of that. Oh, there's a junior over here. He's just hanging out, being a guy, just chill. He's just over there doing nothing. You know, give him some space. He's not harming anybody. But the seniors over here, you know, they're kind of standing there menacingly, if you would. I don't really need to mark this since I have an indicator already, basically. So it looks like I got my water really heckin' far away. I hope it doesn't cost a ton just to get that, you know, water over to a reasonable spot. I want to start marking some of these desert resources where I can. Eventually I should try to travel over to those big trees over there. I'm trying to think. I guess I'll take a look back into this area. I might want to go ahead and check out those, now that I can build that power plant, I'll probably be able to afford unlocking that one. But this other one that required rotors, I might be able to build to it right now, and perhaps... because I don't know exactly where it was. But I guess I'll start with this. been joined.
I still didn't hear the notification. I don't know why. I never hear it.
It must just be you. I hope you don't fall off. You must maybe have the notification sounds turned off, or perhaps something else is up with it.
Well, I mean, I hear the push to talk when I do it, so I don't know. I used to hear it when you used to send me messages.
Huh.
I don't know, maybe it might just be getting washed out by everything else. What are you playing?
Yeah, just the usual, or I guess my new current usual, the Satisfactory. I gotta get coal. I gotta make a coal mining plant. That means I get water working. It's quite the interesting thing, so I keep trying to wait until my current pipeline for energy production, electrical production, if you would, dies, and it seems to be holding out a lot longer than I was thinking it was going to hold out. So I'm just kind of trying to do some exploring, put down some indicators where some resources are, and learn the map a little bit. What have you been up to?
Well, not much, really. Was sick a few days ago.
Oh, how so?
Not really sure what it was. My daughter got sick like the weekend I had her, and then I got sick a few days later.
Probably the Rona.
Yeah, it might have been. I don't really pay attention to that shit, man.
Just put down your supplements and you'll live through it.
Oh my gosh, man! You know, like we made it through all that stuff, even after all the exaggerations and everything, all the misinformation.
Elliot, you cannot do such things. No, you must stay inside.
You must be fearful. You must be afraid for your life.
If you do not bow to us, you are wrong.
You must surrender your liberty.
I got the stream up if you want to see what I was doing, but I guess you're playing PlanetSide.
Yep, kind of need the screen.
you don't put like Discord up on another monitor or something?
No, I mean I could, but I don't really have
the real estate.
Yeah, I used to on my other desk, but not anymore.
Oh, so yeah, just got family stuff worrying about right now, so that's kind of got me just a little bit on edge. And so coming to this at late at night's kind of like the thing. And then I got the new job starting sooner than later. Things are moving fast and intimidating, if you would. What about you? Just the days, just taking them everything day by day?
Basically, yeah. Jeez, man. They're all over Rhyme. I got here, it was nice and chill, and all of a sudden there's like prowlers on the hills camping, reavers dropping, Mossy's dropping rocket pods. Just killed my bulldog harasser. Some guy proceeded to send me like several messages telling me about the virtues of being a good lib pilot by dying to a Mossy solo.
Some people, they just play that game too much.
Yeah, I don't really know what he was on about. He was upset because like I got out and I was repairing it, and he sat there with his like 100-round magazine and just kept DPSing the shit out of it. And I was like, yeah, that's really cool, man. I mean, I wish I had a 100-round magazine too, but I don't.
You see the new tank stuff they're going to be adding? Maybe, maybe not.
Tank stuff, tank stuff. Can't say I have.
Yeah, they just, I think, announced it the other day. They're going to try to give new main battle tank hop cannons. And of course, we're stuck with the hard-to-use one.
Oh, no, wait. Somebody was saying the other day about how Vanguards were OP and that 200 damage NC rifles are OP.
To unlock an alternate recipe.
That it's unfair that everybody else should have to deal with that except NC.
Huh. I just opened up this thing in this game. So what exactly is this? So I need to make a MAM. How does one build a MAM?
Man, these guys are zergy as fuck. Who was it? They're gonna take this as like 4-1, 4896, 4-1. Who would do something like that? Take a guess. It's not AOD.
Pigs?
2 RAF.
I was close.
A 4-1, a 4896.
They need a chance. See, like, they keep trying to add stuff, but that's the sort of stuff they just don't want to fix. It's like their whole brand is like, be part of Dogpile. Everybody loves Dogpile.
No, that's what I don't get either. It's like everybody, and it's not like newbies that are like, you know, that are engaging in this. They're just following the crowd. It's actually the outfits that are moving their Zergs around in big mass like that. Instead of saying, let's send 20 guys to resecure that, they're going to be like, let's send,
everybody,
how many,
we need
what do we
you.
have?
We can never have enough people.
Yeah, looks like we've got 8 platoons. Yeah, send that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, neat. It has a 10-minute timer on it. What the heck? Alright, well, I guess that kind of explains what's in these giant containers. So, like, they're supposed to be, like, you know, lost research pods or whatever, and you can put stuff into it, and then you get a thing out of it. And it has a darn 10-minute load time attached to it.
Milestone reached. R&D inflated your pocket dimension, added an additional hand equipment slot, and have provided
Inflated
an
your
improved
pocket
Xenozapper
dimension?
with increased strength and range.
See, now it's like this when they start zerging like really hard, and it's like those big numbers like 4-1, and it's 4896, and we're 4-1. I don't even engage in those. I just like, okay, we're just gonna let them zerg all that, let them have fun being bored. Surprisingly, the VS aren't double teaming us too bad. Notice I said not too bad.
I guess you only can research one thing at a time.
Some guys were trying to get me to join their outfit the other day.
Hey, look, I hardly play anymore.
Yeah, well, I was about to switch over because they were like, Blue Lions, those guys even log in? I was like, not really. And they're like, well, you're out here by yourself and you never have a gun. I said, yep, that's pretty much the way it is. And so some guys, first it was Panzer, and then some other group picked me up, and they like my flying, they like my driving, so they were like, we could really use you.
Hey,
And I
look,
was like, yeah, well, they said they were pretty active.
hey, look, it won't stop you if you like playing the game. I don't ever hardly get on. There's just not much of a reason to play when they won't adjust the actual like gameplay itself. But the things that need to be, you know, worked on are just not the things they choose to work on.
I mean, I'm sure they know what people's complaints are. They're probably just limited in scope to what they can actually do.
But, you know, where are these limits coming from and everything, you know?
But yeah, I mean, you know, like, how about just openly communicating about it? Be like, yeah, we heard what you guys said about this, but here's the problem with it and what we have to look at. I mean, they try to do a good job of that, acknowledging people's concerns and their complaints, right? They're just not great at it.
I think they just don't have a way of, like, addressing the risk and, like, making an economical choice about it. Yeah, I had this whole crazy pipeline going that is just extraordinarily inefficient, and hard to look away from it. I'm not sure exactly what I want to do here. It's moving so dang slow. One round of things can't get any resource, and another round of things can't get enough on another. I just tried to make things too distributed without actually like addressing the resource throughput. So now there's like a Congo line of like a bunch of resources that I need in one spot, but they can't get to the places they need to be efficiently because of the way I decided to like fuse and glue things in properly. And let's say it barely worked for the thing I needed it to do, and now well, now I need to kind of take it down so I can rebuild it. Layers, man. There's lots of layers to this thing.
So you basically just play it by yourself?
I mean, I could play with others, but I don't know anybody else that plays the game. And plus, I'm also kind of like trying to figure it out for myself. Finally, a fuse broke, so I guess I don't need, because everything that I have here built in my current system is just going to have to get basically ripped up. It's just so inefficient, and I don't have resources being distributed properly. And I think it's just going to be better if I just start over. Well, not obviously all the way over, but heavily start over. But the main thing I need to do right now is get coal. I need to get a coal plant going, because I'm basically going to get coal mining going and got to get water going for the turbine part of it. I should be able to just disconnect that. I think that was the crutch holding everything together. I kind of need my copper pipeline to keep going. Dang, I got so much copper. I gotta even wonder if how the copper wire system that I have right now is even gonna be worthwhile. I guess it will be. Select your desired reward. Oh. That's neat. Pure iron ingots? What the heck do you use pure iron ingots for? What the heck? For
making the vampire sword of pure iron.
I have no clue what I'm looking at. Cast screws? Like, what do you need cast screws for? Oh, you can go straight from... Oh, actually, that's pretty dang useful. I'll see it. Oh, you go... Okay, so you can have alternative production here. I think I'll go with the cast screws. That's probably the more valuable one. This way I can just have... You know, I have a whole pipeline of, like, making screws. I could skip, like, pretty much all of that. I can adjust for most of it. Because you still need screws for, like, 2 other major resource making. That's probably the better option.
New recipe unlocked. New research available in the MAM. New resource added to the resource scanner.
Bang.
New object added to the object scanner.
I don't know how to use the object scanner. Power slug. Man, I would need more copper wire. What? Oh, that's one's gonna take 5 minutes. Oh. So, apparently earlier, my cat walked into the room when I didn't notice, and now she's just, like, begging to get out.
Stupid cats.
I was like, oh, why? I was like, wait, why is she in there? She never really clicks upon the door. I guess she was hiding somewhere for some reason. No, she's just like, you must let me out. I am staring at the door. That means you must let me out of here. You know how talkative those animals are.
Oh, yeah.
one closer. Just gotta build one closer. This whole time I kept having to kill these little, you know, crazy wild animals that would come after you, and I didn't realize there's this whole, like, search, there's, like, tree and stuff.
So still learning the game mechanic.
Yeah, but there's this whole, like, research stuff that you have to, like, unlock separately, and so I just got around to it. Man, I got a lot of things unlocked, but now I've never seen a fungi boy. I got some mycelium I gotta go find. And there's things you gotta use with the new research to actually get done. Didn't I have a bunch of beacons at one point? Maybe I placed them all. Yeah, there's a lot of depth to this game, and it's still technically considered an early access. How many for this thing that I need for black powder? I need a 50? Wow, I just ended up with just a perfect amount. Oh, this is how you can make a gun. Wow, they give you all these crazy things you gotta like research and put together. Not including the other major resource pipelines you gotta do. This thing just kind of keeps on going. Then I gotta find this thing called a power slug.
Power slug.
I know, right? There's these little boys that just, you know, they just hang out. When I say little boys, I meant, you know, cool little fun, little sluggy boys.
Yeah.
They're chill. What are we talking about them?
You're talking about slugs.
Some sluggy boys.
There must be something wrong with my video card because you know, like the lights in like the facilities or on like the vehicles, they
Yeah.
flicker on and off.
Nah, that might just be an in-game thing.
Boy, they flicker a lot. Kind of, that would upset me if we actually needed headlights.
Well, good thing I didn't turn off my pipeline for things that are important. So I need to find a little purple boy. I think I've seen one hanging out in these giant rocks before. Just haven't been able to get to him. Man, there's all kinds of new things I can build all of a sudden, but they're like small things. Or I probably shouldn't do that.
You know, sometimes you really gotta wonder. Like, I just got hit in my harasser, like by a coordinated attack where they both shot rockets at me and took off like all the way down to a quarter. Like almost at the same time they both shot, and they both shot in the same direction as coming from different directions.
Huh.
And I'm up on a hill, so how, you know, there's no way they can both know I'm up here. One was coming from one side, the other one was coming from the other.
Dang, you can overclock your construction apparently. That's exactly what I've been needing, I guess.
The least this guy could do is actually spot this guy I'm chasing around a rock.
No, he can't.
He's like, nah. Oh, why don't you let him blow up that Vanguard too, dumbass?
Yeah, it'll
Man,
do
this guy's
whatever
not
I
even
need
looking.
to. You cannot stop me. Yeah, things just kind of gotta That kind of threw a wrench in the system. I'm not making my things like I should be making. Alright, so how many portable miners do I have? I got 2. I know there's one just hanging around. I need to go find. I have a lot of things in my guy right now that I probably shouldn't have some money.
Thing.
Like, just resources and items. Inventory's like stuffed, even though I probably shouldn't let it do that. You got so much copper being made right now. Or copper wiring, I should say. It's like all of a sudden I'll just find out that I need like a ton of copper wiring. And I just had one of those moments where I just needed a ton of it. Build like 2 more of these guys. Because I'm going to have 2 coal intakes that are both at a good stage. One's like a normal, one's like a pure. But I'm going to have lots of need for wire. I just realized I probably shouldn't spend all my stuff into wire right now because I might need to make a bunch of copper pipes here in a minute. In fact, I probably should go ahead and switch this thing to do copper pipes. Oh, there's another person.
Hello. What's going on? haven't seen you guys in a while.
Oh well, Gig is playing something. I don't know what he's playing.
Satisfactory.
Ah. Yeah, buddy mine, Andrew, streams Satisfactory.
Neat.
He... Who's the name on there? 5 now. No, he's not. Oh yeah, BL Andrew. That's his name. But yeah, he streams it. Does the whole making so much that he breaks the game.
All right.
I have Satisfactory. I just have to play it.
I'm starting a position as an automation engineer here in the next couple of weeks, so I'm kind of trying to get in that mindset.
For that game company or what?
No, it just says like a job in general.
Ah. I haven't been around because I started a job as a train conductor.
Train
Nice.
conductor, huh?
Yeah.
Like freight?
Yeah, freight trains, yes.
That's pretty cool. What's your route?
My route? You mean my district?
Or, well, yeah, I guess that's probably the more appropriate term.
Yeah, we have divisions and then districts. So I'm part of the Blue Ridge division in the Bluefield district for Norfolk Southern. It's East Coast from Bluefield to Portsmouth. Bluefield, West Virginia to Portsmouth, Ohio. Along the main route.
That sounds fun. Do you like it?
Yeah. It's not bad. I mean, I'm not... like I said, I mean, it pays well. That's the big thing. The only thing I really don't like about it is the inconsistent schedule.
What do you mean?
So, don't go out on a, hey, you start at this time in the morning, you get home at this time at night. No, not one of those jobs. It's while you're at home terminal, you're on call.
Yeah.
Whenever the train that you're supposed to take gets there, they'll call you and you have 2 hours to get to the terminal. And then you can be on the train for only about 12 hours before they have to pull you off. Like, you can't operate the train more than 12 hours. You can be sitting there more than 12 hours on a train, but you can't be operating a train for more than 12 hours.
So it's like a sleep quarters that you hop into and you swap out with a coworker?
No. They pull us off a train and send us to a hotel.
Oh.
Once again, there's the districts, which is about 216 miles is mine. So I go from one end of my district to the other. So how it works is I get on the train, I pick up a train from the district before me, which is the Roanoke district. They bring it up to our district. I pick it up at my district, take it to the other edge of my district, which is Portsmouth. Then I drop it off for a crew to take it from Portsmouth to Columbus, Ohio. And then I go to after I drop off the train with the next crew, I go to a hotel, and whenever a train comes back, when a train heading back towards Bluefield comes open, I hop on that train and take it back.
Huh.
So on both ends,
How many times have you done your district yet?
so I've had 20 round trips so far, so about 40 individual trips, 20 round trips. That's going out and back. Because there's also a bunch of train yards and stuff in there that will set stuff off to be picked up by another train, or pick stuff up that another train left for us to pick up, depending on where the train's final stop is.
Now, how did you land the job?
How did I land the job?
Yeah.
All major railroads were hurting for workers.
All truckers are as well. My dad was telling me that truckers can get it to like 2,500 a week, and it's guaranteed. That's like the guaranteed after-tax pay, and everything else like insurance and benefits are all fully paid for, like out of the gate, and you don't need equipment. That's just how badly they're hurting for people.
Yeah, that's rough though, man. Driving trailers.
They were offering $5,000 bonuses for us to come on.
So how come you chose that? Weren't you military?
Yeah, I'm National Guard.
So you're still doing that as well?
Yeah.
Oh. So like
They have to let me off for that. They don't, by federal law, I have to be let off for that.
now is that like so do you just stay in the National Guard forever, or is that like a time limited thing? How does that work?
So, National Guard, I go, I believe you've heard the thing, 1 week in a month, 2 weeks in the summer. Well, it's 1 week in a month, 2 weeks in the summer, 1 in the winter. And I can stay in as long as I want. Well,
Up to a certain age?
until contract wise. I think they start really trying to make you retire at like 50. Like, they won't let anybody join who's over like 35.
Yeah, it's the same thing, anything with federal agency-wise.
Yeah, if you're over the age of 35, 36, can't join. But if you're already in by the time you hit that age, they'll let you go to like 50. And after that, technically, because you can keep going as long as you want. But after like 50, they have to start signing waivers to keep you in. Basically, a higher ranking officer than you has to sit there and sign off on, hey, we need to keep this guy because he's doing this job. Alright, so I'm looking at a faction balance queue or a max population queue. Glorious.
I'm looking at mining coal.
Nice. But yeah, like I said, all that literally happens is I call and go, hey, I need to get off to go do military stuff, and they go, okay. Then don't ask any more questions.
So like you were National Guard before. What were you doing as like the full-time job there?
I was working full time for the Guard. The thing is, because you have ADOS, AGR, and M-Day. M-Day is your regular, is your guy who just shows up on the weekend. They supposed to, does the 2 weeks in the summer, 2 weeks in winter. Those are called M-Day soldiers. ADOS stands for active duty orders. That's what ADOS stands for. Basically meaning you're still with the Guard, but you're being put on active duty orders. And then you have AGR, which is just full-time Guard. Like, that's their entire job. They keep everything running while the rest of us are off doing our real jobs. They're full-time employed by the Guard, and they keep everything running. ADOS guys typically help out the AGR guys, complete tasks that need to be completed, and the rest of the unit isn't there to complete. Because, I mean, when us M-Day guys are there, somebody's got to keep the lights on, so that's why you have your AGR and ADOS guys. Before this, I was doing what was called chasing ADOS orders. So, And ADOS orders are basically the army, the guard tasking out, offering up jobs like, hey, who wants to come on to do this for this amount of time, to do this specific task. And as soon as those end, you're like, yeah, like I said, they'll task you out to do whatever when you're on ADOS, whatever those orders were created to complete.
So did you like come to like an end of like a contract or a training or a schooling or something?
I came to the end of my orders. My contract doesn't end until 2026.
All right.
But I had completed whatever tasks my orders had been written up to complete.
All right. So then, so you were like looking for work then. You were just like what, on base or something, and you were just like time for a job.
No, well, one thing I realized is the National Guard split amongst the states, and West Virginia doesn't have any active duty Army bases, so most of us are sitting at home and reporting to the local armory. One of the biggest things, because those armories still need maintained, and paperwork and stuff that needs to be done, like we have a readiness NCO, training NCO. Training NCO plans whatever training the rest of the unit's going to do on those M-Day, on those weekends, and during that week of the month. Readiness makes sure everybody in the unit has all their shots and all their financial records and shit are up to date. And then the ADOS, and then typically bring on ADOS guys to help them maintain the armories. Well, at least in my state, they'd only bring us on to maintain the armories, or we were put on ADOS orders as part of the COVID response. Which that was my last set of orders, was I was on there part of the COVID response. And when they said, okay, the guard has done everything we can to help with this COVID situation, we're gonna pull guys out now. That's when my orders ended. And I was like, all right, now I'm looking for more work. I'm looking for a new tasking.
And so, how did you get introduced to rail, particularly freight?
My non-commissioned officer in charge, staff sergeant at the time, while I was working at the hospital, basically the NCOIC is the non-commissioned officer in charge. Basically, he's the boss of the site. He worked for the rails before coming on orders. And he was like, hey, all of you who don't have a job after this, come talk to me and we'll fill out applications for Norfolk Southern. If you're going to jump on, you might as well jump on now because they're hurting people bad.
Well, you can get like the crazy like starter deals and everything.
Was it?
No, that was a question for you. Like, was yours a crazy starter deal?
Not really a crazy starter deal.
So like you wouldn't consider what you had done, like that sign-on list, and like, oh, they were so desperate they were like, you know, giving out crazy bonuses and having people start immediately.
Well, the thing was, before I actually filled out the application, I had no clue they were doing the sign-on bonuses until after I had gotten the job.
So did you actually get that bonus though?
Yes, I did.
All right.
It was a really nice bonus. But, yeah, what originally got me was he showed us, like, his pay stuff and what he was making, and it was, like,
Your
stupid
contract
amounts.
legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
For, that.
So you were basically like an existing senior. Oh no, this was your non-commissioned officer telling you what he was getting.
Yeah, he was basically telling us, hey, I work for the railroad, this is what I get, this is how much I'm getting paid, this is how much time off. He was explaining to us about the job and everything like that. So
the positions, those are gussied up as conductors and engineers, right?
Yeah.
So are you going to be?
So-
You're an engineer, I guess.
No, I'm a conductor.
All right.
So the engineer is responsible for the engineer is responsible for the locomotives themselves, the actual engines. As a conductor, I'm responsible for everything behind the engines. Basically, all the cargo, we'll make sure everything gets dropped off and picked up in the right places. All the paperwork's done. Basically, I handle the actual freight itself. Now, like I said, I don't load or unload cars or anything like that. They have their own crews for that. I just make sure I pick up the right cars. Shit. I like your asshole.
Wait. You're actually in game.
I had a freaking wingman. Oh, it was Skyguard. But yeah, like I said, I'm responsible for everything behind the locomotives, making sure if we have any hazardous materials in our train, make sure I know exactly where they are in the train, making sure that what is it called? Taking care of, like I said, they load the cars and then we'll pull alongside with the train. And then we'll back up the couple into cars or go forward into them to couple to them. And we call it making a cut when we separate when we break the train into two or more. We call it making cuts in the train. And so we'll say I'm going down my route, and we've got I think 15 yards between us and Portsmouth that have branching off tracks that go to various different locations. And so if this part of the shipment makes it to Bluefield before the next part of the shipment does, they'll have my train come pick up that cargo, or they'll put that cargo in my train, and then they'll tell me as the conductor, hey, we need this dropped off at this yard to be picked up by a train that's say it's going to Destiny. Hey, these cars are going to Destiny. Can you drop them off in Williamson Yard so a train actually going to Destiny can pick them up and take them with it? And I've got to make sure I know which cars are being taken off, the front and rear car that I'm the numbers on the front and rear car that make up the kind of cars that need to stay, and making sure only those get set out, not the ones that are actually needing to go to Portsmouth and all that stuff. So it's basically just I keep track of the freight that goes in and out of that we're pulling.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
Now, was it something that you were like excited to get into, or is like, this is neat, I'll try it out?
I was kind of, to tell the truth, I was kind of apprehensive at first.
It's like, who wants to be on a rail with like, you know, the same group of guys for a long period of time?
It's just one of those things of I was apprehensive because the lightest of these trains I have ever worked on was a little over 2,500 tons. And the heaviest one I've ever worked on was 12,555 tons. So like really freaking heavy. And
So you have experience with trains before, is that what you're saying?
Was it?
You're saying you have prior experience of trains.
No. What I'm saying is these, compared to these trains, we are crunchies.
Oh.
As I make the joke with the guys at work, is we are to these things we are crunchies. Bum 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 bum.
Are you younger, older than your coworkers? Like, what's that age range look like?
So most of the guys I came on the job with are around my age.
Wow.
But the older guys that are they're working, most of the engineers are older than me because here's how the progression works. You become a conductor, you start at 8% of what a 100% conductor makes, and after 5 years, you make it up to 100% of conductor.
What's that
Once
average
you make
pay
it
look
that-
like?
Holy shit. I just have freaking lightning or flash drop out of the sky on me. 2 dudes on a flash.
So what's the average, like, conductor pay at full?
A conductor pay average?
Yeah.
It depends on how much you want to work, to be quite frank.
Who's the oldest of your new coworkers there?
So, you can retire from the railroad with 100% at 30 years at 60. So typically the oldest person I work with is 60.
But I mean, like, on a regular basis, you currently have a couple 6-year-olds you're working with, or 50 plus.
Yeah, typically the engineers are the older persuasion. Because typically how the progression works... Fuck. Fuck me.
No, I won't do it. You can't make me.
Got the queers. Sorry, had a flash drop out of my face.
Anyway, you were saying?
But so the progression goes: you start as a conductor trainee, then after 2 months you go up to becoming a full-on conductor. You start at 80%. After 5 years, you get to 100% as a conductor, and at that point you qualify to become an engineer. So all trained engineers were conductors before they were engineers.
Now, do you see yourself getting into that engineer position at some point?
I mean, yeah, probably about 5 years down the road.
No, I mean, like, you see it as like a goal you're aiming for.
Well, yeah, because engineers get paid a hell of a lot more than conductors do.
I guess what I'm getting at, you're not going to go to, like, the university or schooling or anything for a different job. Or...
Well, because what happens is after you hit that 5 years, you get sent to... Where the hell am I? Oh, I'm at... Okay. But you get... after you hit that 5 years, you go to what's called engine school. Basically, it's down in Georgia. It's the same place you go to become a conductor. They just now train you to be an engineer. And then, after they train you to be an engineer, you start off at 80% of what an engineer makes, which is about 95% of what a conductor makes. That's starting as an engineer. And then you work, and then after 5 years, you make 100% as a engineer, and at that point, you're making like big bucks. So, depending on how much you want to work, the largest amount I've ever heard of a conductor getting was about 130 grand.
And that's after 5 years, or?
Yeah, that was after 5 years, and that was they had an amazing year that.
Now, there's no, like, commission system. Is there, like, get so many jobs done in a period of time?
What is it?
There's no commission system, like, period of jobs in a period of time you can sign up on, or...
Well, you can do what we call stepping up, which means hey, this person isn't rested yet. Do you want to step up around them and take that job while they're still waiting to rest? Do you want to step up and take this train?
And you always say yes.
Was it?
I said you always say yes because you're always ready, right?
I mean, not necessarily, because you can screw somebody over that way, and granted, the company's not going to say anything about you screwing somebody over that way, but you don't want to do that because you get bad reputation within the workplace and nobody wants to fucking work with you.
Dang, I got some coal stacks going. This game gets kind of kind of wacky and pretty dang big. I had to do a big brain. Okay, so I've been spending this whole time trying to like figure out how all the heck I want to do this coal production so I can get electricity. And man, it's just like I don't even know where to get going on this thing. It's just so complicated. I had this whole like pipeline or production set up for making plates, reinforced plates and screws and things, and now it's just like I gotta tear so much of it down because it's so inefficient, and some of the research stuff so you can get more efficient things easier. But it's crazy how like complicated this thing can get.
Game anyway.
Dang, I can go straight to screws now.
Yeah. Like I said, it's other than the crazy freaking work schedule, because after you get off a train, you're required 10 hours of rest. Like flat out, that's what's required by law for you to get. After you work a shift, you're required a mandatory 10 hours, and if you end up sitting on a train for more than 12, every it goes minute by minute. Every extra minute you're on that train past 12 gets added onto your rest. But you get paid overtime and all that shit. So
that sounds really weird. Like it's not how people rest. People don't rest like that.
yeah, no. But it is how it works on the railroad.
What are like some of like the how long have you been doing it now?
About 3 months.
3 months, all right. So you're still like going through training.
I've been doing it since July 23rd. Yeah, July 23rd. Not July, but
August.
no, not
June.
March, April, May 23rd.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was off guard orders working for COVID for the last bit of March, all of April, and most of May.
So how old are you now?
Huh?
How old are you now?
26.
26. All right. You're just a bit younger than me. I turned 27 back in July.
I turned 26 back in April.
And you're like, I'm old and decrepit. Someone, please.
I'm only 1 year behind you.
And you're old and decrepit. Oh shoot! I'm running out of cable.
You don't have to remind me, okay?
Ma, you don't gotta remind me how old I am.
Okay.
And I think I need more
The
cable.
only reason I'm not working right now, that's why I haven't been around for a while, is because I've been working on the railroad. The only reason I'm not working right now is because I got COVID.
You got the Rona?
Yes, I caught the Rona. After 3.5 years, I finally caught the Rona.
You didn't get that beta build, did you?
No.
I joined up in alpha. It's funny to talk about it like that. It just is. Now they're on like, I don't know, version 8.7 or something. Nobody knows anymore.
And each one more deadlier than the next.
I kind of.
That's the way viruses work.
Yeah. Because, you know, the most deadly ones, those are the ones that survive, you know.
What,
That's just how they make it sound. It's like, oh, the most deadly virus. Those are the ones that truly survive. When even it's actually like not feasibly possible for it to like survive in those kind of conditions.
Yeah. Like I said, trust me, I know. I was.
So
Or
like
there's
talk to me about the training. Like, how did that start? Like, what did your first day look like, and how did it go from there?
So first day, I mean, it was just like pretty much like a. It's like taking a college class because the thing is there's so many freaking rules to the railroad. Oh my god. Rules and rules and rules for days. They gave me like 5 separate books of rules and procedures and shit that you have to follow on the rails. One of the books is a little book. If you ever see a little orange book come out of conductor's pocket, run.
Oh, it's more than just a rule book.
Yeah, there's one book we have. It's on my car, but it's the smallest book we have. It's probably the thickest, but it's the smallest. It's meant to go in your pocket. And it's a hazmat identification and response book.
All right, doesn't
Basically,
sound
how
as
do we
scary.
respond to if we spill this hazardous material?
So you got to know all like the hazard codes and everything.
Well, all the hazard codes are in the book. You just gotta know how to identify which hazard codes on the car, or which hazard codes on that car, and where to find it in the book.
Hmm.
And then the book will tell you, hey, this is what you're dealing with. Here's how you respond to it. But yeah, that's how that works. Like I said, if you ever see that book come out, run, because they've spilled something that's very, very dangerous. Because poisonous inhalation cars are a thing.
Now, have you had any trips that have required that usage?
Usage of the book?
Yeah.
Luckily, no, but I have had trips where I was transporting stuff that if we would have derailed or, if we would have had derailed and or, God, what was it called? If we had spilled any of it, I would have had to pull out that little book, but luckily we didn't. I haven't had any instance where I needed to pull out the book. I've transported trains where I've had that material within the consist of my train. So, I mean, those are called key trains, or as we like to call them, bomb trains.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we call them bomb trains. If something goes wrong, it's pretty much you're driving a 12,000-ton bomb.
So, does there ever like conversations like expansion of rail or its usage or anything? And, like, do you ever like hear about stuff like that, or is that just like corporate talk at that point?
That's pretty much just corporate. They tell me, hey, this train's like, unless I have to put the train together, and by put the train together, you have your yards that are like those big, where you see like 20 or 30 rails next to each other. Those are called yards. So unless I have to go in there and grab each individual car that I need for a train and put my train together, I don't hear much about that. Normally, and for my terminal, that's not common because we're a road terminal. Basically, our terminal's big thing is we're where trains stop at the halfway point between two major yards. Like, we're just far enough away from the last terminal that they can't make it to the next. But the other terminal can't make it down to us either. We're kind of the in-between point that neither side can quite get to.
So have you learned like how old some of the routes and stuff are?
Oh yeah, most of these routes, you gotta realize, were built in like the 1800s. Like back when steam engines were new, or a new concept. Like we have one portion of our route that's going out to Norton, that those railroad bridges are literally older than anyone alive right now.
Like the actual rail itself?
Like the bridges, the rail, the route itself is older than anyone alive right now. It is over 150 years old. Like, there is not a single person alive today that was around when that line was built. That's how old it is. Unless they're like 160 something. Because, I mean, trains first saw their first uses during the Industrial Revolution. And they were a new thing during the Civil War. If that tells you anything.
So what are your thoughts on rail and rail transportation, if you have any?
I mean, some of it's pretty much just like the Army. If it makes sense, it ain't used here. Because
What do you mean by that? Like, what is, I never really heard of that phrase before. Like, explain that.
So, let me put it to you this way. That route that's over 150 years old, the bridges on it are so old and so rickety that they looked at them and said, hey, you can't drive this 2,000-ton passenger train over this. It's not stable enough. It's not safe enough to drive a passenger train over it. But you can take these 12,000-ton coal trains over these bridges, even though you can't drive a passenger train on them that's way lighter and a lot more stable. That's what I mean by, if it makes sense, it ain't here.
All right. Like I said, it does answer a few questions there.
And trust me, the Army's just as bad.
Government.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of the same functional reason of like, oh, why don't we just use rail for all of our major transportation? Like, why did we build a highway system when we already had an existing rail system we could have just expanded on? Anyone ever think about that?
Well, with the rails, you have to wait for a particular train going to your destination. With cars, you can drive yourself, and the government doesn't have to worry about, and companies don't have to worry about having to satisfy people going to specific locations. And in a lot of bigger metropolitan areas, you have subways which run on rails. And I mean, hell, you still have Amtrak that runs between cities, but only big metropolitan areas have like rail systems that are connecting them together or going throughout them.
Well, like, that's how cities grew. The whole idea was that you had people who homesteaded areas, and then they worked and grew a town, and then the towns would connect themselves in some means. And so, like, when rail came around, everybody switched on to making that the primary way of connecting in an efficient and expedited manner. Like, roads were just, like, really expensive to do anything with, but rails were, like, fast and compressed, and, like, everybody had access to them.
And the thing was, is at that time, it was cheaper to put in rails than it was to build a road. Whereas now, it's reversed. It's cheaper to put asphalt down for a highway than it is to maintain a rail line.
Well, actually, no. The rails have to be continuously maintained, just like the highways do. But the highways need more space to coverage, and so like if you compare like the costs over time, like you don't repair the rail at the same frequency as you would the highway, because the highway needs greater, smaller maintenance sooner, just to stay efficient and up the beat. So.
No, but there's other items that work along the rail that allow us to do it, because you gotta realize each train has a radio system, and especially through areas like mine, you need a shit ton of radio repeaters that are constantly going down. Plus, how we operate is based on a signal thing. Like, we don't just hop on a train and go rolling down the tracks. That's how you get into wrecks. That's how you cause train crashes, to be quite honest. What happens is, have you ever been along a set of tracks, not crossing, but you ever see these like scaffolding looking things that go over the tracks that have like, looks like upside down stop signals on them?
I can't think of any off the top of my head, no.
I can fix this quickly. Why am I looking? Alright, let's find a good picture. Let's find to show you what I'm talking about. That's an advanced approach. Oh god. Oh goddamn, where's a good one? That's a good one. Alright, I just sent you an image. That's what the signals look like. I don't know if
Why are you
can
DMing
see.
me? I guess I'm just too far south, because that's just like, you know, the South never developed rail like they did in the North or Midwest. I guess I would have to go to like a closer to like a freight area than I would have to do anything, because I don't particularly recognize any of that.
Recognize any of that? You're in the South, I'm guessing?
I'd have said that.
Yeah, Georgia, Florida, that area?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're down in CSX territory.
Well, I recognize that term.
CSX?
Yeah.
Yeah, their headquarters is down in Orlando, I think. But yeah, that's the major rail company that's down there in the South, is CSX. We do operate down there, specifically down around Georgia area. That's where our headquarters is in Atlanta.
Yep. I'm just 30 minutes south of Atlanta.
Yeah, so you know where McDonough is?
Yeah, but yeah, I can tell you on the map if I looked at it.
It's south Atlanta. Like literally, that you know that big detour that goes around it.
Yeah, 285.
Yeah, 285.
The bypass.
Big detour around Atlanta. Yeah, it's on the south end of that.
Yeah, it's my mom sells to all the logistics companies. They've like, you know, you probably have heard of terms like the tariffs and everything like that.
I don't live down in Georgia. I'm sorry.
No, no, the shipping tariffs. You haven't gone through that stuff yet?
Now, like I said, our training center is in McDonough, Georgia. Norfolk Southern Training Center is in McDonough. If you see any tracks around there, they'll have signals on them. But here's the thing with where you are. You're in what we call 171 territory. Basically is non-signal territory. And you run off what's called a track authority. So basically what happens when you get on a train and you're down there around Georgia to what's it called? To actually go somewhere on a train, you need what's called a track authority, which basically you ring up your dispatcher over the radio, hey, I need a track authority, I'm heading to this place. And then she'll go, all right, have you got the requisite track authority form? Which you get a little book of them, of blank ones, and she'll go, all right, I clear you to go from this point to this point, from this station to this station. One way on the main line. Like, there's a lot more to it, there's a lot more back and forth to it, but that's basically the gist of it. And that's probably why you don't see signals like that around where you are, is because you're in 171 territory, which doesn't have signals. Now, like I said, 171 is basically you have to call the dispatcher, and then the dispatcher will go, okay, so I've cleared them through this sector. I've got this other train moving along down here that I've cleared for this section of track. That's why I'm stopping them at this point. And they'll run trains like that. They keep track of it like that. Because the dispatcher has to keep track of where you are compared to where everything else is. All the other trains. And they use that track authority to do that. But up in the area where I live, we have signals. We have basically those little things like what I just sent you. And they light up telling us the condition of the track ahead of us. Whether there's something there or not, essentially. So we don't have to go through the trouble of getting a track authority every time we want to go somewhere. We just hop on, hey dispatch, we're ready to go east.
So those signals do indicate like passenger rail as well, or is your?
Yes, they do. Amtrak uses our rails just as much as we use theirs.
Yeah, so like most of it down here, there's no passenger. There's almost no passenger rail in Georgia. You don't get really any. There's a tiny bit. I mean, obviously the metro. That's not count as like rail really. It just runs on rail. It just isn't considerate.
No, I doubt it's connected to the Norfolk Southern main lines that run through Georgia.
No, they're completely different systems. Those NIMBYs stopped rail from being put in like decades ago.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, our training center where I went to be trained to be conductor is right there in McDonough, Georgia.
And when was this? Just a couple months ago?
Yeah, just a couple months ago.
I'm just right down here, just a bit south of that.
Yep. And like I said, this was my second time to Georgia because I went to basic training in Fort Benning, Georgia.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep. I'm guessing not that far south.
And you had to fly in and drive, didn't you?
I had to drive.
They didn't fly you in for that?
For basic training?
Yeah.
No, they put me on a van.
Oh.
They put me in a van and was like, have fun. These people are going to crush you for 3.5 months. Yeah. And they're going to take a sick twist of delight in it. So have fun. But yeah, and then the second time I went down there was a couple months ago for conductor training, and then whenever they decide to send me to engineer school, I'll be going down there again to the training center there for training. Plus, our corporate headquarters is there in Atlanta.
Yeah, there's a lot of companies headquartered here. Real business-friendly state.
Yeah.
Just about every big tech company has a headquarters here. Every major finance firm has some kind of auxiliary headquarters here.
Yeah, that's our main headquarters is there. But yeah, like I said, down there, you're in 171 territory, so there aren't any signals. Another thing that I've heard that they constantly use so they don't have to do track authority is they'll have cab signals. Basically, they'll have a big box in the middle of the cab that has all the signals on it. And that board the dispatcher can swap the signal on their board of what it is, and it'll show up in the cab. For us, they're out on post like you see them in the pictures, and like I said, they're set up every couple miles to create blocks, sort of say. And
Yeah. I mean, they only need enough rail to go down to, like, Savannah and connect it to the rest of the East Coast. So, like, the main part of the interstate has just enough rail for just a little bit of freight. So, like, there's hardly any rail in my area and it's all freight-based, so...
yeah, there's another place there in Georgia that's a big yard down there in Georgia. It started with an M. Can't remember what it is.
Macon?
Macon, yes. Macon is a huge yard for
Yeah,
us.
Macon's one of the other larger cities in the state.
Yeah.
So, like, Macon is... So, like, because Savannah, if it wants to feed into Atlanta, it has to go through Macon. Like, if you want to get to Savannah from Atlanta, you go through Macon regardless. Like, they had to put bypass if you're going south to avoid going through Macon just because it was getting pretty big.
Yeah. Like I said, and, yeah, Macon is literally one of the biggest yards we have in Georgia. One of the biggest rail yards.
Yeah, Macon is one of the older cities as well.
Yeah. And like I said, it is a huge yard. I looked at the yard map for Macon, and I was like, if you just stuck me on the ground there, I would be confused as shit. And probably lost as hell in that yard. Because it's a big hump yard. Because you can do something, and this is the terrifying bit, is you can do what we call kicking cars. So how you kick a car is you have a couple of your train. You do realize that every single train car has its own set of air brakes, right?
Yeah.
And those hoses that connect between where they couple together, where the two cars couple together, they form one big brake line through the whole thing, which means the engine supplies all the cars with air for their brakes. And that's also how you activate and deactivate the brakes on each car, is by increasing the PSI in the main brake pipe or dropping it to apply and release the brakes. But so what you do, if you have the brake system completely pressurized, like if you were going down the road, if you were to decouple them, the broken away cars will go into emergency immediately. All their brakes are literally going to go into an emergency braking system, essentially go into emergency braking and come to an immediate stop.
So that air brake
also,
system gets kicked in.
Yeah, it's an auto braking system. So meaning because how you release the brakes is you put pressure into the brake system. So if there's a drastic drop in air pressure in the brake system, it causes the brakes to apply. Now the system was created so if two cars ended up breaking in, if the train ends up breaking in half halfway down the road, like two cars become uncoupled, it's gonna stop the whole train, like immediately, because as soon as those cars get broken apart, as soon as the brake pressure and both ends of the train suddenly drop because it's not that pressurized tube is now broken open and all that air is flowing out. I'm guessing you understand how PSI works.
Just enough.
Yeah, enough to understand how it works. Basically, so as soon as the PSI drops, and if it drops rapidly, because you have an emergency and auxiliary tank on each car, so if the pressure in the main brake pipe drops drastically, then that excess tank of air pressure dumps into the brake cylinder to causes the brakes to automatically apply. So we're not like rolling down the rails with freaking free-rolling cars that are weighing like 75 to 100 tons. Because, I mean, that would be bad. Because, I mean, runaways were a thing before this.
So, like,
But,
is it super dangerous that there's a cart just, like, rolling around? Nobody can stop it?
well, yeah, if it's just rolling around and there's nothing to stop it, yeah. Because who knows what it's going to roll into. If it rolls across if it heads towards a road crossing and it has no brakes, if somebody comes across that rail crossing, there's nothing any of us can do to stop it if it's free rolling. And if there's a car on it, that thing weighs about 100 tons. It will plow through any sized car. The only thing that might derail it is like something school bus size or bigger. Everything else is going to get thrown off the tracks. Get slammed into and thrown off the tracks. Like, if you want to see what happens, just go to YouTube and look up train crossing wrecks or cars hit by trains, and you'll see what happens. I call them
Fatality.
Oh yeah.
I actually watched one of those the other day. Just some random shit. Sometimes I watch it while I'm like playing.
Oh yeah, and you'll watch somebody get messed up.
Now see, Gig, I do that.
Do what?
I watch stuff on a TV like that's kind of, well, I don't really watch it. I listen to it.
Resource not deep enough. How do I did all this thing for getting water, and now I'm being told the resource isn't deep enough. Am I supposed to, like, use explosives and blow this up a little bit? What the heck am I supposed to be doing?
So what kind of hordes do you fight?
Who?
You said you had to fight like enemies and stuff? Or...
Oh, there's just like tiny little enemies that every now and again that are just hanging around. I call them juniors, and they're senior ones.
Oh,
It's
he's
just-
trying it. Sorry. That's not a good video to illustrate.
Like, this game isn't focused around survival. It's focused around, like, the building aspect of everything.
Yeah.
Apparently, I've been going about this all wrong. I thought I had to go get, like, this geyser water. But apparently I'm supposed to just get, like, river water? I guess you run out of water at some point. So I've just been running around the map for, like, the past basically 40 minutes doing absolutely nothing. I haven't been tearing down old stuff or anything like I thought I was going to be able to do. Nope, I basically got coal mining going, and then that's been it. That's been my evening so far. I haven't even taken down my old crap yet, and I really need to. I can see why people want to, you know, get multiplayer games going. You always get somebody going out and doing research. You get another person going out doing something else.
So the things do have multiplayer?
Yeah, you can do dedicated servers. Well, I got a junior here. Time to test out my new weapon.
Alright. Take a look at this video. You don't have to watch the whole thing, just like the first like 20 some seconds.
Oh, yeah, that bright line down in Florida.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
well, that's passenger rail whacking a vehicle, so...
Yeah, but the same concept goes for freight, because freight is heavier than passenger. Freight trains are like 6 to 7 times heavier than passenger liners. Though, granted, passenger liners do travel at a faster rate of speed down the tracks than us freight. Fastest I've ever been going on a freight line is 60. Passenger liners can get up to, I think the fastest one to ever run was...
How would you rate?
Huh?
How would you rate the scenery? Got to be pretty nice, I'd imagine.
The scenery?
Yeah.
Depends on where you're going. Up to Portsmouth, it's all right. Going to Norton, Virginia, it's beautiful. Like, there's at one point we're going down the rails and we come out this tunnel. And I swear to God, it's like you're coming into fucking Narnia. It's out of this freaking train tunnel. It's
That's
like,
cool.
oh hey, look, it's like darkness, darkness, darkness. Oh hey, look, we're in Narnia now. Just because, I mean, I live in West Virginia area, so I live up in the mountains. So you have this whole thing of, like, you have entire sections of rail which have been untouched and undisturbed by man ever since those rails were built in, like, the 18th century. Like 1800s, when that rail was built, was the last time anything around that area was ever touched.
So you mean the 19th century?
Yeah.
You gotta get them with with those numbers.
Yeah. But like I said, most of those areas haven't been touched for 100 some years. The rails are just there. And the only people that go through there are the freight trains that are going through that area, and that's it. And they don't fuck with all that too much. So it's just like beautiful. But if you're going up to like Portsmouth, Ohio is literally just a town of crackheads. I'm not joking. That is literally, there's a speedway there. We call it the Crack Way. And you never eat the donuts there because the crackheads have put their fingers all over them. And there's so many freaking abandoned buildings. I swear most of the people that live in Portsmouth didn't buy the house they're living in. They're just squatting. They're just squatting crackheads. And then somebody got the bright idea at one point to put a rail yard there. That or they put the town around the rail yard, one of the two. I don't know.
Man.
But I swear to God, it's the most sketchiest place I've ever been in my life.
Oh, looks like you've never been to Atlanta. Yeah, actually,
Didn't
like,
I just-
go into Atlanta.
Yeah, I drove through it the first time I ever went down there.
Drove through it, or just went like, you went 285 and you called it a day?
No, we didn't go 285. We went on the road straight through the middle of downtown Atlanta.
Well, through Midtown?
Yeah.
Oh, Midtown's okay. I mean, it's like, you know, you want to speed up a little bit, but sometimes it'd be like that.
Yeah, no. Portsmouth, as soon as you hit the city limits of Portsmouth, you want to hit 90 as soon as you can and don't stop for anything. Because they're roving gangs of crackheads. And you can tell they're crackheads because they have that look in their face. Like, all the blood and shit in their face has been drained away. Like, you literally look at these people and you're like, that can't be healthy. That can't be healthy at all, because most of them look like they're walking skeletons.
Because they lose their appetite. They have no, like, wants to eat.
Oh yeah. Like literally, it's just... You literally look like you're walking through a town of skeletons, and it's just like, what the hell, man? It's like somebody needs to make these people a sandwich.
Someone give them some food.
Yeah. Like I said, it's just, you don't want to stop there. Like, the place is done up year-round for Halloween, and I don't think they're trying that for that angle.
Really? You don't?
But yeah, because there was at one point, we had a colony of homeless crackheads, because there's this big bridge that goes over the entire rail yard.
Just the way you say it. I mean, like, you've only been there a few months, apparently, and the way you just say the crackheads is just like a casual thing that happens.
Yeah, you gotta realize, I live in West Virginia, the capital, the opioid capital of the country. Like, it's such a problem that opioid and crack is such a problem here. It's not even funny. But down, at least on my end of the state, it's a lot less severe here than it is in the northern part of the state. In the northern part of the state, it's like, no matter where you turn, you see it. Like, you can't escape it. In the southern part, it's like, oh, that guy was a crackhead? Holy shit!
I didn't know Jimbo was on crack.
Yeah.
That explains why he was sucking dick.
I thought he was just getting pimped because he was good at it.
It's like you see him over there and you're like, oh, I didn't know he was doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's smoking crack, I get it.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, that's the but yeah, the northern part of the state and southern part of Ohio is just like, it's everywhere you look. And like I said, we had this area in our rail yard up in Portsmouth, this bridge that goes over the entire rail yard on the west end of the yard. It's a regular road bridge crossing. Like, there's 2 lanes on one side, 2 lanes on the other side. Road bridge, so like I said, it's a regular bridge. But it goes over the track. It goes over the whole yard. And we had a colony of crackheads.
Just the way you say it is just like so ridiculous. It feels like you're writing a book or something. Oh, there's crackheads out here, and they just be doing crack all the time.
But yeah, there were a bunch of homeless crackheads that just built a camp under the bridge. We call it the viaduct. We call the bridge the viaduct. But it was on the farthest side from the yard office, because that end of the bridge is surrounded by a bunch of abandoned buildings. So they make up camp in the abandoned buildings on both sides of it and under the bridge on one end. They'd set up their tents and stuff, and as we'd be passing by on the train, we'd look over. There's a whole colony there. There's like 20, 30 tents over there, at least. Just set up under this bridge. Like, it's fucking crazy, man. Like, I've never seen so many homeless people in my life. I'm just like, I went to the Middle East and saw fewer homeless people.
Crazy how that works.
Huh? Yeah. I literally
No
went
power.
into a third world. Was it? I literally went to a third world country and saw less homeless people than I saw here in Portsmouth, Ohio. Like, holy shit.
No power. How is this not getting power?
Is something in power that's not supposed to?
Something's not getting power that's supposed to be getting power. I think I just got my coal plant working.
Quarantine. But yeah, like I said, I mean, it's nuts. Like I said, it's
No
there's
power.
there's so few places along my rail route that actually get cell signal. Granted, I'm not supposed to have my phone out or being used at all while falling down the rails anyways. It has to be off.
That must get really mundane. Like, you don't even get to put a podcast on?
No. Your phone has to be off and in your bag. They
So
have
you just,
detectors on-
you're just like the whole time it's just like you and your engineer, that's it?
Yeah, and you're just sitting there,
Running out of things to talk about quick? You let them get a book?
you're not supposed to do any, well, your phone by federal law is supposed to be off in your bag. Because they have detectors and stuff that'll pick that up. Well, I'm not sure if it's federal law, but that's what I've been told. The thing with the, what's it called? Book and whatnot is company rule is you're not to have anything that distracts you from the rail. It's kind of like driving. When you're up in the cab. And then once you completely focus on the rail ahead of you. And I don't understand it because here's the thing with around here. Unlike most places where it's relatively flat, you have flat land and the rail travels in a straight line in most places. Here it's the opposite. There's a lot of curves. There's a good few straightaways and whatnot, but for the most part, there's a lot of curves around here in my district. So my thing is most of these crossings are in curves. Now, I don't know if you understand how physics work, but trains don't stop on a dime.
Nope.
They do not.
But they take like almost 10, 20 minutes sometimes, right? I guess it depends
Well,
on your load, right?
Yeah, it depends on your load and how fast you're going.
So you have like a whole like procedure for like stopping the train at a certain point based on the load and everything.
Yeah, so, I mentioned those signals, right?
Yeah.
So, green over red means clear. It means you're clear to proceed down that track at authorized track speed, which authorized track speed is basically like a speed limit for that track. You can go under it, but you can't go over it.
Makes sense.
But then you'll have a signal that is yellow over red, which is an approach signal, basically meaning prepare to stop at next signal. Now keep in mind these signals are typically like 3 or 4 miles apart from each other.
All right. So like your train might. So how long is your typical train or your?
So the short, instead of telling you how long the average one is, I'll tell you how long the shortest one was and how long the longest one I've ever been on. So the shortest one I've ever been on was about 5,000 feet. This was the shortest, was about 5,000 feet, about 2,717 tons. Longest one I was on was about 17,555 feet long. The longest one I was on was roughly about 2.5 miles. Was a 2.5 mile long train, and it was 12,555 55 ton train. That 12,000 ton train, 12,500 ton train took roughly about, if we were running track speed around here is anywhere from 25 to 45 to 40 miles an hour. Around here you'll never go 40. Now, if you get closer up to Portsmouth, Ohio, depending on what you're carrying, track speed is 60. Up north, where it's a lot more flat land and a lot more straight track, it's 60. But where we have so many curves around here, the fastest you'll be going is 40. Now, certain cars have certain speed restrictions. Like, there are certain cars that it's like mixed freight cars. You can't take them higher than 55. Like, that's their max speed. There's some cars that carry specific cargo that you have to go even slower than that. But most cars don't have a speed restriction on them. But it depends on the area you're going in. So we were going down that longest train I've ever been on. So we had an emergency brake application happen on it. Basically, the train went into emergency and brought us to a stop. With that train, we were going 25 miles an hour, and we stopped in just over a mile.
Is that like nerve-wracking at that point?
It's somewhat nerve-wracking because, well, there's not much you can do about it. We were only going 25, luckily, but what happens in the cab is I have a PTC screen in front of me that gives me a real-time update on what the next 6 miles ahead of me of the track is looking like, what signals I have within the next 6 miles, which will typically be, like, depending on how far the signals are apart from each other, can be up to 4 or 5 signals, can be 3 signals, who knows. It's just however many signals were within that 6 miles. But it'll tell me, hey, you've got a clear for the next 2 signals, then you have this approach signal and then a stop signal. So what happens when it goes into emergency is that screen goes red. And then there's an overhead red light that turns on. So the cab goes red. Everything in the cab goes red. As we go to a stop. Keep in mind, we were going uphill at this time. and it still took us more than a mile to stop. Going uphill on this 12,500 ton train. Now keep that in mind when I say, when we come around a corner and come to this crossing, if something's there, by the time we see it, it's already too late.
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do. Like, we ain't stopping in time. Sorry. Like, I have a handle on my side next to my PTC screen where I can manually activate the emergency brake system. We call it a brake valve switch. I have one of those on my side. The engineer has one on his side. Plus, he has all the controls for the 3 types of brakes that the engine has. You have the brake line brake, you have the train's air brakes, the actual locomotive's air brakes itself, and then the
So how does it work when you have a train in the rear, or when you have a engine in the rear and the engine in the front, or if you have multiple engines? Like, how does that work out?
All right, so what happens is those rear engines, because that does happen, we'll have an engine in the middle or in like 2 on the back. So there's a couple ways that can happen. So the engine in the middle is always going to be what we call DP, DP'd motor. DP'd motors are remotely controlled motors. They're being controlled from the head end locomotive.
All right,
so,
makes sense.
And then the rear one, if each locomotive on the rear is facing a different direction, then you're looking at pusher motor. We call them pushers. So what will happen is say you're like coming through my district where we're in the mountains, we have a lot of uphill, downhill, and sometimes the engine doesn't have quite enough power to get its load up the hill. So what will happen is they'll send a pusher down, and the pusher will couple onto the rear end, and the 2 engineers, the one on the pusher and the one on the lead end that's sitting up there with me, will coordinate to push that train up that hill. It's just giving it that pusher's literally just giving him an extra push up the hill. Now, if they put engines on the rear, those rear engines can also be DP'd, can be DP motors, and they'll be remote controlled by the lead end. The very front locomotive where we're actually sitting will control all the others. Unless it's a pusher. And then the engineer on the pusher handles that motor.
Makes sense.
But either way, they're all hooked into the main air pipe, or as we call it, the brake pipe, which runs the entire length of the train. And the brakes are activated and deactivated by the amount of pressure that's in that brake pipe, and that goes for the locomotives themselves. But like I said, it's all those second or third engines, the ones that are back, that are DP'd, that are like in the middle of the train or on the rear of the train, they're remotely controlled.
So there's never an engineer or conductor ever in those. They're always in the front.
Now what will happen is you have we call a deadhead. So this happens up in Portsmouth sometimes when we have too many crews sitting up there and not enough trains going towards Bluefield to get all the crews home. So what they'll do is they'll put a crew up on the head end, up on the lead end, and then the motor that's right behind them, because normally on the front end, unless you're doing a loadout where you're loading a coal train, you'll have 2 motors on the front at the very least. 2 motors, if not more, but at the very minimum 2. So what they'll do is they'll put a crew on the lead end that's supposed to actually drive the train, and then another crew will ride in the second motor. Will just ride. Like, they won't be controlling anything, but they'll be riding. Now, another common thing we do is we'll stop in a halfway point called Williamson and pick up a Roanoke crew in Williamson to basically, so what'll happen is when we get back down to Bluefield, we'll hop off and the Roanoke crew will come up from the second engine to our engine and take over where we were and take it down to the next stop on the line. We'll do that for efficiency sometimes, but we'll do what's called deadhead sometimes where, hey, we didn't have enough trains to get everybody home. We don't have a train to take this crew back or for this crew to take back, so we're just going to put them on the second end. Those are we call those easy days for us because we still get paid for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but we're not actually driving the train or doing anything. We're just sitting back on the second motor, probably taking a nap or something.
So you're allowed to do that?
Or goofing off on our phone.
Oh, so you're actually allowed... That's the one time your company's sanction allowed to be on the phone?
Yeah, because you're not the one driving.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You're not the one actually up on the ground. Now, technically, on a deadhead, in that situation, if the conductor up on the head end needs some help making a switching movement or something like that, I can hop down if I'm deadheading. I can hop down and go, hey, I'm standing here on this end, and work with him on getting stuff set off. Or
so how many times have you actually, like, how many complete round trips have you done so far?
About 20.
Really?
Yes.
So do you, like, bring your laptop with you or anything else?
Yeah, I do. I bring my laptop, my Switch. I have a day bag that I bring with me. See, there's this little storage area in the nose of the train. Because what most people don't realize is that if you're looking just at the locomotive, at one locomotive, first off, the thing weighs about 200 tons. 3 of them weigh about 600 tons. So one of them weighs about 200 tons. And from the crew compartment back is the actual engine part itself. Everything ahead of the crew compartment on that locomotive is either empty or crew storage. Plus, we have a bathroom up there. We have a bathroom within the nose of that train and all that stuff, so we don't have to stop to use the bathroom. Or some people piss off the side anyways, but
that sounds a little...
Yeah. It happens. But like I said, there's a bathroom on board the train. Down
So how big is, like, your main engine workspace?
What do you mean?
So, I guess I don't really have a way of good explaining it. So you have let's say you just have, like, you know, one main engine. What's its average, like, size you can, like, move around in? And
you mean the cab?
yes, your main cab.
All right, so the main cab is actually pretty big. So you have 2 sets of seats on one side, and then you have the conductor or the engineer's seat and stand on the other, and then you have a big aisle in between. Like, I can comfortably lay down on the floor between the conductor's seats and the engineer's cab, or the engineer's control stand. That aisle between them, I can comfortably lay down flat on my back, and I'm not gonna be with my arms down at my side, just like casually, and I'm not gonna. Neither of my shoulders gonna touch each side, either stand, because you have big steps that go down the middle of the cab that lead to the front door out of the train. Plus, you have the space in the cab down at the bottom of the steps, the computer cove, the bathroom space. Like, hold on. I'm pretty sure I can find a Google picture. That's a short one. That's just the control stand. Where the hell? That's old. That's not a mark. Where is it? That's a good one. Oh, right. Alright, I just sent you a picture of what the inside of the cab looks like.
That's your particular
So-
one,
No,
or just
the
a?
right one, that's just a general one. So off the left there, that's where I sit, the conductor. Now this is an older cab. They don't have the if you see where the guy on the right, on his left side, typically most of the controls are on a wall on that side. They're feature side. See, that's an old control stand on the right. I'll show you what a newer one looks like. That doesn't have, that has a PTC screen, but doesn't have the rest of it. Oh, there's one. Yeah, that's a good one. Copy image. Alright, so like I said, the old off the right, that's what the old control stand looks like. So you take out just that right space and replace it with what I just sent you, and that's what the new one looks like.
Now, is it only ever just a conductor and engineer per thing, or is like how big are the teams and how big could they get?
So we have what's called conductor trainees for like when we're training them to be conductors. They ride along with a full-time conductor and engineer. So sometimes you'll have a third person in there called conductor trainee. If you look at the first picture on the left, behind that seat there's another seat that I think the guy's sitting in this one. The guy who took the pictures, he's sitting in the third seat. And that's where a conductor trainee or engineer trainee would be sitting to observe the full-time conductor as they work, so they can get a grip on what's going on, how to do things, and all that. And like I said, this is some of the models just have but on the conductor side, it's pretty accurate because you have the PTC screen there on the far left. That little white thing in the middle of the console is the brake valve, is the emergency brake valve. And then the only thing that's missing is right next to the emergency brake valve, there should be a radio hand mic for the radio. And the first one, and the second picture, yeah, that's standard engineer stand. That would be on the right side. But if you look down the middle of that first picture, you'll see that door down there. Looks like it's down a pair of steps. A little alcove to the right has a bunch of computer systems for it. The bathroom's off to the right of that door. If you go through that door, you enter the nose of the train. And there's a door leading to the outside in the nose. But normally use that nose area behind that door as storage space. So when I go for like 2-day jobs, like going out to Portsmouth and back, I'll have my day bag. So I'll have my work bag and my day bag and my lunch box.
So what are like the normal like proceedings? Like you know, you wake up, you're supposed to go to work. Like do you like sign in? Do you clock in or something? Like how does that work?
No. So what happens is I go on call.
All right. Yeah.
I go on call at say I was getting ready to mark up tomorrow when I wanted to mark up. Say I wanted to mark up at 7 o'clock. So I mark up, which means I'm on call. That means I can be called at any time. It's whenever the train that they want me to take gets there to the station in Bluefield. So I go on about my daily life. From that point, say I called in to the crew call system and went, hey, I'm ready to mark up, put me into this pool, and then call me when you're ready for me. All right, so I go back about my business. 2 or 3 hours later, they go, hey, the train we want you to take is finally here. You have 2 hours to get to the terminal. Say that's about 10 o'clock. At that point, they'll tell me, hey, you're on duty at 10 o'clock. You'll be on duty at noon. So I'll get that call at 10 o'clock. The call
Neat.
for that at 10 o'clock. They'll call me up and go, hey, train number, yada, yada, yada. You're taking train, yada, 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 to Portsmouth. You go on duty at noon. And it's 10 o'clock. And I'll go, Roger. I get all my stuff together, I head to the terminal. I don't have to be there till noon. I show up at noon. I get my orders, we call them orders and consist. My orders is my track authority that allows me to be on the track and go. It also has my bulletins in it, like if there's any spot on the track that I need to go slower than track speed, it'll show up in there. It'll show up in my orders, and if they're working on the track, I'll get a conditional stop signal that's in my bulletins, all my track orders, and then I'll grab my consist, which is basically what this train consists of. Basically a paperwork of what this train consists of, and then me and my engineer will head out to hop on the train, and then we'll take it up to Portsmouth. Now, from the point we went on duty, that phone call said that we went on duty, we have 12 hours to get that train up to Portsmouth.
Oh, so like you just have the responsibility yourself. You don't have like a manager that's working with you on it or something.
No, we have what's called train masters, which are pretty much our bosses. They are our immediate supervision, but they don't run things out on the rails. The dispatcher runs things out on the rails. Their job is, the train master's job is to manage us, is to manage the crews. So you have the dispatcher who manages the crews once they get out on the rails, and the train masters are pretty much the ones who are, they're like our bosses, the train crew's bosses. In fact, we call them bosses, but they're the ones that say, all right, this crew's going on this train, this crew's going on that train, this crew's going on that train. Send it over to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher will go, okay, call that crew because that train just made it to the terminal that they need to be on. So go ahead and give them a call. All right. Or that train is 2 hours out from the terminal that they're going to pick it up at. Go ahead and give them a call so they can hop on it as soon as it gets there. And then we'll pick it up from there. And once we're on the rails, and we're actually moving, then we are under the authority of the dispatcher. Because the dispatcher is controlling, hey, this train is moving at this time, and this train is taking this line going that way, and they're managing and tracking all that.
Sounds complicated.
And yeah. There's a lot to it because you got like 30 or 40 trains going down the rails at the same time.
And you kind of, there was like a lot of this kind of sitting there time. You have to kind of just pay attention to, your equipment and everything.
Yeah, because like I said, mainly we'll call up say we just swapped out our crew with the Arona crew at Bluefield. We'll swap out and then we'll come over to the dispatcher. Hey, dispatcher, this is the 217. We're ready to head west. They'll go, okay, proceed west, be governed at signal at Arch. Be governed by signal at Arch. So he just told me, hey, at the Arch signal, I'm moving. I am governed by the signals. So he doesn't have to worry about me anymore. Unless there's a reason I need to stop. And that's basically him telling me, hey, I'm tracking you're moving west. And I'm tracking that you're here, and it's showing on my computer system. Because what most people don't realize is those rails are actually are electrocuted, or not electrified, but not to the point of at which point it will electrocute you. Because literally all that electric current is doing is powering a light bulb.
Oh.
On a switch. It's powering a light bulb on a switch. So how the signal layout typically works, you go from clear to approach to stop. Now stop signal is all red. Approach is yellow over red, clear is green over red. So you'll be going green, 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 green. Now behind you, when you occupy a block, the signal behind you will be kicked down to a stop signal. On the signal behind you. The next signal back behind you will be a stop signal, and the signal before that will be an approach and then clear. So if you're approaching the end of a train, you're going to get clear, approach, and then there's going to be one full block between that is like 2 or 3 miles between you and the ass end of the train in front of you on the rails. If that makes sense. Because there's going to be 2 stop signals, an approach signal, and a clear signal behind you. And as you're moving down the rails, that progression is following you and the signals behind you. And if there's a train in front of you, it's going to be the same thing, but in front of you on their ass end. It prevents us from running into each other.
Makes sense.
Each other's ass end as we're moving down the rails. Because as soon as you roll into that block and your rails make contact with the rail in that block, because the wheels and the axles are all metal, so you have one rail with a positive charge, one rail with a negative charge, and you're essentially just creating a current with your axles, with the axles on your train.
That's crazy.
And it will knock down the signal of it'll basically send an electrical signal to the electrical signal to the signal behind you. Just tell it to light up with a stop signal. With a red light, essentially. You're powering that red light. You're creating a current. It's very, like, old school, basic electric system, just taken to a very complex level. Because literally, I can take my brake stick, which is a big rail, because you know those wheels you see on each one of the cars?
Yeah.
That's a handbrake.
Oh.
So you turn that enough times, you will literally prevent that car from moving because you're manually cranking on its brakes. But that's what that's for, is that's a handbrake.
Sounds intense.
Yeah, so our brake sticks are metal sticks we use to grab onto that wheel and turn it from the ground. But it's still a metal stick. So if I lay it across the rail, it will knock down the signal. It'll create the current and knock down the signal. Even though there's not a train there. It's just a metal stick sticking across the rails. It doesn't always work that way, like that, but in theory and in practice, we've seen it happen before. If somebody just threw a metal rod over the rails and it caused the trip a signal. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, it's a lot of moving parts.
We seem to be able to articulate it really well.
Yeah, well, before you become a conductor, you have to be able to somewhat understand what's going on around you before they'll even let you get on the rails. Like, I had to go down to Georgia for 3 weeks for training. And then I had an additional month of on-the-job training that I had to complete before I got marked up as a full conductor. To make sure I knew how all of it works.
So there are like certifications you have to do or something?
Yeah, you have to certify as a conductor. You have to learn all the rules and regulations on the rails for working on the rails in general. And then you gotta qualify on your territory. So we call them territories. They're your district, but we call them our territories.
Makes sense. Now, did you pick, that Virginia, Ohio space, or is that just where you were?
Virginia, I live in West Virginia, so I was like, I live right here, and I literally live less than a mile from where I work. So. From the office. So for me, as soon as I get that 2-hour call, literally it'll be 3 o'clock in the morning, I'll get a call to go into work. It'll be 3 a.m. and they'll call going, hey, we need you for a train at 5 a.m. I'll go, okay, cool, accept call, click, all right, I'll be there, click, roll back over and go back to sleep for another hour and a half before having to go to work.
So you don't take that opportunity to get up and get going, or it's just you never get it consistent?
It's never consistent, because what happens is once I get up there to Portsmouth, say I got on the train down Bluefield, I went all the way up there to Portsmouth. It took me 8 or 9 hours. I get off the train, they take me to the hotel. From the point I tie up, so once I get off the train, I have to go into our mainframe, our work system. It's a mainframe. Literally, it's a system that was made in the 1970s when they first started using computers, and they just haven't updated it. I'm joking you not.
Oh, it sounds awful.
Oh, God, yes. It's freaking...
It sounds completely abysmal.
Yeah,
systems like that exist in so many places, and it's really just like you have this disgusting old system that's just dated and antiquated, and it just hasn't been updated in years. Or it's like using some ancient technology that nobody wants to put a dime into fixing. It's like stuff like that exists in so many different spots, and it's so crazy that so much of the country runs on technologies that are pushing like 80 years old.
You want to know something that's really funny? Our mortar fire control systems within the United States Army, the thing to fire more, to like accurately target and aim mortars, runs on Windows 95.
that's a security hole right there.
That's just funny because literally, I power the thing up, and the first screen I'm looking at on the firing, because the mortar fire control system is just a mortar computer. It's advanced targeting computer, or it's supposed to be advanced. Literally, the first thing that shows up on it is a screen that says, "Welcome to Windows 95." And I'm just like,
would you like to go do some mortaring today?
I'm like, God damn it.
Not again.
Not again.
It's literally a security risk to have that. Why?
Hey, we've been bitching about it for years.
There's a reason why even Microsoft is like, hey, this thing's stupid, don't use it. Like, so there's gonna be a point where you literally cannot find people who can do development on that. Like, they just won't exist anymore. You know, they just they'll be dead. There just won't be any more of them.
Oh yeah.
But you're lucky that Windows 95 is such a quality product and never crashes.
It is only filled with features and is working just as intended.
Did you guys see South Park where I think it was the first movie where they were like, "Fucking Windows 95, get me Bill Gates," and then they execute him.
That's just how old that show is.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But that's back when like used to blue screen like all the time, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's why they switched.
It was like the meme of the day for, I guess, the 90s.
So I was watching a video on that for recent history, but that's the reason why they switched to Windows NT as the kernel, because it was built with multitasking in mind, and all these core features that we have today were just built out of. Basically, everything has always been an upgrade from Windows NT ever since.
Windows 95 was a disaster.
Yeah, 95, 98 were just scrap programs. They should have switched over to a Linux kernel at that point, but whatever, you know, Bill Gates and his infinite wisdom.
Yeah. Like I said, it's dumb. We hate those computers. Like, we have to use them because it's faster than doing it by hand. I'll give it that. It's definitely much faster than doing it by hand, but the mortar fire control systems are supposed to be able to talk to each other over the SINGAR radio systems using digital comms. They're supposed to be able, from one gun to the next, to the next, to the next, within a 4-gun section. You're supposed to be able to process the fire mission on one, and then send the targeting data to the other 3 guns so everybody can hit the same target using GPS from the Dagger through the SINGAR's digital data transfer system, which transfers digital data through radio signals, through FM radio signals. Don't get me wrong.
FM's not bad. It gets the job done. It's not Bluetooth, so.
Yeah, it's not Bluetooth, but here's the thing.
Well, Bluetooth is a security risk as well.
Half the time it doesn't want to fucking send the data.
Your data's not good enough. I'm not going to send it. You cannot send data. No, you cannot do it.
It won't send it to the other 3 guns. We're like, motherfucker.
I refuse. You can't make me. I am your computer now, please.
Oh yeah, like I said, we've been bitching about it, and then they freeze all the fucking time, but somehow it's still faster than doing it by hand.
Middle of a war, it just won't load. Alright, we'll just have to wait.
Oh no, if it just gets to the point where it won't load, that's when we swap over doing it manually, because, well, if it freezes,
you just kind of take it.
I really don't remember what the benefit was of having Windows running, because it was literally like running in the background. Like the actual OS was running in the background. You'd have graphic user interfaces that were overlaying it that would prevent you from actually accessing it over unless you knew how to backdoor, you know?
God,
So,
if I know, man. All I know is these things are older than dirt and suck ass. Because
oh well, yeah,
if
it
they
sucked ass
work,
back then.
if they work, it's a whole hell lot faster than doing it by hand. If they don't work, you might as well pull out the plotting board, pen, and paper. Because once again, it's Windows 95. It comes with the regular Windows 95's problems.
So like those tech companies, you know, they fight like hell to get those DoD contracts, right?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I know.
They
Oh yeah,
just like some
that's what they put.
companies just purely run on DoD money. It's ridiculous.
Well, the whole DoD runs on Windows too. I mean, I don't really remember any other operating system being used at all. That might have
yeah,
changed in the last 20 years.
yeah, we still use Windows. Yeah, it's sad. We still use Windows. Like I
Ah,
said,
shoot.
I mean, like I said, but on the railroad, it's literally just a mainframe from the 70s. And when I get off the train, I have to go in there and go, hey, I'm off the train, which is called tying up. Hey, I'm off the train. And from that moment I tie up, I have 10 hours before they can call me out again. 10 hours of uninterrupted rest. Which normally, by that time, you're dog shit tired anyways. Because you've been up for like 12 hours staring at freaking paint drying as scenery goes by that you've seen like 40 times. You
Yeah, I
give
can
either like,
imagine it gets kind of mundane to do the same, you know, route over and over again, or the same district, or whatever you're calling it.
yeah. Like I said, each time you get on the train, there's something different happens every single time. There's always something new. It's just 5 minutes of entertainment of that new thing before you're back to looking at the freaking tracks roll by you and then calling signals and shit. So normally you've been worn out by just being bored out of your mind for 12 hours.
Makes
Now, like
sense.
I said, on it on good days it's really good. On bad days it sucks shit. Because especially if you're running a bomb train. Bomb trains are the worst. That longest train I've ever been on was a bomb train. We were carrying a toxic gas of some sort.
It's got to go
All of
somewhere.
it toxic liquid that had toxic gas that was part of it and all that shit. But it was 12,555 tons of, or no, it was 17,000 tons. It was 12,555 feet. It's just over 2.5 miles of just this junk train of various different cargoes. 20 cars being a toxic gas or toxic chemical that was giving off toxic gas. And what happened was we were coming up the hill and went into emergency. Now, if you're working on a bomb train, that's a bad day for you as a conductor. Because it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm on this bomb train. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. We're in the middle of a goddamn thunderstorm. You know how it's been like flooding lately?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were in the middle of one of those monsoons. And the train goes into emergency. So before we can get going again, I have to get out and walk the whole thing and inspect it to make sure everything's on the rails. Everything's good. Because it was a bomb train and it went into emergency in the middle of this goddamn thunderstorm at 2 o'clock in the morning. like I said, on good days, there was one Portsmouth where I was making a run on 218, which is high priority mail train. It was literally 6.5 hours and I was off work. That was a really good day. It was really nice. I still got paid full amount for it and everything. The really bad day was walking through the thunderstorm up and down this 2.5 mile long key train.
Now, is there like
Good
a bunch of, is there like unions you had to join for this, or?
Oh, yes. Union
See-
of Locomotive Engineers.
So you have to pay for the union fees and stuff?
I have to pay union dues, yes, but that's it.
And that's basically
Union-
forced, right?
Yeah, you have to join union. But
All right, guys, I'm taking off. Good night.
Evening.
later. So yes, you have to join union. But here's the thing with that is the union. See, getting fired on the railroad is not the same as getting fired with a regular job. Getting fired is more like a suspension. What the thing is with the union is if you get fired on the railroad, the union's what gets you your job back.
Now, is that like,
So-
now, from your perspective, do you think that's a good thing or neutral?
For most people, it's a good thing because most people get fired over stupid little things that shouldn't get them fired. But it's a rule, it's an FRA rule. It's a rule made by the federal government for railroaders. And they got, like... So, you know how if you've ever seen on tracks, they'll have those points where you go from one rail to the next, and they have that little piece of rail that connects the two?
Yeah.
That's called switch.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's called switch. Now, if you're coming through it on the reverse way, you can do what we call blow through that switch. If it's lined against you, basically meaning if coming at it from the other angle, so say, how do I put this? You have the east and west end of the switch on two tracks that are running parallel to each other. There's a small track connecting it from one to the other. If you're running from the east, if the switch is lined to take you over to the other track, you'll be coming at it from the east. But if you're coming up from the west, you're looking at it on its reverse lining. So what happens is the outside rail is that switch causes there to be a rail there that diverts you over, that literally forcibly drags you over to the other line.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
So here, I'll
So what happens if a switch triggers while in the middle of it?
you'll blow through it. You'll literally blow through it. Or if you're coming at it in a facing movement, hold on. Let me send you a picture of what these switches look like. Alright. There's a good one. Alright. Alright, I just sent you a picture. That's what a switch looks like.
And so blow through means that the track that is getting pulled, so like say you're going left and then it accidentally get hit to the right, you would just keep pulling everything over to the left regardless?
Yeah, so that switch is aligned to go left. So we say gap and go. So whichever side the gap is on, you see how on the closest to the bottom of the picture, you see where there's a gap there.
Yeah.
On the left side, that's
Yeah.
how you know you're going left.
Makes
because
sense.
it's completing track. That part where they cross there in the middle of the picture in the back is called frog. But literally there's a little gap there on that little X part up at the top for the rail to slide through either way. So if it was the line to go right, there would be a gap on the right instead on the left if they were going right. So that's when we say gap and go, is you're looking for the gap for which side it is. Now say if you're coming at it from, and that's if you're coming from this from the angle of bottom to top, it's going to the left. So if the switch like that is set up like that, the train's going to go to the left. If it automatically tries to swap to the other one from this angle, if it just tries to automatically switch while you're on it, which most switches have systems to prevent that, but what will happen is all the other cars that are behind the one that just went over the switch will then try to go off down towards the right. And it'll literally split the train apart, and the whole thing will go into emergency. The whole train will go into emergency. Everything will come to a stop.
And so, like, do
Once that
you
train
have to like
splits.
jack it back up to put it to correct it if it's just slightly off in one section?
Yeah, because more than likely, what will happen is you'll put cars on the ground. Basically, meaning they'll come up and off the tracks, and will be on the ground. Now, what I mean by blow through a switch is, say you were coming from the top, from that right side path, but you were coming towards the person taking the picture. What do you think is going to happen on that one? If you're coming from the right side track.
Oh, I don't. I guess you just would you almost topple over?
No, so there's this little flange, this little part that sticks down between the tracks on the wheels. We call it a flange. Oh, Alright, train wheels. There we go. Find a good one. I want to illustrate this point. I guess that'll work. Alright, so that's what a wheel looks like, and when it's sitting on the track, there's this little, see that little part on the inside, most part of the wheel, that looks like it's like raised up from the rest of the wheel? Like you have that little flat part on the wheel?
Yeah.
And there's that little part that, it's like a little, well, like I said, we call it a flange. It's on the inside most part of the wheel. Both sides has those. Now, if you look back at the top one, those flanges ride the inside of the rail.
Yeah.
That determine your direction. So, the flange is looking for that gap. Like I said, gap and go. So that flange is going to ride through the middle. So when you're coming at it from the person taking the picture in that switch, that flange is going to go in that gap and then fall off to the rail to the left, because it's going to get forced over because there's no gap on the left side, so you're going to push that other side flange over. Now, if you're coming at it from the other end, from the right track, you're going to blow through it. You're literally going to force that switch to the other side when the flange hits that little V part down at the bottom right, where the on that right side rail. You're literally going to blow through it and force that whole switch to align to the other direction. Now, it's also going to fuck up the switch to where it ain't going to align back to where it was. And we call that, well, it has the possibility to do that, but we call that a blow-through switch. Is when you blow through it. And you can get fired for that. So the point of the unions is when you get fired for stupid stuff like that, because that's an honest mistake. That can happen to anybody. Especially if the dipshit of, because what'll happen is somebody will leave a switch aligned against you, and then we'll just walk off. And then when you come rolling down the rail 2-3 hours later going track speed, you approach that switch and, oh, it's aligned wrong, blew through it, and guess what? It's your fault.
And you can get fired over that?
Yeah. Now, the union, their purpose is to get you back, is basically get you back to work. So if you get fired, they're the ones that are protecting you. And they're the ones that are gonna go, yeah, you're gonna bring this guy back on the rails again,
Now,
and make sure you keep.
I guess a good question here is that are the corporations behind it just so quick to try to fire people these days? Are they just like...
They're definitely trying to fire people.
Now, why is that exactly? Why aren't they
Who
trying to
knows?
retain people? Why wouldn't they, you know, try to give those same kind of union protections themselves and keep all that in-house?
Who knows?
Because like if they're struggling to get people, wouldn't they just, you know, do what the unions are doing and just be a little more lenient on that, or just, you know, send you in for additional training?
Right now, while they're hurting for people, most of us are fireproof. Like, they aren't gonna fire us for anything right now. Like, you'd have to seriously fuck up to get them to actually fire you right now.
Now,
But
are you hired in the state of Virginia or in the state of Ohio? Or...
I'm hired by the company.
Yes. So you're hired by the company, but so is that, are you considered like, are you following like the certain state rules of where you were hired or where that company is located?
I follow the labor laws of West Virginia because that's where I'm hired out of.
Okay. Because you said your headquartered is it was out of Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
So does West Virginia have at-will employment? That's what we have here in Georgia. We have at-will, which means they can terminate for any reason.
Oh no, we don't have that here.
Okay.
They can't terminate for any. They have to have a reason here to terminate you.
That's why a lot of the big tech companies, they like to come here so they can have that at-will.
Yeah, so they can fire people whenever they want.
Yeah, well, tech's also a different space. Tech doesn't really need unions because there's just so many opportunities out there. There's always a need for a body. There's always going to be a deficit of people, even in a full running economy. So it's just a completely different beast from what you have. Not many people want to do because your job is a mixture of physical labor and intense, you know, equipment monitoring.
Yeah.
So you straddle a very different environment than I do.
Yeah. Struggle. Hold them. But like I said, I mean it's it is what it is. I mean, like I said, I hired out of West Virginia, so it's believed that yes, you have to have a reason to be fired. But even in that case, the unions will fight to get you back, and we have what's called whammy insurance, or what we like call whammy insurance. It has an official name, but none of us call it that. It's basically if you get fired, what will happen is when you get fired, your case will go to investigations with the unions, and it may take them 2 weeks, may take them 6 months to get you hired back on, or to get you brought back on. But what whammy insurance is basically something set up through the unions to make sure you still get paid during that time you're not working.
So basically, like a form of workers' comp that is union backed.
It's job insurance. That's literally what it is. It's job insurance.
Yeah, that's just unheard of down here.
You pay well. Norfolk Southern down there has it.
I guess if you count, you know, unemployment as just like a state sponsored buffer space.
Yeah, but no, anyone who works for Norfolk Southern can qualify for. Anybody who's part of the unions with Norfolk Southern gets job insurance because it's something we pay into. We pay into the pot of it with the union. That's part of our dues is paying for that and paying for like operation costs or helping to pay for operations costs for the union and stuff like that. But that's one of the biggest benefits of being with the union is you get that whammy insurance, basically job insurance that you pay into And when you get fired, you still get a paycheck every 2 weeks because of it. So that's one of the biggest benefits. Plus, if you do get fired, they're gonna fight to get you back, no matter what.
This game has a whole dang web browser and shop system in it. What the heck?
Yeah, I believe Andrew's the reason for that. He works for my buddy Andrew. Like I said, the streamer does it. He streams for the actual like company who made Satisfactory. Like he's
Coffee
one of
Stain?
those. Huh?
Coffee Stain?
Yeah, he works for Coffee Stain.
Really?
He streams for them. He's one of their like the faces of their product. You know how big companies will have streamers sometime.
Huh. Well, I got this thing out of a Humble Bundle, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago. I'd only ever like heard of it once. And so I just I only picked it up because it just so happened that it's like, so I had gotten terminated from my audit job. My boss was like rolled up one day and he's just like, yeet. And so, I mean, like he just had like a convenient window to do it before I was gonna get put on another project. So it just like ended up being in this like situation where a company my dad sells to sent out a leaflet, and he got me in contact with their president and passed around my resume. Then one of their subs, one of their basically holdings company, like one of the companies they have a major holdings in. I reached out to them, and he put me in contact with that president, and then next thing I know, I'm applying for this automation engineer job, and it just so happened that it's right down the road from where I'm at. So, yeah. But they want me to go at some point to their Ohio facility because that's where their hardware guys are located. So I'll have to do that at some point.
You're moving up this way.
They just want me to, so it involves a lot of client travel. So it won't be me there permanently. I just need to go there for a good bit of training. I'll be spending the next year doing training and probably be traveling around and stuff, or doing light traveling.
Yeah.
But yeah, their second office down here just doesn't have the people needed to train me for the stuff they want me to do. Because I know a lot of the high-level programming languages to a good amount, and so they just need some people they just need more hands. That's all these companies need, is they just need that labor.
Yeah. Need more hands on deck.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it like the whole reason that unions came about in the early 20th century was that there was just an abundance of laborers, but lacking of jobs, so people were really quick to fire and terminate. But now we have the reverse, where we have a great need for labor, so the laborers are actually winning, just by the circumstances of the situation.
Oh yeah, like I said, that's why all of us on the railroad right now are pretty much fireproof right now. We're bulletproof right now. That
it'll probably be like that for several years, if not probably until the 2040s. I listened to a lot of economics podcasts, and they were talking about the guy was bringing up that just because of the way like laws are in like Europe and stuff, it'll probably be like to the 2040s that the U.S. will see another boon again, just because of the population constraints in Europe. So it's really interesting how that difference exists.
Yeah, like I said, and it's definitely a thing of right now we're enjoying it because that means most of us, the company's gonna do whatever they're gonna find every reason not to fire us at this point.
So what's the attitude though of like, say your coworkers, like, are some of them trying to get fired, or are they just like, are there someone really trying to put them to work for it, or?
We're trying to get there, and we're trying to get the shit done so we can go home.
Has anyone been fired since you started?
Oh yeah, we got one dude that is an engineer that really shouldn't be an engineer. buddy of mine I went to high school with worked with once, and he nearly ran him over with a train. And they still didn't. Well, they fired him for 6 months, and then unions brought him back.
Now, is this one of those things like the unions always fight for the person regardless of their standing?
Oh, the company can actually like fire, like get rid of you if they really do want to, but they have to have an actual like freaking reason, or the union's gonna fight them on it.
And so, like, let's say like the union knows that you're just not a good employee. Do they like just like say, hey, you know, take this cut and just book it? Or
what'll be is anytime the union is to get involved, there's going to be an investigation. And like in the case of this guy, the company wasn't too hard up to try to get rid of him, because once again they need people really bad right now. So they just looked at the unions like, yeah, we'll bring him back in like 3 months. And they were like, okay, cool. As long as you actually intend on bringing him back.
now, was this a guy who like wanted to stay and continue working, and it just like there was just like a slip up?
Like this guy is a freaking, we call them foamers. The guys who are like real hardcore into trains, like they take pictures of them and all that stuff and post it all over their social media and everything. We call them foamers. He's one of those. He has in his house, he has this full-on train simulator. Like it's a full setup simulation.
Like with multiple monitors and like the equipment and everything?
Yeah, he has the control stand set up in there and everything for actually driving a
You would think
train.
if like a union got, if you think of like a corporation got a guy like that, they would just, you know, keep him going.
Well,
it seems like there seems like a real, like a want, from what you're saying, it seems like a real want for these companies just to like have high turnover.
Well, yeah, well, here's the thing. The reason why they're freaking hurting right now for people was because they laid off a bunch of people.
Because of the Rona stuff and everything?
Was it?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
No, I didn't hear the question.
Oh, was it because of the Rona and everything?
Yeah, during COVID, they tried to downsize everything.
Huh.
And those people they laid off just decided they didn't want to come back.
Often is the case, because like you get, you know, yeeted. Why would you stick around?
Yeah. And now they're hurting for people, and it's good for us because
you're the laborers, and
it means we're freaking bulletproof. And because we pretty much got the company by their balls right now, because it's one of those, we know for a fact that they need us more than we need them, which is a really nice place to be.
Yeah, and you'll probably be safe like that for years to come, though. So you can kind of get cozy with it if you wanted to.
Yeah, like I said, it's just one of those things as long. But here's also another thing: by federal law, we're not allowed to strike. We're not allowed to go on strike.
I guess you would never need to.
Uh-huh.
I guess you would never need to.
Well, no, it's
Well, I guess maybe at one point in time there was a need to it.
Yeah, the thing with us being able to go, if we ever went on strike, they could bring federal charges against us as the employees because we're part of the country's infrastructure, logistics infrastructure, because we move large quantities of goods. And I mean like insane amount of quantity of goods. Like one coal train is worth like 20-30 mil.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. And like I said, that 2.5 mile long train was upwards of $2-3 billion worth of goods we were transporting at that time. So the rail is kind of something that the U.S. needs to keep itself running and operating as normal.
So do you
So
think
they
the
won't let
U.S.
us
puts a
strike.
lot of? Do you think the U.S. puts appropriate amount of money into the rail, or like what's that look like in from the like the company's perspectives? Like, how do the rails get upgraded? Who's putting money into it? Where is money being asked from, and things like that?
If they want to upgrade the rails, the company has to pay for it because it's the company that owns the rails. They
All
have
right.
to pay tax on those rails to the government. It's called rail tax.
Now,
But there's
how do you feel about that? Do you think that's reasonable?
what that this big corporation has to pay taxes on their property.
On the infrastructure like would even if they like in the concept of like they are important for moving infrastructure around the country, is it fair that they get taxed for that while it's the people that get taxed for roads? Is that like a fair trade-off, you think?
Like I said, it's not me who's getting taxed. It's the company that's getting taxed to for the rails themselves. They're not getting taxed to move stuff on the rails. They're getting taxed for having those rails go through specific areas and stuff like that. It's basically like a property tax, but for a business.
Is that something you agree with, or is this kind of whatever?
It's just kind of whatever. I mean, I'm not the one having to pay for it.
Well, it's
The
still
only
technically
reason
your paycheck that gets chopped out first for that, so
I mean, the thing is the union negotiates a contract for how much I get paid. That's another thing about the union is being in a union with this job is actually almost a necessity because they negotiate your paycheck. If they try to cut our paycheck for something like that, unions aren't going to let it fly. Because I mean, our union rep, he works because the union rep is actually one of the guys that works for the company, but he also leads the union and is the union rep. So he actually works at my terminal. I've worked with him a couple times, our union rep, and I know for a fact if they try to cut our paycheck for something like that, he's not going to go for it. Him or the rest of the union, like. Because we understand that Norfolk Southern is a multi-billion-dollar Fortune 500 company. They have the money to pay for that without cutting our paycheck.
now do they is it have you in the company's perspective, do they feel that they're paying more than enough for you guys as employees, or like what's that perspective?
I don't know what the company thinks of how much they pay us. I know for us, we've been pushing for a raise because of inflation.
Makes sense.
Like I said, we've been pushing for a raise in our next contract because, once again, like I said, inflation is a bitch.
That happens when the government decides to just keep printing money for reasons.
Yeah. Once again, like I said, if it makes sense, it doesn't exist here.
That's a way of putting it.
Yep.
Now, what other things?
Am I wrong?
Yeah. So what other things fit that criteria, though?
Yeah, a whole lot of stuff fit that criteria.
But do you have any like what explicit examples from your experience?
Of stuff of if it makes sense, it doesn't make sense here.
Or exist here? Yeah. Hit me with some.
Yeah. If it makes sense, it doesn't exist here. Well, we just added a shit ton of IRS auditors and shit. Like IRS guys, I don't know if that's what you meant by your auditing job.
No, that was IT auditing, but yeah, good. Keep going.
Yeah, we just spent like $13.5 million on IRS auditors. That money could really go somewhere else. And literally their whole job is to hound people for money. That's literally their entire job. I think that's kind of bullshit. That could be spent that money could be spent better somewhere else. Like some of these actual freaking issues. Our government can't seem to work together to save their fucking lives. They're a bunch of quabbling 5-year-olds. The biggest bunch of them I've ever seen. Once again, am I wrong? But yeah, like I said, it's in my experience with the railroad. I only have experience within the railroad and the military of this. So just to share a couple of stories from there. One thing that would make sense, but they don't do it, is they're very concerned about fuel conservation, like conserving fuel, for obvious reasons, because these engines run off of diesel fuel and this, that, and the other. So they're concerned about conserving fuel, yet they're so concerned about conserving fuel, yet there was one day, I was on a one-day job, basically because sometimes trains don't make it all the way to one terminal or the other, at which point they have to stop them there, and sometimes they don't have a crew to replace them. So we'll have what's called, when the next crew gets rested, they'll become what's called a dog catcher crew. We have like 2 or 3 trains that didn't make it. There'll be one crew that just runs about maybe 25% of the way through our territory. Just run out the last little bit, grab that train, bring it into the yard, and then get off of it, run back out, grab the next one, bring it in the yard. It's called dog catching. It's basically gang trains that didn't make it all the way to Bluefield. I was on one of those jobs the other day, and they're so concerned about this freaking fuel conservation, but they had me run out to farm, which is not that far from Bluefield, get on a train, and I sat there literally for 10 hours and just running this locomotive. Yet they're so concerned about fuel conservation. We kept on ringing up dispatch. Hey, dispatch, you want us to shut this motor down?
No, you must keep it going. It is very efficient for you to sit there.
Yeah. Plus, they have this, it's pretty much like autopilot for trains. It runs with our positive train control system, with our PTC. I believe they call it auto router. And it basically auto runs the train. All the crew has to do is hit the crew alerter, because there's this little thing, it's called crew alerter. It's a little switch on the engineer stand that, like, every 2 minutes the engineer has to reach up and slap this little switch thing. So the
slap it?
computer knows.
Like, they have to actually physically hit a button to do this?
Well, I'm not meaning they don't have to physically, like, slap it. They can, but all they have to do is wiggle it a little bit. Most of them just slap it, though, just like, and then go on about their day, because then they have to do it every 2 minutes, or it'll start counting down, or the engine will start counting down, because it's to make sure the crew's awake and alert.
Oh, well, all right. It's basically like that one episode from Lost. If you remember that one.
Have you ever seen that whole Denzel Washington movie where he's on the train?
No.
Want to see it? You haven't? I think it's called Runaway or something. But
I was saying it reminds me more of the one episode from Lost. If you remember, did you ever watch Lost?
I don't think so.
I was just saying that there was a gimmick that they had where they had this like bunker thing, and they didn't want the bunker to implode. They had to type in a code every like 24 hours or something, and it was like so it kind of reminds me of something like that.
Well, no, what it is the crew alerter happened because there was an incident years ago where a guy got off. Now those switch, like I showed you, you can manually throw them, or they can be automated to be thrown one way or the other. So this engineer guy was taking this train down through. He got off his train to throw a switch, and he kept the train moving. Like he literally, he slowed it down to a bear crawl. Got off of it. It started accelerating. He threw the switch, and before he could get up on the train was already down the tracks and gone, with nobody on the train. Nobody at the controls. So it literally ran away. The train literally ran away from him. And the train was carrying hazardous materials. It was going through an area. It was going to go through this turn over these, I think it was like in Cincinnati or some shit. But they had these big, like, gas tankers that were underneath the tracks, because the tracks went up on this bridge and went up and over everything. And they had these big gas tankers, and it was in a big curve. And the train ended up going so fast that if it would have hit that curve, it would have flipped off the tracks and into those fuel tanks, causing them to explode, spewing toxic gas everywhere.
Dang.
So that was a real live that movie was based off an actual real life story. But thanks to that event, the crew alerters came into play. Every 2 minutes you have to slap it. You have to wiggle this crew alerter thing switch. Sometimes it's a button, sometimes it's a switch. Most of them are switches. I've only seen one that was the button. That if they don't slap it, it stops the train. Like it'll automatically cause the emergency brake to be applied. We call it going into suppression.
So you seem to have really studied and paid attention to this stuff just in that short period of time, relatively speaking. But did you have experience of rail before this?
Nope. Not before I started with Norfolk Southern. But yeah. Like I said, that crew alert is the whole thing. It's to prevent the train from running away. If somebody's not awake and alert on that engine, it'll start counting down. It'll start sending off an alert in the cabin. Like, it'll literally start beeping at us until it reaches 0, and then once it reaches 0, it puts us in suppression. We all get fired. We're not hitting the crew alerter, and it stops the train. But yeah, that's how that works. And so every like 2 or so minutes, the engineer has to reach over, slap the thing, and then he goes back to working. Because for most of us, it's on there for really no reason, because we're awake and alert most of the time anyways. And we'll be rolling down the rails, going, oh yeah, and there's cameras inside the cab and on the nose that watch us.
That stalk you, huh?
Yes. But yeah, he'll be sitting there driving the train if the cruise control system isn't trip optimizer. That's what it's fucking called. It's pretty much like autopilot for a train, trip optimizer, and all the engineer has to do is reach over and slap the crew alerter to say he's still awake. To basically tell the system, hey, I'm still awake, I'm still here. And, but it'll literally, the trip optimizer will literally drive the train for us, and it's supposed to conserve fuel, but we've actually run tests on some of these trips. We burn less fuel than the computer does driving it. Like, the humans drive it with more fuel efficiency than the computer does.
Why is that?
Well, it was a little experiment we did 7 out of 10 trips. 7 out of 10 trips, we ran it better than the computer did. And mainly because we know more better how to actually...
You know more better. I think that computer can still do grammar though.
We know better on how to take turns, how to maintain speed. Because if you ever watch the crew alerter, it'll run you over the speed limit by 2, it'll run you under by like 8, under speed limit by 8. We keep it more steady. Like when we're driving the train, it's more steady, more consistent speed. We're not slowing down, speeding up, slowing down, speeding up.
Yeah, that throttling there.
Yeah, that throttling is costing the computer fuel. But the company swears up and down that it saves fuel.
That doesn't seem possible.
Maybe in some of these like flatland territories up north, out west, but not here. 90% of the time, unless you're going to Portsmouth, you're doing like a local job or something, because you have 2-day jobs and you have 1-day jobs. 1-day jobs are like in local area, you're switching the yards, loading coal from the local coal mines or something like that. Which we don't physically load the coal, we just sit there on the train and they have a load dude that stands at a stand, and it's a special machine that dumps it into the cars. All we do is move the train down so they can load the next car and then move down, all that shit. When we call it loading coal, but yeah. It's not us loading the coal, it's just us moving the vehicle or moving the cars.
Makes sense.
So they can load it. But like I said, but if you're on those sorts of jobs, those are typically like 1-day jobs. You go out, you get done, you're home before dinner, or you're home 12 hours later. 2-day jobs, you run out to a hotel, you rest, you're normally back home within like 36 to 48 hours.
The real question is, how do people have lives doing this?
Oh, you don't.
No wonder why people don't want to do it.
You don't. You don't. I mean, some of these guys are married, a lot of them are divorced.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Like, if you really want to have a life, you can figure out a way. There is a way, because I know several guys out here who do it, who have lives, families, girlfriends, kids, all that fun jazz. But it's just one of those. For me personally, I don't have any of that because I'm just like, I'm good.
Well, I guess there's a time and a place, right?
Yeah, time and a place for it, and I ain't in that time or place yet.
Now, how long do you plan to do this type of work?
Hopefully 20 to 30 years.
Really?
Yeah, because you gotta realize I'm looking at the long distance, because you gotta realize on the railroads, if I get married, then by the time I'm 60, if I get married, I'll have 3 separate retirements. I have 3 different retirements. I have my Army retirement. If I finish up my term in some time in the Army, I'll have my Army retirement, my retirement from the railroad, and my wife's retirement for staying with me from the railroad.
Well, that assumes that you have one.
What is it?
I mean, you're not currently married, are you?
No. Right now, I'm only getting 2. 2 full-time retirements by the time I'm 60. Either way, whether I get married or not, I'm not going to have to work another damn day in my life as soon as I hit either 50 or 60. I can do partial retirement at 20 years on the railroad, full retirement at 30.
Are you ready for something like that, though? That kind of commitment?
I mean, I was always wanting to get one of those jobs where I'm going to get a job and stick there.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And like I said, it's not like I'm going to be doing the exact same job every time. Because what happens with Norfolk Southern a lot is they'll have what's called temporary transfers. So if you go on the temporary transfer, you get a bonus of like 20 to 30 grand. And you literally just, you transfer to this location, they pay you your 20, 30 grand, and then you work there for like 6 months in that territory. And then you come back to your home terminal. And then you can go back out on another one. Temporary transfers to all over God's green creation. Like, there's one transfer I saw before I got full-time, which you can't do it until you're marked up full-time conductor. But one I saw was to go down to a yard in Florida. They'll pay for your hotel, and you get a $75,000 bonus.
Dang. Really? Wow.
Yeah, and that's to transfer down to Florida. But once again, it's just one of those, you're not going to have a life. You're literally just going to be working.
Yeah, that's...
On those.
People...
Like, you're going to be away from home. That one was, you're going to be away from home for a year.
Yeah, we're starting to get to that time and age where people are coming to admit that the full-time job is living and that work is the side hustle. We're just getting that more and more of that than we have seen in the previous years.
Yeah, full-time... Wait, run that by me again?
So that work... The full-time job is living, and then the side hustle is work. That's the mentality that we're seeing today. That a lot of like the silent quitting, the lay on your back sort of things.
Yeah.
Take it for as you will. I'm not necessarily giving any opinions on it.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm one of those that... For me, staying still is
A death
nightmare.
sentence.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, like, you can only do the same work again and again and again so many times, right?
Yeah. But, like I said, at one point, after I get out of the military, I'll probably just end up start transferring around, do short-term transfers to here, there, and everywhere. So I'm traveling all the time and getting paid for it. Just to finish out my last years with the railroad. But
What if another opportunity comes around, though, that strikes your fancy?
I mean, be quite honest, I already do most of what I want to do right now.
What is
I mean,
what is that though? Like, what do you want to do? Hard
Like, you gotta
physical
realize-
labor.
Well, no, you gotta realize it's not. I have my hobbies just like anybody else.
Yeah.
I want to get to the point where I can sit down and do my hobbies to my heart's content. Which, granted, I still have to get up and go to work and do all that fun jazz, which takes me away from time doing my hobbies and whatnot. But I like to do. I get to do my hobbies enough because normally, I know how I make it sound like you work. You get 10 hours of rest, and then you get called, and then you go back out and work again, and then come back, rest for 10 hours, go back again. But most of the time, they don't immediately call you 10 hours after your rest. Unless you're like in the hotel. They try to get you out of the hotel pretty quickly. But once you're home, there have been times where I literally sat around for 2 days waiting for a call. Now, I still got paid for those days, but it wasn't as much as I would have gotten paid on actually working an actual job. Like, working... Each time you go on a train, we call it a job. But, well, working on an order. Like, I get paid a lot more from overtime, because anything over 8 hours, you get paid overtime. All the way up to 12. But like I said, when I don't have work that day, when they don't call me in, I still get paid what's called my guarantee, which is like, I'm guaranteed this much money for each day. It's not as much as what I think it's like $200 a day if for each day I don't get called out, but I'm available to be called out. And then, and like I said, for me, it's just, that's enough time I need to do what I want to do. Plus,
So go over these what you want to do things though. I'm kind of curious of where you sit on those.
On what I want to do?
Yeah, are you trying to just like do more train work, or like how's that look?
So one of my hobbies is that I don't know if you've ever seen the anime Gundam.
I can know about it, but for all intents and purposes, go on.
So one of my hobbies is I build the models from it, and I also have historical models, USS Arizona and whatnot, that I put together and I build. I have all the time where I can still build those, where I can sit there and watch the show and stuff like that, without having to worry about being exhausted my next shift of work.
So you just you work on the models when you're out of work, or when you're offline.
When I'm off work or playing games on here. I mean, right now I'm not at work. Of course, right now I'm quarantined for COVID, so. But that's my thing is I'm able to pursue things, obviously doing gaming, watching TV, working on my modeling stuff, my models, my miniatures, and all that.
Keep it simple, right? You're just keeping it simple, right?
Yeah. I really keep I just keep it as simple as I can, and then I said that I can do all of it without having to worry about being exhausted or not being able to do something this, that, or the other. Plus, I'm making pretty decent money. I don't see the reason why I could do it for 20 years. I'm not like overstretching myself.
Now, what are you doing about the dating game? What are you doing about that?
Right now, I'm not worried about the dating game at all because most of the girls nowadays aren't really worth it. I mean,
What do you mean that? What do you mean by that?
most of them just want to play around. They don't want any serious commitment. They harp and yell about them wanting a good guy, this, that, and the other. That's not what they want. They want a cheap thrill. Like, literally, I cannot stand and I absolutely hate hookup culture.
Now,
Like,
is that because you've participated in it before, or...
yeah, because I mean, I've participated in it twice in my life, and both times I was just like, nope.
It's mentally
Plus-
exhausting, and...
Yeah, plus on top of that, all these girls that I have, because I've done the Tinder game, I've done all of that, and all of them just want to play games. Like, none of them, like, it's all game to them. They aren't into it for any decent reason. They're just wanting to screw around with somebody.
Now, are you gonna just, like, wait for a few years, or you just gonna let things happen as things happen?
Let things happen as they happen. I mean, I'm done trying to fight to try to... like, that was the big thing, is I spent so much time fighting, trying to grab this girl's attention or that girl's attention, trying to land a girlfriend. I fought that battle. I fought it for about 15 years. And I'm just tired of it. I'm just like, if it happens, it happens. Let it surprise me. I'm done trying to play these games. I'm done trying to be something I'm not. I'm done trying to, like, I'm done trying to please other people.
I get it.
Yeah.
Don't forget, I'm also streaming this.
Okay. Cool.
I didn't know if you...
Streaming.
I didn't know if you knew that or not.
Well, I saw the things on your thing said streaming.
You have my YouTube? Oh yeah, it does say that
Yeah,
down in the
that's-
corner. You don't. You're not, I mean, I'm just not this on YouTube right now. These little
I
podcast
know.
hours kind of go a good long way.
But yeah, I mean, it's what it is. And I mean, like I said, most of the time I just find it as just not worth the effort anymore.
I understand. I won't pinch you on that or anything.
Yeah, it's because I mean, like I said, that whole saying "a nice guys finish last" is very, very true, and I found that from experience.
It's
'Cause I
interesting how
try to be-
that's worked out.
Yeah, like, because I've tried, because every time I come across somebody, so I try being nice and respectful and all that stuff, and then they try to take advantage of it.
No, they want to be beaten and. I'm just kidding. That obviously not, but
Yeah, it's just, no, I'm not
it's
into that sort of
yeah, the ones online are not the same creature or the same people as if you would you know, have people just like walking around. That's the say.
Yeah, they don't show the same side of themselves online as they do out in the real world.
Yeah, so it's like it's hard to figure out, like, you know, where the real, you know, characters at to actually like meet up with, like where are they hanging out? Like where are the real people?
Yeah.
Basically, you kind of got like these NPCs sort of lifestyle.
Yeah, and it's literally, and this is another thing. It says sometimes you even see that in the real world. Is these people wanting to play games? Because I mean, I served in the military for 8 years. I had several girls who were only interested to me was the benefits I could provide them, and that one pissed me off. Like,
I only like you for your job, boy.
yeah, because of stuff like the free health insurance and the age and shit like that. They were interested in that, not me. And honestly, just infuriated me. That's one of the things that made me angry. It was really just, you're not in it for me. You're in it for the money. And that honestly infuriates me. And like I said, I've spent my entire life, ever since I became that age, to be interested in girls, to trying to live up to, trying to be kind, trying to be respectful, and all this stuff. All in the hope of ending up with somebody. Because I'm not the type of guy, to be quite honest, I'm not the type of guy that likes playing that talking to, it's like playing the game of talking to 15 girls at one time. No, if I'm talking to a girl, I'm talking to that girl, and only that girl. But that doesn't seem to be, that seems to be one of those things. So once again, I guess finish last.
Quite the tricky business now, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, that's one of the biggest reasons why right now I'm not concerned about dating. It happens, it happens. I'm not going hunting for it anymore. I'm just gonna sit here, focus on my job. Focus on my job, my hobbies, what I love to do. How I like to relax, between work. And just take life day by day. Okay. So one of the biggest advice I give anybody is, if you're gonna do anything, have more of a plan for how you're gonna do it. And then have to make a big 5-year plan, like just a plan for like a week. That family didn't do that. It's rough on them. I'm like, yeah. But yeah, that's my whole plan for the next, like, within the next year is hopefully to have a house. But the amount of money I make, and I also get a home loan, hopefully I can have a house within the next year. That is my goal.
Now we're like what state, in West Virginia?
Yeah, well, at least in the town where I work. I want to stay within. I want to stay within the limits of where I work.
Now is that just where you have family as well?
Yeah, I have family. I have family here. Most of my family's here. I have most of my family here, but the thing is I live less than 5 minutes from work. I don't want to give that up. I live within the city limits of the same city of where my job is, so
Now,
it's a small city, so literally I live less than a mile from where I work.
have you ever considered doing anything in the realm of like you know you get a house, but shoot, are you gonna like try to look at doing anything like dense city living? Is that something you've ever considered before?
inner city living?
Yeah, anything like that.
I mean, not like big metropolitan area, no.
No, I'm talking about, yeah, I'm talking about small town. Like, keep it small town.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's where I'm currently living, is inside the city limits of a small town.
No, I mean, like, are you gonna, like, be in the actual town center, or are you gonna just go out to the suburbs?
I'm probably gonna stay within town, within like the inner limits of the city, because you gotta realize most of this area is suburbs. Well, not suburbs, but I'm not. If you're asking like, am I gonna get an apartment? Like I said, you gotta realize that this is a small city. There isn't like big buildings that are just apartments within the center of the city. No, you have downtown, which is pretty much just businesses and shit like that, and then you have that area just outside of it that's still within city limits that is just housing. If that makes sense.
Oh, it's a merger. Oh, shoot.
What now?
Now I'm just looking at the game thing. So you are talking about down payment on a suburb house? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, just like the house somewhere in town.
Okay. So, like, okay,
Yeah,
but it would still be in the town limits.
Yeah, it'd still be in town. Like, you gotta realize my whole city is like maybe a mile long and maybe like a half-mile wide.
Now, are you gonna do your own building, or are you just gonna, like, take whatever, you know, comes your way?
I'm not gonna build a house myself. That's no. I'm probably gonna buy a house, like an actual like in-place house. I'm not like going like trailer or apartment complex or apartment. Like an actual like house. Like it's in the ground and has a basement and all that shit.
You said basement like it's a guarantee.
Well, most places around here have basements.
Yeah, down here, it's pretty unusual to have. Well, it's not in like Florida is like you never have a basement. Basements in Florida don't exist. In Georgia, they're not as frequent, just for a different reason.
Here, they're very common. Basements are common. It's a lot rarer to have attics here.
Oh, attics. I mean, we have an attic, but it's not like a furnace attic. You can't walk into it. Only really big houses have the furnace attics, or like the walk-in attics.
Yeah, the big walk-in attics don't really exist here. You have those. They're more like you have a ladder that goes up to it, and you can crawl around in there as much as you want, and you can store stuff up there. But it's not like steps leading up to an attic.
Oh man, this thing's disgusting. Oh my god, this thing. You should see this stream right now. I got this disgusting like lattice system. I'm trying to like, you know, capture these resources efficiently. I can't get anything that like makes sense. I'm pushing like 12 o'clock here, trying to do some puzzles, and it's just like, brain shouldn't be working at this time of night.
That's the one thing I don't like about this channel is you can't share your screen or anything.
I mean, I got it on YouTube.
Was it?
I got it on YouTube.
Okay. Well,
If you want to pull it up, I can.
YouTube
does not make it easy to get to it. Oh my god, I had to click on 6 different things just to. I have to go over here and then okay, then it's here. Now how do I actually get to it? Yes, I gotta click on this. All right. Oh my god, I had to click on like 7 things just to get to that.
Giga RMT. Is that you?
No, I sent it a DM.
Oh, okay.
I rebranded my YouTube about a week or 2 ago.
I am Gig.
I am Gig. Split. I want the merger here. I want the Splitter close. I need
The
that.
lag is real. The lag from the stream and it.
Okay, so then I need to go to this, and this needs to go to. Oh my god! Can't I brain? That's for input. Oh, son of a. Okay. Gonna have a stroke. This needs to go in to that. Yes, and then this goes into. You're a merger. What the heck are
That
you?
goes in the.
I got a piece. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's like my brain went pea-sized on me. Okay, so this is a merger. Yes, so.
Yeah.
I need plates. That's an in? What the heck? Are you a splitter? Yes. That's been my whole problem. Okay, this has to be a merger regardless. This is a... What are you? You're a splitter, so I need you to go here. Alright, that's going to send me some out of the splitter. And...
Those lines are supposed to help you line stuff up, so... Or at least that's what
yeah, that's what the green
says.
lines are for. Okay,
Yeah.
so the reason I needed... I think this works right. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Like I said, just keep in mind, I have this game, I just haven't played it at all.
Great. Darn it.
I played it for like 5... I played it for like 5 minutes.
And your brain just like melts.
That
Yes.
and I literally went 5 minutes and got waxed by some big beastie, and I was like, "Fuck!"
Mr. Running Paul. Okay. This... I just need to scoot that out of the way. Okay, this is a merger. Yes, I need a merger there. And I need... You're also a splitter? You're a splitter. What the heck are you... You're a splitter.
So that's
now I need to merge with. I'm gonna have a darn stroke before tonight ends.
Yeah, by the looks of it,
Because here.
that's gonna fall off. At the end of that.
What? I don't care.
Fall off. Oh,
All
right
right.
now it goes down the other side.
I think I just did it. I think this is what I wanted. And that goes. Give it to me. I mean, aim location is bad. Oh, you stupid thing. Splines. Let me tell you the word about splines. Is that... Oh, no, that's the input. No, shoot. Okay. Oh, son of a bitch. This is gonna have to get fixed just at some point. Oh my god. Go. There. Alright, what kind of fuse broke? I had 3 enormous coal generators. What were you not able to sustain? Is it the coal? Is it the water? Oh, they seem to be working now. That one's got full water.
Yeah, I have no clue what I'm looking at right now.
Hey, look.
Like, I wonder if Andrew's on. If he's online, I'm gonna just shunt him into this.
No, I'm probably gonna... This is all I wanted to do for right now. Because I need to turn this assembler on. Because he's disconnected. I got my... So I need to go from... Oh, shoot. Why are you...
Andrew is online.
I don't care about this one. He's not important right now. Alright. Excellent.
Like I said, I'll ask Andrew. I'll shoot him a copy of it, and because
This is my number 7 stream right here.
Yeah, like I said, we might be able to jump into his channel because he is literally Satisfactory master. Like this is his whole thing.
Hey, look, I'm just glad I got this efficient. So, like, you didn't see it earlier, but I had to do that equivalent thing right there. I had like this double stack going. It was just awful. It just looked so ugly. Now at least like I can get one of those resources going and still get this. This is a hilarious disaster right here. There's no reason I need to make it this complicated. I just like I'm going to redo that tomorrow. I'll probably get on tomorrow and just like fix it up real quick. It's just like
I'm shooting him a link to this so he can watch the stream. Copy link.
Is the stream quality like decent? Like I only got 720p at 60.
I mean, I had to mute the volume because I'm actually talking to you over chat.
You are the chat. You've been promoted.
Like, because I'm literally talking to you in chat, so I was hearing myself over over your video, and in chat, and it was like, because I could hear myself on the video. But yeah, so you were trying to get that all lined up from the coal factory, right?
I was trying to get what?
Where you were trying to get that all lined up with the
my coal plant over here?
Yeah.
What about it?
How you were trying to get to split properly and efficiently?
No, that was that this nonsense here that I made way too complicated on me. I wanted rotors and one of the plate pipelines to split so I could have a supply of rotors and plates, or reinforced plates on my personal storage. And then the other thing else was just going to go over to the assembler. Which now I just need... I really should have just like built another assembler and another 2 constructors. And that probably would have at least allocated that heading. I just could have had rotors separate from the, 2 rotors going and then 2 assemblers going. In fact, I'll go ahead and build that there for myself any later. And I can just build 2 constructors right here.
Yeah, because Andrew's watching the stream right now. I was like, hey, take a look at this see what you think of it. Because like I said, he does these things on massive scale.
It is excellent pipeline. You must say the result of that is in highest quality. Wait, no, I want rotors. I'm going to have a darn stroke. I need, and rotors need rods. There we go. Yes. Rotors. There we go. It is highest quality.
Yeah, because I'm texting him and he's apparently watching this now, so. Watching the stream now, and I was like, hey, any advice on how to make this function properly? He was like, gee. And he hasn't responded to me yet, so we'll see.
Well, he says he's there.
What, in the chat?
Yeah. You can see the live chat, can't you? I don't have any power.
He's trying to figure out what you're trying to build right now.
A stroke-inducing mess. There we go. Give it to me. Give it to me. Yes.
Like, what are you trying to accomplish right now?
I'm just trying to put in elevator parts while also giving myself rotor and plates just for personal construction. Look at this nonsense. Like, I don't need to do this. You know what?
Yeah.
Just gonna go ahead and let's go ahead and let's just pause these.
Yeah, I can't see the live chat, so.
What do you mean you can't? What do you mean you can't see it? Of course you can see it. If you have the link, you can see it.
I'm gonna try to open up an actual browser instead of opening up in Discord.
Oh yeah, of course you can't see it in Discord. Because it's the embedded. largest game save the devs are aware of. My factories are the largest ever built. Neat. I was soon going to actual industrial plants at some point. At one of these days. I don't know when. It's just like, might take forever before I actually get around to that spot. Alright. These two are plates. This is... Alright, so I should have interlaced these properly. I guess I can switch them up. Go and stop these guys over here.
Okay, Andrew, with the amount of stuff that he's done in this, I figured he may have had like 1 or 2 experiences that, hey, here's a piece of advice.
I don't know how you can advise on this. It's all goop works.
Yeah.
You have to have a
he's
large
built,
brain.
like, thousands of these things, and I'm like, yeah, might want to ask the master since he built like thousands of these assembly lines that are like miles freaking long.
Hey, look, I just feel accomplished that my power plant is actually in a building.
It's the inside of a building? Huh.
Yeah, I bet my coal plant, it doesn't actually have coal stacks, but it's there. Oh man, I'm just gonna... Way too late to be doing this kind of stuff. Alright, you're paused. What the heck are you doing? You're also paused. Let's think here. We need... Let's just go ahead and get your plates and your rotor. Oh, wait. No, I had it right. Okay, this one needs to be rotor. Yes. Because you're also plates. I was building... Wait, no, this was rotor. I was doing it right. I was doing it right. I didn't even know how my own... I didn't even know how my own thing was working.
This is why I was looking over at Andrew like, he built stuff like this before.
I mean, sorry, it's 12 o'clock here. I shouldn't be doing this thing at 12 o'clock at night. I then did these things the wrong way. Yes. Because I need... Yes, I need this. Yes? Yeah, there we go. Shouldn't be doing this at this late at night.
What, trying to melt your brain?
Yes.
Hey, I mean, I'm in the same time zone as you.
Give me this. Give me a serious split. Oh, shit. That's son of a bitch. I can't. It's sweet. Yes, I needed this.
You can turn those. You can...
No, I needed... this was what I... This is what I needed turned. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. There we go. I spent all my brain power doing, talking to you and asking you and basically interviewing you. That was basically what I was doing earlier.
Interviewing me about railroading stuff.
Hey, look, I don't know anything about it. I mean, that's kind of...
that's fair.
That stuff's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just gonna live with that.
The one on the right's not gonna work.
Yeah, you son of a bitch. Yes.
I don't know if that's gonna work.
It is, but it's the way the no, stop it. It's the way the conveyors are acting. To build a small plant that makes easy to... Yeah. I'm trying to... So, like... If you look back at my previous stream... My previous... Yeah, the most recent one, actually at the very beginning of this one, you can just see the disaster I had before. It was just like this god-awful thing. It was just completely disgusting. Essentially, I had like 5 assemblers over here, and they were barely working. And it's just like nothing overlapped properly. Nothing was going in the right direction. And so this just became like, it was like, oh, you want more assemblers to get more resources going to the elevator phases. When it's like, wait, no, the real thing I actually want is to just efficiently get one assembler making things as fast as possible. Because at that point I hadn't unlocked the whatchamacallit, the overclocking feature yet. I hadn't got that working. So the overclocking feature wasn't working just yet because I hadn't done the research thing. Because I unlocked the man, but I never actually bothered using it.
Yes, Andrew, I know you can hear me. Yes, I know you are the #1 streamer for dedicated streamer for Satisfactory. You just texted me that. I was like, God dang it.
I am master of disguise.
No, literally, he is the #1 streamer for this dedicated streamer from this game that is hired by the developers to run this game.
So I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to brain bust myself, but
here we go.
Oh boy, here we go again, trying to use my thinking power. There was studies apparently at some point that said you shouldn't be thinking past 12 o'clock. But I'm now kind of committed to getting those two working.
Oh yeah, you're committed. Oh Lord.
Alright, hold on, we can do this. We can do this in the middle of the air, that's right. This is going to be absolutely horrendous. Okay, so here we go. We got a splitter. I am by no means the best builder by far. I have built over 5,000 hours of playtime. No idea how I got to the top. You got lucky, that's what you did. Oh no, it's impossible. Oh, splines. Okay. Oh, shoot. Too steep. Son of a gun.
Lord.
Alright, look at this. Look at this. We got this. I can do this. This, we put them here. And then we put the splitter here. Oh, son of a bitch. I'm gonna have a goddamn stroke. This game does not like it when you put utilities in between others. They really wanted you to, like, have it all snap properly. This way you can't have, like, perfect precision. Morbid curiosity. Yes. I could get one of these bad boys. Because you just need it there long enough to put it in place. Okay, so what I could do, maybe this might work. Splitter's supposed to snap the lifts. Aren't supposed to snap to the lifts? Oh, so, like, I figured, oh, it's just like this, but it's just like, you know, kind of jank or whatever. So I guess that's just like a bug that just exists.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, great. We can
Trust me, if it's a bug, Andrew's found it. He's found it.
Yeah, the splitters. What do you mean the splitters can't? What do you mean they can't go up here? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? What? I swear, these spline tools. They like, the developers were like, yeah, we gotta have spline tools for everything. Oh, look at these spline tools. You can just see how amazing they are. Should change the stream name to "Does Way Too Much Late at Night." Break the game. Now I want you up high. Perhaps this wasn't the best idea. Only in retrospect can that be admitted. Let's see here. Alright, I'm just trying to give myself some foresight. I know this thing is gonna want to be up high when I bring it in. So like that conveyor system just brings me a bunch of iron ingots from another pipeline, like way down the road there. I was just like so proud of this when I got it done earlier. It's just like, oh, look how, you know, neat it works. It's so beautiful. It's so, and I just kind of left with it.
And now it's all.
Now it's at a, well, I mean, it works. It does exactly what I intended it for it to do. However, I just needed to expand the pipeline and not, you know, have an excessive amount of space just being used on whatever.
Yeah, like I said, it looks like it's pretty much becoming one of those, like, build it, then tear it down, then build it again.
I mean, that's just how a lot of these games kind of work. Wait, this is genius. This is genius. I just had a look at this. Look at that galaxy brain play. Look at that galaxy brain play. Look at that. Now I can. I just realized I also needed to split that over to this thing because I need another one of these exactly in the same orientation. Yes. Yes. Yes, that can work. Yes, that was a galaxy brain play. Yeah, there we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Now I can inject.
Like I said, it just seems like it's just one of the things of you just build, then break, then build, and break.
See, this is where this thing's starting to become...
Air fuel.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh, son of a gun. Wait, isn't this also a merger? No, you're a splitter. Shoot. No, this thing needs to be a merger.
See if I can forward this image. Maybe I'll just screenshot and take. Oh, I can just download the picture. Oops, save the image.
Alright, can I have it just not look completely hideous? No, impossible. Alright, let's do this instead.
Press file.
Yeah, the belts, the moments the belts get are like, you know, they like lap onto each other, it just gets ridiculous.
Messy. This is my first factory and my current messy is normal.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Look at this.
Hey, Gig, take a look at the picture I just sent you.
What in the hell is that?
That's Andrew's first factory versus now.
I guess it's a couple years of work right there. I've only been at this for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2019 versus 2022.
Alright, so... Was it the conveyors, I guess, causing the system to have a fuse break? I'm assuming that it is. Now, you probably noticed I don't even have industrial crates.
Through the other. I mean, if you just missed it, but one's just glitching through the other.
Hey, look, I'm not worried about that. It's working just as intended. Like, these things... Okay, so, as far as I can tell, what these have been done, they're stored on like an array. This way they don't actually exist. This way they're efficiently done. So that's why you can have tons of resources. They all have the same exact lighting and map applied to them. So it's like efficiently done at the code level, which is the impressive part.
It's glitched through the other belt.
It is working just as intended. They've only improved the efficiency. Alright, first of all, are these guys even doing... Okay, they are doing something.
Right there. I'm not sure how that's supposed to work, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't by physics.
Alright, we gotta see if this thing is actually just like... Is it... This not having enough power? What's the deal here? Maybe we'll just work, because all I did was mess with conveyors. Yeah, I think the conveyors... There must be some sort of, like, power feature with the conveyors or something. Story mode. And at bottom. 7 months of work. What the hell?
Yeah.
gonna invite
I
you both into my Misfit server.
I was just real impressed like the performance of this game. Like, if I didn't have this game, it was a Humble Bundle. If I didn't have it in Humble Bundle, I was gonna do Factorio instead, just because I had played it before. But I know Factorio is a little more like pinchy.
Yeah. All right, I just sent you both invites to my.
What the hell's going on here? Did I do something? I goofed up somewhere? Did I goof up somewhere? That goes that way.
Hey,
That goes that way.
Hey, Giga, I just sent you an invite to my Misfits server. All right, let's just jump into the general chat room.
Hello? Anyone there? I did something wrong? Huh. What was up with that? Well, there they
What?
go. I don't know, that conveyor just wasn't working. There must be some sort of like something in the destruction tree just like not triggering properly, so like, man, I get time. Way more rotors are needed. Stack. Idle. There must be something that affects the way power output works while doing things like conveyors. Absolute disgusting.
What's up, Andrew?
What up?
You like this piece of art at work?
Yeah, I figured you had more. I figured you had more experience in all of this than any of us.
It's funny is I only have about half as much as some of the people. Some people have like 12 and 13,000 hours.
I mean,
It's
dude, you're
crazy.
the top streamer for the company.
Yeah, they're sending me to TwitchCon in San Diego.
That's cool.
Pretty awesome.
Are you still working up at the CSMS?
Yep, still there.
I don't know how you're managing that between all this shit.
Oh yeah, I average 100 hours a week in Satisfactory, and then I get my 40 hours at work. So
Wait, how?
I get about 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, you gotta realize how me and Andrew know each other is we both served in the military together.
Hmm.
That's whack.
Of course, I think you have a little less on your contract than I do, Andrew. So.
Oh yeah, I'm in it for the long haul, or at least until they kick me out.
What's your go-to biome for making a new world?
Oh, that is a really tough one because it depends on what I'm going to do with the world. If I'm wanting to start out and move along very quickly, the Northern Forest has a lot of very pure nodes. You can get a lot of resources quickly. The desert is a rather large flat area, like where you're building now. So, and it has more spread out resources, but you can build massive complexes out there.
Yeah, I was finding it quite satisfying that all I had to do was just layer things on top of each other.
Yeah, that's it. You just build vertical. A lot of people they'll just build out flat over the huge area, and then they don't realize they can build vertically. It saves a lot of running.
I was definitely, the main thing I was trying to do here was just like everything was gonna be like cell based. Think of it like a cell base, and that's eventually we probably only see like the one big power plant here. But I had my just like a battery stack in the middle that I was just stripping the thing out of, but it was getting all messy. But
Of course, I don't think anything is going to ever be as big as your freaking skyscraper power plant, Andrew.
Actually, I've outbuilt that since April.
You
Gross.
got rid of that back in April?
Oh, no, no, no. That building's still there. It's still powering my world, but I have a much larger factory now that's about a month away from completion, and it'll be the largest of its kind ever built.
Huh.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, I've been working on that factory for 10 months now. I still have about a month left on it. Yeah, maybe 6 weeks.
Yeah, and that's one of those you constantly cause your entire thing to glitch out, don't you?
Yeah, I average the game about anywhere between 10 and 15 FPS. And the best part about that is it's not a limitation of my computer. It's actually a limitation of the Unreal Engine.
Yeah, the asset system in Unreal is the kind of was focused on first-person shooters more than anything.
Yeah, it has an entity count of 2.14 million entities. Now, we don't know what each building and everything is, but I'm setting it roughly 11 million. And
So
the
even with the frame
developers
rate,
have
even with the frame
say
rate
the
being
developers have used
slow,
it.
how do you like manage to play it consistently?
I get that question at least 1,000 times when I'm streaming it, and and I've asked myself that same question, but I think it's just more or less because I've only lost about maybe 1 or 2 frames a month. I've been playing on this save for about 2 years, and so it's just been a gradual thing over time, and it just doesn't bother me.
Huh.
So you gotta realize Gig is a big IT guy, like actually understands the coding and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely got that.
I studied Unreal for like 3 years and everything, so I understand like the underlying code. I think in the game stuff at the code level usually, like what were they using to like cause these issues, and like what are they doing to be efficient with it, because it's like Unreal is great. It's probably the best publicly accessible engine you can get a hold of, and it's AAA studio flavored, so like it makes sense to have done something like this. But when you added the building components, like obviously you're going to run into those engine problems because the underlying code was built to be sort of generic. So like you won't ever like mess with that the Epic's code at that level when it comes to like the entry limits, because you're going to mess with everything up the chain. So that's why things are real efficient for game devs, because a lot of that underlying heavy lifting's been done for you.
Right. Yeah, and their biggest, like, the average Satisfactory player will never experience a bottleneck through the engine like what I'm having.
Yeah.
Like, I'm literally in that top one. So it's they've done an amazing job. Even in the last year, they've done an amazing job at optimizing the game and making it run more efficient. We had update 6 drop in May, and my game was averaging about 7 FPS before then. And then they used my save to optimize the game, to test it and run it and do all that stuff. And then after update 6, my game was averaging like 21, 25 FPS.
Oops. I forgot to turn these guys back on.
That might be a problem.
Oh yeah, that power sound is the worst.
Yeah,
Andrew,
I got I accepted a job as doing an automation engineer upcoming here, so that's like I just noticed I had this game on my Steam library. I was like, all right, well, this is a feature for it, and I didn't want to go pick up Factorio, and so
Yeah,
Very
Factorio has a very steep learning curve, but it is a great game. I only have about 1,500 hours in that, but I haven't played it since I started playing Satisfactory.
yeah, I know what, like I can tell why they did a 2D features, because sprites are extraordinarily efficient to work with at a graphical level, and then everything else is just CPU bound.
Yeah, and Satisfactory is as well. I think it's only bound to 3 cores at the moment. I think so, but you can override that. Like you can go into the Steam and change how many cores it runs and that stuff. So.
yeah. Hey, Andrew, did you hear about the army adopting those new light tanks?
No, I don't think so. At least not yet.
Yeah, they're not Bradleys. They're actual tanks, but they're light tanks. It's apparently something that's apparently coming through the pipe with the active sector.
Oh, nice.
Hopefully we get those and can get rid of the Bradleys finally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's only like a handful of Bradleys left there.
Left down there at the CSMS?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a couple.
They still haven't given them back to us yet. But yeah, like I said, it's the game looks cool, but I don't know if you remember my first gameplay, Andrew, when I first tried playing this.
Listen, early on, it's okay to have messy factories. Everyone has an
No,
average
it
of
wasn't a
4
messy
times they'll rebuild.
factory. I literally went exploring and got killed within 3 steps.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah, and
literally took
it's
3 steps, got killed, but took 3 steps, saw something, went, what the hell is that, and then died.
It is Junior. He has come for your soul. I'll give him money.
yeah. There are some hostile creatures, and with update 6, because I see you're playing in update 5, they actually added new weapons, or they upgraded the current weapons and then added additional stuff. So it's a really nice, and I'm really good friends with the developer that did all the programming and designing and everything for the new weapon systems. He did a phenomenal job.
So, like, you have to, like, manually switch over to experimental branch?
Yeah, and it's once you save an experimental, you can't go back to early access, just so you know.
Oh.
Yeah, so because there's so many more features and they made so many changes with the engine, so it's just not compatible. But if you can always switch from early access to experimental.
Would you recommend upgrading?
The update 6 stuff is pretty nice, but there are a handful of bugs. I mean, there's a good bit of bugs. But because the Coffee Stain, they've also been on vacation for pretty much most of July and some of August, and they just got back last week, so they're going to be rolling out patches like tomorrow.
Neat. I think I'll just stick on this until they pull it out of experimental.
Yeah, a lot of people did. They stayed with that. Just to the west of where you're at in the desert there's a northern Spire coast. That was really the big area that they changed for update 6. Like, they redid the whole coast.
On the other side of this rock?
But yeah, the one that's over by all the water.
Yeah,
There's kind of like a bay over there with the oil nodes.
I've only gone over to the edge over there and the edge up there. I just like, alright, I'd rather kind of keep on building and, you know, get the beacons and slap down ahead, so I've not gone over to the side over there. So I'm just kind of like stuck in this, like, this beginner starter area.
Oh yeah, you're in a great area. Like I said, the desert's great. It's just their nodes are a little bit more spread out, but there's a lot of nodes. For my main factory that's in the desert, I'm producing 48,000 iron ingots just from the desert.
Neat.
So it's got a lot of stuff there.
I have not bothered doing that math, so I'm producing, and that's just about it.
It's 629.5 refineries.
So are all the nodes and the like pod drop pod things, are all those consistent spawns?
Yeah. They
are they planning to are they going to randomize those in the future?
They actually had them randomized in update 1, and then they actually got rid of it because they found that it was just they wanted, their main goal was to keep the game as balanced as possible. I'm sure you're aware of with that kind of environment. So they decided to keep them static. Nothing changes. So unfortunately, we won't see that anytime.
That's
they may
fine.
add more nodes, but I hope they add more sulfur. That is my biggest complaint.
What are your thoughts on the radiation?
I love it. I actually think it should be more powerful or more deadly. Because at most, it'll only go 500 meters.
Looks like I'm not getting enough water over here.
Like, I built a massive nuclear plant, and it was producing, like, I don't know, it had stored up like 5 million containers of nuclear waste, and it only went out 500 meters. Now, if you stepped into that radiation zone, you'd die instantly without a suit. But it just doesn't dissipate as quickly or as gradually as I think it really should.
So you want it to be one of those, you step into it, you're gone.
Oh, like, you just have it to where it's like a little bit more kind of real. Because like I said, that line of where the radiation, it's like solid. There's no like gradual. It's pretty quick. So.
Yeah, it's like if
So turn this
you
guy
stay
back
at this distance, the radiation is going to kill you, but it's going to hurt. And then as you get closer, it's going to kill you.
Right.
More and more
Yeah.
until you...
And of course, with nuclear waste, you can't get rid of it. So the only thing you can really do is store it.
Yeah. Store it or bury it.
Yeah, the upper was at the northwest part of the map and the southwest part are the best places to store it because there's like a 700 meters away from the shore and you can store it.
Yeah. I done goofed on my water supply. I had it kind of just balanced and then
Yes, and I'm glad you brought that up because there is a horrific bug with the water. So I try to let everybody know this if they don't know, but and it's an engine thing. It's something that's dealing with the engine. But a lot of times you'll have, and it's same with the Mark 1 pipes that you're using, but occasionally you'll see like 300 water coming in and only like 200 or 100 only getting to your machines. And that issue actually resides where the splitters are. Something to do with the splitters. So, and I found a workaround for them. I found several ways to avoid that, but it's not a permanent fix. Yeah, that is very frustrating because my power plant uses something like 100,000 water, and every pipe is set to exactly 600 water per minute. But the problem with that bug is sometimes it gets to a splitter, 300 will go one way and 0 goes the other. It just disappears.
yeah, I've noticed that it's like the middle pipe there is just getting all the flow, and the other two side pipes are getting absolutely nothing. They were just getting enough because I was overfilling the with 2 pumps over. I had 2 extractors there, so I was overfilling it, so it just kind of like forced water into the other space.
Yeah, and the pipes are gravity affected, like the fluids in the pipes. I love that. So if you have a lower pipe on one side, it's going to get water first.
Oh, that's that sensitive.
Yeah, it's oh gosh, it's terrible.
Yeah, that sensitivity is a little much.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit too real, and also the pipes slosh too. So that's frustrating. You'll see it. It'll be 300 water, and then it'll go back down to like 50, and then back up to 300, then back down. So it's and unfortunately, the developers have said if they've been trying now for almost a year to fix this, and unfortunately, if they can't fix it, the only way they can kind of get around it is to decrease the amount of water everything either produces or uses.
Yeah, definitely do not need to turn off the second pump, so I'll leave that guy just hanging out there. I guess that guy over there should be working out. That's what I like to call my places, guys.
It works.
I was kind of going for that like classic, steel mill looking style with the smokestacks and the sharp corners going on.
Yep.
Give it some flavor, I guess, at some point. I was running on blue and black before. Maybe let's just keep running with that. So what are some, like, hot recommendations? Things to avoid doing, things to start doing?
You want to go on hard drive hunts, if you haven't already.
No, I've only done 2.
Okay, yeah, say there are 111 in the world, but there's only 91 recipes, so you'll have a little bit of extra ones, because they'll eventually add some more in. But some of those additional alternate recipes are going to save you immensely. Like, I assume you're already making screws somewhere, right?
Yeah, I got the screw stack from the cast screws.
Oh, geez, that's like man, a lot of people have a hard time getting them, but that's a very highly sought after recipe. So you don't have to make rods and then screws. So.
Yeah, I found that pipeline, that disastrous pipeline. You can actually go back to like the super beginning of the stream where I had that last little bit. I've been going for 5 hours now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I just found that just a little bit ago. And so I just converted that whole system up here using the cast screws. I was like, those seem really invaluable.
Yeah, and there's a steel recipe later for screws. It's 5 steel beams and 260 screws out.
Dang.
Yeah, I have the largest vanilla screw factory right now, and it's 89 Mark V belts of 780 screws a minute.
Now, how are those numbers like calculated? Like, do you like submit your save or something, or?
Basically, the developers, they have like an unofficial record thing that they're keeping track of. There's not like a wiki or any of that just yet, because as they get closer to like 1.0, they'll make that stuff like available. But and like I said, I'm in direct contact with the developers at least daily. And
really?
Yeah, they're like, well, this is definitely the largest that we're aware of.
Now, do you like have done game dev yourself? Like,
No, I know nothing about that stuff. I mean, other than just the generic, just working with the developers, talking about that kind of stuff, and but
So-
that's about it. I know nothing about how the coding works or anything.
oh, so you never even like downloaded Unreal on your end, and
Yeah, I haven't done it. Now I have altered the game engine files in order to keep playing because, like I said, there's that limit of 2.1 million, and I had to go in and extend that to 100 million, so then I don't have a cap. Because if you reach that, your game will just crash and it'll say max objects reached.
oh, that's the worst.
Yeah, and literally, I don't know, like less than 1% of players will ever reach that 2.1 million. It's a tough one to reach.
Yeah, I remember a couple times when I was in undergrad doing game dev, the the engine itself, like when you have a game engine, it doesn't care how much assets you have loaded. It's just going to keep trying to load all the assets as much as possible. But when you only have like 8 gigs of video RAM, and then all of a sudden you realize, wait, these textures here are 4K, and then it's like, why is my graphics pipeline just completely blowing up? It's because you've loaded up a bunch of 4K textures, and it's just like, oh, I'm just going to load them up, and then
That's
you get
like
really good.
The signs that they've added in the game. The signs, the lights, and water are the hardest on. Like, that's why I barely have any signs in my world. Because if I did, I'd need like 10,000 of them, and that would just destroy my GPU. Everything else is pretty much CPU.
Yeah, and I can tell like there's a lot of the pop-in. I have the render distance on max, but it's still like real aggressive on that pop-in.
Yeah, and they are working on improving that. With update 6, they actually made a sort of a chunk system. So right now it's kind of like when you load those new zones, it's kind of laggy. Like mine will jump down to like 3 FPS when I'm hitting a new load zone. But as they improve that, it's supposed to get like almost seamless.
Yeah, but your auto saves, aren't they like 15 minutes?
It is. I did in May. I set the new record for the longest save, and it was 10 minutes and 34 seconds.
Thing.
So from how they've described it to me, what the game does is why it pauses when it saves. Like like where you're at, that pauses, just you barely notice it, but it freezes the whole game, and it has to account for every single change you've made to the game. That includes cutting down trees, picking up grass, building stuff, blowing up rocks, all that, and it accounts for all of that, and it makes sure and it checks it and looks for anything, because there's problems with the belts and the pipes where sometimes items will either disappear or you'll gain an item, and the game checks for all those errors.
I was about to say, it's like, why is it doing this? Why is the autosave here so aggressive on that lag? Like, if you imagine you wouldn't have that problem in a game, just a more modern game. But like, that makes sense. Like, when you have the active conveyors, then it's like, gotta check for that positioning properly.
Yeah, and it adds up to for the more and more belts you have, the higher chances of it are. So every belt section you build, the game has to tell itself there's 60 items coming off of this belt section and 60 items coming on this belt section, and it has to do that for every single section.
Dang, that's disgusting.
Yeah, I have 2,100 kilometers of belts, so that's probably where most of my save time comes from.
That does happen.
Yeah.
Here we go, making it blue. Oh, you can make these things separate. Okay, no, the whole thing is blue at once. Of course, I have to leave
I just did the I just did the math. You said like 21 kilometers of belts, right?
It's 2,000 kilometers.
2,000 kilometers?
Yeah. I don't know if I said it right. It's right over 2,100 meters. So.
So 2,100 kilometers.
Yep.
Am I tracking that right, Andrew?
Yeah, and I have almost the same amount of pipes. It's a little bit lacking.
So that's 1,260 miles.
Yeah, because I much prefer to run straight belts versus using a train or a truck to transport stuff because the trains are just less optimized. You know, they're going to cause more lag. So it's just, for me, it's better performance-wise to run straight belts. So my longest belt that goes almost across the entire equator of the map is like 7 kilometers.
That sounds completely disastrous.
Yeah, and I found a horrific bug last October that almost broke my game, and actually one of the developers had to jump in, and he even did it on the weekend. Like, these developers, I can't even explain how awesome they are. Told him about it, and he's like, let's get this looked at right now. So the bug that I found was if I built a 6 kilometer belt and then connected the miner and the items had to move that far, for some reason, it was crashing the game. And they had no idea because no one had ever built one that long. They had no idea that that bug even existed. So it should be fixed now, but that was something that they had not encountered.
Yeah, I can imagine even if you had it all like condensed in like one building, you just had it spiraling down. That's still maybe something that it would be really rare to fall into.
Yeah, yep.
So what's the ceiling height?
It is 2.4 kilometers. And then it's 300 meters from below the water. So it's a pretty big area. It's 7.25 kilometers in each direction. It's not exactly a square, but it's about 7 kilometers in each direction. It's a pretty big map.
How did you get into the game?
Let's say again.
So how did you get into playing the game?
Oh, so we had just come back from our deployment, and so I was watching a YouTube video. Markiplier
was this the 30th Brigade deployment, or was this prior one?
36 64th. So
36
when we went,
64th?
yeah. So I watched his video, and he was playing Satisfactory, and I was like, oh, well, it's another factory game. I just finished up playing Factorio, and I was like, I loved it. And then it's a first person. I love first person games. I was like, you know what, I'm going to give this a try. It was March 26th at 9:30 a.m. when I started playing, and I have not put it down since.
Dang, you haven't played anything else?
I mean, I have played a couple things, but nothing for anything longer than like a day or so. I put a lot of time into it's just everything. Going over, I build flow charts for my factories because when they have, tens of thousands of buildings inside of it, I have to build something that's gonna help me keep track of everything.
Now you're doing that externally, just like on Paint or like an Excel sheet?
Well, I used to have a notebook, and I still use it for like quick notes, but I use it's a browser program. It's appdiagrams.net, and it allows you to make any flowcharts for free and all that stuff. It's super simple, super easy to use, and so I just build them in there.
All right, it just makes me think of like things like Draw.io or Visio or something.
Draw.io used to be appdiagrams.net, so they've changed the name.
Oh, okay.
That's that's annoying as hell. It just said one of your power grids just shut down.
Yeah, the thing is, it looks like a water issue is popping its head up again.
Yeah, it did. It's not telling you which one though.
Yeah, with the water issue, the way that I found the workaround that kind of fixes most of the bugs is like when you build a pipe and then you put a splitter on that pipe or a pump or the valve, that is what's causing the issue. So how you can fix it is build your pipe, put your pumps wherever, then delete the pipes that are connected to the pumps or the splitters, and then rebuild the pipes again. So it no longer is splitting one section of pipe into two. Now you have two separate ones that run through the pump. So that is what kind of.
So you're saying delete this here at this junction and then rebuild it.
Yeah, that probably is going to help, but just the parts that are attached to splitters, like where the supports are, the supports never have issues. So it's just where either pumps are or the splitters. That like leave the splitter there and just delete the pipes, and then just rebuild the pipes. Sorry, there's a little lag on the timing there.
Oh, hope that thing doesn't just break all of a sudden, because that's the only thing powering my whole thing. Roll it out,
Yeah.
BLN. You can do it.
Yeah, there are backup battery buildings that you can get. I think it's later. I think it's unlocked in like tier 4.
Yeah, I chose this particular. I just chose the basic steel because I wanted something out of it. I don't even remember what it was. It was like 3 hours ago when I made that decision.
Mhm.
But yeah, I noticed it was really weird when like I had like put all this down. I was like, man, why does the water like act all weird? I figured, oh, they give you pumps because they probably have the gravity situation going on, and then it's just like the pump is just sitting there doing nothing, spinning its wheels.
Yeah.
Like, wow,
Yeah,
I
and
didn't
on the
realize I
pump,
get
when you
into.
click on it,
But I say I didn't realize again so much detail that you can have pumps that fail, you have to rebuild them.
yeah, and those Mark 1 pumps are, oh my god, we had those for about a year and a half before they added the Mark 2 ones, and the Mark 1s only push the water up 20 meters, and it's just like, oh my gosh, you have to build so many of them to go up. And you can click on the pump and it'll tell you how far if it's exceeding how far it can go up. And the Mark 2s are nice because they go up 50 meters, so there's not as many needed.
Wow.
Yeah, when I first started playing, there wasn't even water in the game.
Oh.
There was no pipes or any of that stuff.
Yeah, water is not easy to make. It is
Yeah.
not fun. You not only do you have to like change the player state. The player state has to change. You have to add the post-processing layer that has to sit on top of it, and then you have to worry about where the water is because it's usually a terrain piece. So you usually do water. It's just a terrain piece with like a graphical piece on it. Then it just has a volumetric space on it that just maps to it. So then they just apply the texture to the terrain that has the water on it. That's why there's like they'll probably never add like physical components to the water movement. They need to worry about their tiling though, the texture tiling.
Right. They are actually adding that because the water will be able to push and pull you here very soon, and also waterfalls are getting a huge update here, probably early next year. So soon. And there's lots of areas I found over in the swamp where you're just walking along and suddenly you're swimming, like it's just invisible water.
Yeah, but I mean that's how it is. Like the actual water part is actually this volumetric space on player collision. Send them into the water movement state. And it's like, then it's done in these layers. Like I built some basic water stuff before, and it's like, wow, there's just so many moving parts to it. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, and Hannah, she's the lead developer for the world design and everything, and she's just been like pulling her hair out over trying to get the water issues fixed and trying to get everything balanced in areas, because there's areas under the desert right there that's like if you clip underneath the map, there's just water, and you can build the pumps under there. So I mean, as long as there's water, they'll snap to it.
It reminds me like when you do game dev, you do things that the other games dev stuff at some point.
Foundry grants access to new
CryEngine,
simple steel
what they
parts.
do
An
by
additional
default at
project
Crytek is
part
the
can now be
whole
constructed.
default
Progress
worlds
to the
all
next
have a
phase is
water
now
plane
possible.
baked into it underneath. So you probably know about like the Unreal depth limit is like some meters below or whatever that automatically kills any sort of object that lives in the world. It automatically kills it when it hits that level. So like the Crytek's solution for the CryEngine was to just put a water plane there that would always catch those assets, and then anything that fell out of like the particular space would then be deleted as it hits that.
So that's a nice one. Yeah.
This just shows how like different developers had different answers to different problems.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely unique.
Unity did something more like what Unreal did, where just like there's a limit to where anything in the object hierarchy hits it, just deletes it, because it will be C# is just a completely different beast than C++ at that point.
Yeah, the like I said, the negative death killer is it starts killing you at 300 meters below, and then at 500 meters it's an instant death.
But how likely are you to actually like clip out of bounds accidentally and do that?
Oh, there are holes in the map. There is actually a place near where you're building now. They used to be. Actually, it may still be in there because you're in update 5. There's literally one of the dunes. You will just fall through the map.
I did notice on a lot of these rocks over here, there's like didn't even have the collision on. It's like somebody was just like, you know, dragging out the blueprints, and it was just like, all right, we got to make sure the collision's on for like just these 4, and then like they ended up like pinning like 6 down because they rotated them in a way. Building rocks, I think, is probably the funnest thing to do in a environment design sort of situation, because it gives you so many kind of options. You can scale them so well, and there's kind of fun to put down. Building the textures for them is usually really simple. Terrain, you can do all kinds of crazy things with terrain. Like terrain, the way you stack and layer textures on the same terrain piece, so this way when you load in a terrain, you actually load in all the textures that map with it, and then you can actually have one terrain efficiently load up multiple different textures and layers. Like even like you get the softer sand on top of the rougher sand, and that's just a fade in on the vector mapping.
Yeah, it's definitely some really complex stuff, way more than I ever thought. I said I really didn't have any experience with any of this before I started getting involved with the developers, and I've learned a lot, but definitely there's so much more that I definitely don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those things like you have to be working with people when you do it, or else you'll be stuck doing, like I pretty much only did environment stuff. So I appreciate the environment stuff the most, like putting down terrain, the rocks, the water stuff. You know, a waterfall is not easy to do, depending on how you want to go about doing it. So those sort of things I appreciate the more. It's like the environmental details over like organic details. Like AI, you know, we got this big boy over here. He's just kind of hanging around. AI is just not fun to deal with. They're just never fun to deal with because you have so many conditional methods you got to keep track of, and it's like, oh, how do you keep track of an AI bumping into a wall? It doesn't make sense. Like you just don't really do it without overkilling the navigation mesh it has to sit on, or something like that. So just like them hanging around is like that's the extent that I expect an AI to go.
Yeah, and they had a lot of problems with the AIs. So update 6, that was another thing they added then back in May on experimental, was they redid the entire AI systems from the ground up. So also the creatures got some of the creatures got new textures, you know, but other than that, they completely changed how they affect or how they walk around, how they attack you, all that stuff. It was pretty neat. It was really, really a nice little addition to the game.
How do you feel about the movement? Sliding and jumping.
I do like that. I feel like, because I've actually ran the calculations. Now, they say that this planet has the same gravity as Earth, but with my calculations, I've found that it's actually half of Earth's. But we don't know if, I mean, it's who knows why, but
I mean,
I've timed myself falling, so.
Yeah, you want to, well, you're also not scaled properly the same way, so like, your scaling in an engine environment is not the same as it would be in real life, obviously.
Right. Yeah, oh man, everything in the game is so much larger than, because like people forget that each of those foundations is 8 meters wide. I mean, that's a huge area.
Yeah. 8 meters by 8 meters?
Yeah, they're massive.
Yeah, like everything mathematically changes also with your FOV. That also affects it, and because you're in a perspective view at all times, that also is a different math change to how things are put down.
Yeah, like I said, I don't much understand anything about game development. I know stuff from the perspective of a player as somebody playing the game.
Right.
So are they gonna move into Unreal 5, or are they just gonna stick on 4?
That's a difficult one to say. I don't think they will, but they have ways of throwing curveballs. The developers, when they talking to one of the community managers, and he's saying that they have no plans to update to Unreal Engine 5 now, basically because, and like I said, I don't know anything about it, but he says they would pretty much have to rebuild the entire game new.
That means they have a lot of custom backend.
Yeah.
So like the reason that you would stick on an engine and you would stick with it for a long time, and you would, upgrade your engine with the actual updates that Epic would push out, is if you're using most of the in-house material. But as you get further into developments, you always have to basically do your own addition to the framework itself. You just have like you are basically modifying the engine to just satisfy your own needs. So that's basically what I imagine is just like became the dilemma there.
Yeah, and like they've surprised us before. They're like, oh, we're not going to update the engine. And then like 3-4 weeks later, they're like,
Yeah.
oh, we're going to update the engine. And so, I mean, yeah, they could update it to 5. That
It-
would be awesome.
It would also
5
depend on
limitations are-
it would also depend on which version of 4 they started on, because when you had the lighting system, like the Lumen's lighting system, new stuff, is a completely different belly underneath. So if they've ever modified it, like the lighting code in any way, that's probably where that like start over language comes from.
Yeah.
Hey, Giga,
Yeah.
what engine is PlanetSide running off of?
They have an in-house engine. It's ridiculous. So Sony, basically, because they always had all their developers do in-house engines during that time frame. That's why you still have Naughty Dog running the in-house engine. Guerrilla's still running an in-house engine. Sucker Punch was still running in-house. It's just like they would run these in-house engines to be extremely optimized for the PlayStation hardware. And so even the SOEs still basically ran a custom engine at that point.
Yeah, is that why they haven't upgraded anything in PlanetSide?
PlanetSide has its own disastrous issues. Just they're fundamental, not even just at the engine level, but just at the core design levels. But that's a whole nother story.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a spicy boy over here? Oh, don't mind if I do. No, settle down there, Junior. Don't mind me. Don't look at me.
Wait, what are you running from?
I like to call the AI, like the small ones, I like to call them Junior, because like they're not like a nuisance. They're more like just like an annoying kid. So like I call them Junior because they're just like an annoying kid. So, and I call the big ones Seniors, just because like they're kind of big or cumbersome.
Yep, those are the fluffy-tailed hogs. That's what their name is in the game. But we just call them Fluffy. But and then the big walking around long-legged thing is it's in the game. It's called was it Space Whale Tick?
Hey, that thing is the thing that killed me.
But everyone, it's just called the Bean, Mr. Bean, a Bean. You know, everybody refers to it as a bean.
Hey, that thing, the thing that just smacked him is what killed me.
Really?
Yeah, that's Fluffy, and there is a senior version of it, and everybody calls it Fluffy Senior, and it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was telling you about I took 2 feet and then something killed me.
Yeah.
Took 2 feet, went, what the hell is that? And then it killed me. Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, it takes like 8 bars of health for the senior one to hit you. So I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Go over there and get my little power slug. How do you feel about the overclock feature on the?
Okay, so they're actually on the fence right now. They're actually leaving it up to the community to decide if they're going to keep it the way it is or if they're going to change it. So now it's like I can't remember how they referred to it, but it's like, yeah, you increase it 250%, but it doesn't increase the power consumption by 250%. So it actually goes on. There's a scale that they have on their wiki that describes how the exact ratios are for the upscaling and underclocking and that stuff. But they're actually talking about making it like perfect. So if you overclock it 250%, then it's going to use 2.5 times more power. So they're leaving it up to everybody.
Now,
Yeah, it would definitely use. Yeah, it's going to use less power for sure. But at the same time, I have found that if you build, if you have one constructor producing iron plates, it'll produce something like 30 a minute. But if you underclock it to 1% and build 100 of them, it's going to use like 1/10,000th of the power and still produce the same items. So I mean, yeah, that's what I like about it, is because there's a lot of times I'm like, yeah, sure, you know what, I'm going to cut my power consumption by 56% by building just double and making everything 50%.
Now, son, what did I tell you about playing with power slugs again? Come back here.
Yeah, I don't overclock often because just the sheer size of my factory, if I overclock one section, it could burn an additional 20,000-30,000 megawatts. So a lot of times I'll just resort to underclocking and building double the amount of stuff.
Oh. At this point, I'm just chatting with you guys.
Have you ran into a lizard doggo yet? It's a little orange creature.
What? No, I haven't seen anything orange. I've just seen
Okay.
Spitty boys, the big boys, and those annoying boys.
Okay. The orange one is the exception. It's like there are other creatures that absolutely like the beans. They won't hurt you. But the lizard doggo you can actually befriend. So it's actually detrimental if you kill them. I mean, not really. You don't have to. I mean, like, there's people that absolutely never friend them at all. So, but the thing with the lizard doggo is if you friend it and you put him in a little pen, he will actually bring you random items, and which it does include power shards. So you can absolutely build a nice slug farm with enough lizard doggos.
Oh, I have to keep that in mind.
But
how do you befriend?
So, like, if you find one, he's going to try to stay 16 meters from you, no matter what you do. If you sprint, he'll run away. You'll spook him. So you'll have to just walk normally. And if you put a berry down while he's looking at you on the ground, he'll come over and eat the berry, and then you just press E to pet him, and then he's your friend forever.
Oh.
And they're absolutely
How many doggos are you up to now?
I actually just found the max limit for how many doggos you can have. It's 132. The Hannah, like I said, the lead world designer, she said that the way that it's programmed, there shouldn't be any theoretical limit to how many can spawn, but no one's ever tested that. So there are 12 spawn points in the world, and if you remove one with outside of 100 meters of that spawn point, another one will spawn within 72 hours in game.
Whack.
And they are very beneficial. But there's also, they had to balance out the lizard doggos bringing you stuff. So occasionally they'll bring you nuclear waste. Like you could be on a fresh save, like 10 minutes in the game, and this lizard doggo is bringing you processed nuclear waste. But it's easy to store, so everybody makes a big deal. They're like, oh, I'm not getting these guys because they bring you nuclear waste. It's so easy to store. The benefits of having a lizard doggo is just easily outweigh all that.
And it's just all of a sudden, hey bud, I'm dead.
Oh, hey, what you got there, little boy? Oh, I'm dying. Why am I dying? I'm going to install the game.
Yep. So I tell people stream all the time, I'm like, it's not their fault that you're allergic to uranium.
I will delete file and I will never play again. Gotta get the one and only factory for concrete going, because that's all I have.
Okay. Yeah, you're getting to the point where you're going to start unlocking some pretty serious technologies and stuff, and also at the same time, and this is normal, you'll get to the point where it's going to take longer and longer to unlock and build that stuff. So it really slows down between 4 and 5, and then even more between 5 and 6.
Yeah, I was looking at that and it's like, oh, these smart plates, man, they take a while to make, and it's like 500. What do you mean 500?
Yeah. Yeah, what I'm building right now, what I have been building for 10 months is heavy modular frames. And it's a factory that'll be producing only 375 a minute. But even producing a factory of 10 per minute is massive. So that's why this one's taking so long. But these heavy modular frames are a third of a quarter of what I need for the final item I'm trying to max out.
Which is?
Thermal propulsion rockets. And you need like 5,000 for the very last space elevator. And if I max it out, it'll only be about 111 a minute.
And you've already done everything, like space elevator wise. You've already gone through all that before.
Oh yeah. I've had 12 different playthroughs, and like I said, countless other plays with multiplayer on other people's stuff, and lots and lots of time.
Now, is there a like, you know, the splitters? Are there like sorting splitters at any point?
Nothing. Because a lot of the people want splitters that you can say, hey, put 60 out this side and the rest out on the other side.
Yeah,
that's definitely not coming. The developers have said that's a decision that they've made, that it's not going to happen. That could change, I guess, but they've said that it's not going to happen. But there are smart splitters, and programmable splitters. The smart splitters, basically you can say, hey, this belt is getting both concrete and iron plates, and I want just the iron plates to go out the right side. You can tell it to do that. And programmable splitters are the same thing, but you can say, hey, I want concrete and copper products to come out the right side. So you can do multiples with the programmables.
Yeah, because when I saw these splitters, I'm like, I just
Well,
kept thinking
essentially-
Factorio style, like, oh, you set the splitters to put them into like a thing that only distributes X amount at a time, and
Right.
Yeah, so the splitters you can set them up as a, hey, I want this product going this way, this product going that way, so you can have them both coming in on the same belt but going out on separate belts.
Right. Yeah, you can build nice little sorting systems for your storage rooms, and that kind of stuff with those. It's pretty easy to set up. I don't think I've really ever dove too far into the programmable splitters. Maybe I've built maybe a handful, but mainly just because the smart splitters do what I need. And because on my scale at which I build, 9 times out of 10, all of my belts are maxed out, so I can't like mix a belt.
Yeah. So I mean, because like I said, the whole thing is you guys splitting doing God, what is it called? Having it split across the God, what was I thinking?
it's too
Yeah,
late to
that's
be thinking.
That's a fun little mini game they put in there last Christmas. Basically, if I could give you a tip for it, and this comes directly from the developers, that they've said just focus on speed. Don't worry about filling the packages all the way up.
I mean, I see this, I'm like, oh, it's just wacky Tetris.
Yeah, essentially how they call it is they're playing Amazon.
Oh, they're playing Amazon. That's a
You want to
good
get
way.
as many packages out as possible. That's how they
They're
do it.
playing the Bezos mini game.
Yeah. Now, one of my other friends, he actually went into the game's coding and replaced this game with Doom, and I was like, that is so appropriate. How appropriate.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna ask you about. Are they planning on like screwing around with like creating different types of weather?
Oh yeah,
Like-
yeah. Update 6 actually implemented rain, and the entire lighting system was updated for Update 6 as well. So the sunsets look, oh my god, they're amazing. The sunrises, the entire sky. There's different clouds now. They appear and disappear, and it's pretty nice.
Oh yeah, cloud environments like when you get the clouds and raining system, those are just not easy to do. You're better off either picking something off the shelf or in some capacity getting someone who's already made a system like that and just like having them re-implement it. Just like doing it from the ground up takes a lot of time. It's definitely
Yeah.
appreciated when they have systems like that.
I think they did do it from the ground up, if I remember how they were talking about it. But like if you ever get up high enough into the sky, the clouds are not 2D like in Update 6. It's like you get up there and it's fog, and like it looks like you just stepped into Silent Hill.
Oh yeah, because I remember watching one of your streams, screwing with you on that stream, by the way.
Yeah, I've had several of my buildings are built to the upper limit, and I have to turn the fog off in game to be able to build up there.
Yeah, and I remember that one stream where I scared you off of the building.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my building's tall enough. I have a
bring
32-second
chaos
fall.
when you gave me those options, and I bring you chaos.
Oh man, you should see the chaos that goes on now. I mean,
Oh,
the only
God,
difference
where did
is
I
it's
start? What
10
did
FPS.
What did I begin?
it is absolute chaos, but it's fun kind of chaos, fun stuff.
Yeah.
I have in there where people, if they redeem it, it'll actually disable my controls, it'll take over, and it'll delete something random. Another one like turns off my hover pack, those kinds of things. So I mean, chat can absolutely screw with me.
Yeah, because I think you had the hover pack one when I was watching. Turn
Yeah,
off the hover pack.
I think that was one of the original ones. Yeah,
Yeah, and literally you were
skirting around the side of this building. You had just jumped off and just were trying to go. I think you were going up. We're trying to go up on the outside, like just kind of loop around. And right as you jumped, I turned off the hoverback and you fell.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And there's some that
And you looked at me. It was like, you son of a. You just gave me that look of, you son of a.
well, one of my moderators, he's actually the one that's designed a bunch of those Satisfactory specific redeemables, and he just released a new one about 2 weeks ago that basically it spins you in circles and in random up and down directions while highlighting, and then when it's done spinning again, it disables all your controls because you can't stop it, and it deletes everything. So yeah, I had to put a timer on that one, so it can only be redeemed like once an hour, because it's hilarious when it happens. Like, don't get me wrong, it's absolutely hilarious. But if it was redeemed back to back to back, you would lose your entire factory.
Yeah, I can imagine like the super trolly stuff when like streamers might have something going on like that, or maybe some game has some sort of like redeemable thing. It's like when you let the spammables things kind of go on, and then the trolley things go on top of it, you just get the abusing constantly. So I gotta imagine like when you see people who just do those, you learn pretty quick why you gotta put timers on.
Right, and another thing that helps against the trolling like that or the spamming is that in order to use some of these skills, they actually cost money. So I made them as cheap as I could. Like, I'm not out to try to make money off of them or anything, but you can. It costs some, and so. But also with the Satisfactory community, the average age group of it is anywhere between like 30 and 50. So you do have a little bit more of a mature audience, and it's really cool.
Definitely not a game I would put in front of like a 5-year-old.
Right,
See,
right.
that's the thing I was literally looking when I was when I was watching, because at one point somebody was spamming something, and I was literally looking at, hey guys, you gotta time it if you want it to be effective.
Right.
What am I say? Like,
Because-
get a logarithmic, solution for increasing the price. So it seems like it increases it a lot early on, but then it's still like will pander off and increasing. So you'd do something like that on the price increasing if it was automated.
See, that's
Right.
why I look at any streamer I watched with that sort of thing, because there was another Satisfactory streamer, Pilot Dave.
Oh yeah, I remember Pilot Dave.
Yeah, I'm on his Discord, but he had the jump scare stuff on his. I haven't seen him stream lately.
Oh
Well,
yeah, he hasn't been streaming lately. It reminds me, I need to check in with him.
Yeah, I probably should too. But yeah, Dave was sitting there because I used to jump scare him too, and when people started to jump on there, I would jump into chat and go, "Hey, you gotta time this shit. Don't just like back to back it, or it's not effective anymore."
Yeah, I just got a heart rate monitor, or I got an app that will allow my watch to transfer onto the screen so they can actually see my heart rate. And for those jump scares, because there's some freaking horrific jump scares, and they hit me with, holy cow. But like, everybody's like, whoa. Yeah, they'll ask like, why do you do that? Why do you torture yourself? I'm like, in the moment, yeah, I can jump, and it's it's frightening and terrifying. But I look back at the clips and that kind of stuff, and I'm laughing. Like it's just entertaining. It's completely about the entertainment.
Yeah,
That's why most people do it.
I remember I've given you a couple of those jump scares.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot more Satisfactory specific ones now too. Oh yeah.
And you only can do that on Twitch though.
Yeah, I'm not sure about because the program that we run, it's called Dixper, Dixper, and I'm not sure if it's YouTube capable. I don't think it is.
Well, if it's extension based versus like platform based, because Amazon did the kind of the Twitch team, having done all that platform API connection was just like, hey, it worked out,
Right.
I mean, that's why even the Lumberyard, that whole thing, it was baked into it to have all those Twitch API connections right away, but then nobody wanted to use Lumberyard because it turned out it was just a fork of CryEngine 3. Which was like, I don't know if you do you know anything about that situation at all?
No.
This one's kind of quick. So Amazon in their infinite wisdom was like, oh, we have a streaming platform. We should go ahead and be a gaming developer as well. So they set up this whole studio thing and go through the rigmarole. And what they ended up doing was like, it just so happened that Crytek at that same time was downsizing. They were heavily reducing all of their assets. So they had closed 5 of their 7 studios, and for like a quick $1 million, they sold a fork. They forked off the pure part of CryEngine 3, and just like let Amazon have it infinitely on that license or whatever. But they, obviously they couldn't get CryEngine updates after that. So then what did they do? They update CryEngine to CryEngine 5 on their current branch, and then they kind of like had done a good bit to it, and just like left Amazon with this janky old version of CryEngine that was like, I think like 5 years old at that point, because like they hadn't they kept all their stuff in house. Like CryEngine was accessible to the public, but not in the way like Unity or Unreal was. They just like you had to do a paid license to get it, but then after that they made it free, CryEngine 5 alongside Lumberyard, and it's like now you have these 2 engines that are basically built by the same people, and one's just forked off and has all these like Twitch integrations, and that nobody's built an engine with, or no one's built a game with out of the engine, because it's not like Unreal. You get Epic is making it behind the scenes. They have all these updates coming out. Crytek wasn't doing that because they didn't have that same like development pipeline established. Like they hadn't. The Epic went free because Unity was publicly accessible and was targeting the college student market. So that's why Epic eventually switched Unreal 4 to being free, because Unreal 3 was you had to like pay a fee for it. Then Unreal 4 kept that model but made it a little more accessible and cheaper with a student license, and then they eventually went full free until you actually make money.
Yeah. I think I don't remember which one of the engines. I think it was 3 that they started on, because they actually started development on Satisfactory back in like 2014.
Yeah,
and then it was like 2017 when they announced that they were going to be releasing it soon, and then 18 is when it came out.
Yeah, so Unreal 3 development stopped in technically 2012 when Unreal 4 was released. Released, and it was like available in 2014, but it was like really announced in like 2014 or 2012, and then 2013. But it was actually like made available in the public 2014, when it was made free in like late 2015, 2016. Like free is like until you make money, profit margin style.
Yeah, it's definitely they did a developer stream about 6 months ago where they showed all builds of the game. So like their first test build that they did, they played around a few minutes in that one. Then they moved up through the whole age. It's just amazing how far it's come since they started.
Yeah, and like if you keep that's the neat thing of like having like Unreal as the backend, because like Epic kept their code so clean over the years that if you have when you start developing your personal framework for your studio and the backend, you can move it forward fairly easily and everything. So that's why a lot of studios, when they get on that engine, they stay with it. And so that's why, like, if you make your code base clean as well, you bring it forward real easily.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink.
Yeah, and one thing that I really think that Coffee Stain has done amazing with this is they've been just so open and like eager with the community. So like they hold dev streams every Tuesday, so you can watch it on Twitch. I think that they also stream it to YouTube as well. But they give everybody, they give updates. They show like community highlights of her photos that people have submitted, and they're just very down to earth people. I'm telling you, like, they are just down to earth people, and they're very open about everything. They're accepting of the modding community. I mean, they've really set that bar high for how gaming studios should be.
So how is the modding community for this game? Like, I've done no community connection stuff. I usually, when I jump into a game, I jump into it naked. I usually like don't go involve myself with communities or streamers or anything when I jump into a game.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is the first game I've ever. Cause I actually played it for like a year and a half before I ever even started watching it on Twitch and stuff, and then that was before I even started streaming it. So it's the community is just amazing. Literally, like I said, because you have an older audience, it's you got a lot more mature people. So you have a lot of people, and also because it's a tech game, you have a lot of people that work in the IT field. So there's so many people that are designing mods and that kind of stuff, and they're I asked one modder, I was just like, hey, is there any way that I can implement a Raspberry Pi into the game to where it'll send a signal for every time I lose health, because I wanted to set up something. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I'll implement that in the code." In like 2 hours, he had that completely knocked out.
Man, this
My idea was to hook a TENS unit up to a Raspberry Pi, and every time I lose health in game, it'll shock me.
Oh.
Yeah.
One of the things I personally want to do, like, I just get all lazy on this on dev stuff. So I have a machine jam. If you don't know what that is, I won't really explain it, but it's basically a MIDI controller. You know, people like doing the soundboard things. And so it's basically a large. I could convert it into basically a large MIDI controlled soundboard and just have like nearly infinite sound options based on the way it was constructed. But like, you know, that's just like a lot of setup I got to do and figuring it out, because you just all you need is just like a program in the background that just listens for MIDI inputs, and that's all the thing does is spit those out, and you just attach them to a sound based events.
There's another streamer that we pretty much started at the same time on Twitch for Satisfactory, and he's a programmer, like primarily C++, and he actually has programmed in to where if specific like if he dies in the game, it's listening for that death sound, and then it'll play a specific sound for that death. So yeah, he's done that. What else has he done? If the power shuts down, then it does another command and that kind of stuff. So I mean, like, he's just amazing with it. And I actually right now, the other night I messaged him after my stream. I was like, hey, because I just got that heart rate monitor. I was like, is there something you might be able to do to help if my heart rate gets above 100? I want it to just play a heartbeat beeping sound on stream. He's like, oh yeah. And like literally 2 minutes, he had this thing programmed. Like so that stuff is very, very easily done in the game.
Yeah, one of the main reasons I ever continued down the game dev like I did is I just never really like dropped into being like the heavy coder that I needed to be for the. Yeah, it's just always like the problems. Like if you didn't start early on, you're always going to be kind of behind.
Right. Oh, and real quick, in the area that you're in up there, don't build up there.
Oh, why is that?
Because in update 6, that whole area got revamped, so it's all changed. There's a few lakes still up there, but for the most part, it's completely changed up. I mean, I'm sure you can tell by the texture. It's it's just basic stuff.
Yeah.
So there's like a whole forest up there now, and what's really hilarious is there's a particular bug from that lake only. If you put down a water extractor in the new updated area, it actually tries to output nuclear waste, which it's not a fluid, so it can't flow in pipes. So it's kind of broken from that one. There's like 2 lakes up there that does that, and they are frantically trying to fix that.
Oh yes, collision. It is merely suggestion.
Well, Alzamir seems to be having fun.
Are you still playing PlanetSide this whole time?
Yes.
Doing what?
Well, no, I actually just jumped back onto PlanetSide, so.
Yeah. These giant arch things remind me of. Just make me think of like the design of Kenshi. I don't know if you've ever played that.
Yeah, my initial thoughts on them, there was some kind of an electromagnetism, something like that made them form that way. Maybe it was an advanced alien species or something, but I don't think. Yeah, in update 5, they've changed some of them in the northern forest, so you'll notice they have like a bone structure inside of them, and we're all trying to figure out what these things mean. But then in update 6, they changed all the ones in the desert. They have that updated with a kind of a skeletal thing, and it looks like a beehive inside of it. It's just
God damn,
super weird. But we're trying to guess at where the story's going and all that stuff. They will not release anything on story until 1.0 drops.
I'll keep a very minor attention to the story. That's just how I am, though.
Yeah. I'm sure I imagine it's going to be something like along the lines of deep lore, like Subnautica was. It had a really amazing story, but a really great building applications too. But
I never did complete Subnautica. I got to the point where I unlocked Rocket Factory, and then I just left it. I was like, I'll come back to this later, and I was like 100 hours into it, and it's like I was on 2 different gameplays. I was like, I'll get to it later, and I never did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I that was like the second game I ever streamed. I'm thinking about streaming it again, but there's a big update coming up for it.
What, Subnautica?
Yeah, for Subnautica, the first one, they're updating it to I guess to where it's going to be on the exact same thing as Below Zero is. So they're also adding a bunch of new stuff, and then everything will be compatible backwards and forward from both games.
Yeah, because of Subnautica, I got to the point where I was like, I had pretty much unlocked everything, and I was just like, I'm bored with this now, and just never
Yeah.
went back to it.
Yeah, I think the average playthrough anywhere between like 40 and 60 hours, something like that. That's all it takes to beat it, but it does have a really nice story.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, they had.
Sorry,
Yeah, I
Dan.
was still playing when the story stuff hadn't even like been completed. It was still like considered
Yeah.
early access.
Yeah, I didn't learn
I
about
just
Subnautica
rocket
until
bought
September
one
of
my own
18.
guys. Damn it.
Come here, son. We'll just teach you your ABCs.
I was trying to hit the dude in front of him, and I hit him with a rocket to the face.
It's always fun. Rocket to the face.
It's good
Always a good
nutritional.
time.
It's got
high in iron.
nutritional. Yeah, higher nitrous oxide as well, depending on which one you get.
Oh, I absolutely love the new bombs in the game for Update 6. They are phenomenal.
Oh, okay. So I found there's water over on that side that's underground. Are you supposed to like explode it, or you get like a different thing for getting kind of water out?
It's nitrogen. That's what it is. It uses the same pipes, but it's a gas, and the game engine has a different everything for gas versus liquids. But like you don't need to use pumps for if you're pumping gas. So that's nice. But nitrogen's used for like mainly aluminum processing later on in the advanced tiers. But it's definitely, and there's those wells throughout the whole map and everything. And then there's also wells of water, there's wells of oil, those kinds of things that was just added in Update 4. So it was a very recent update. Update 4 came out in, Update 4 was March of 2020. Update 5 was November of 2021, and 6 was May of 22.
Ah, shoot. Too much concrete. I had to take the
And,
long way around.
The dev that worked on the weapon systems, it was so funny because the day that Update 6 dropped, he messaged me and he's like, I can finally talk about this. And because that was before I'd streamed it. And I ended up, the first night that it dropped, I streamed it. And as I do with my builds, I always overdo things because, if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. So I was like playing with all the bombs and testing them out. And he specifically said that he made so it was difficult to throw the bombs, or not difficult, but it takes a little bit to reload. I don't know, like 5-6 seconds to reload a bomb. And he specifically did that because of me. And I was like, oh, well, I'm going to find a way around that. And sure enough, I wasn't able to speed up the bombs, but he also made it to where if you detonate it, it'll detonate each bomb one at a time as you've placed them. So it's not like one giant explosion. But I found if you shoot one of the bombs in this pile, all of them detonate at once. Yeah, and so I also found the limitations: 500 nuke bombs stacked on top of each other is 108.5 meters tall, and if you detonate them, it actually breaks the game. You can no longer place explosives, but they won't blow up anymore. So that was a bug they were not aware of.
I probably should have taken
a lot of fun.
Probably should have taken my ramps back with me. Oh well. That's okay. Nothing. No one saw anything.
Yeah. Nobody will know they're there.
My legs. Why are your legs bleeding? Don't worry about it. They're fine.
Yeah, they've always been like that.
But that one's clearly bent at a 45-degree angle at your ankles. I walk better this way. But yeah, there's this whole territory up here I haven't gone to yet because there's a giant mountain in the way.
Yeah, in all of those different areas, the heights of those mountains, they pretty much for the majority stayed the same. There's a few areas that they raised it or lowered it, but it's that whole little mountain range that you're on right there. That a lot of that got updated for Update 6.
I'm pissing this mosquito pilot off.
Good.
Frick! and then I'm taking fire from the rear.
Oh, wow, they're coming in from behind.
Yeah, because I forgot Echo Valley isn't controlled by us, but Waterson is. I was sitting there right at the gap of that little road that leads up to Echo Valley.
This is definitely an interesting game.
Prowler coming up behind me.
Yeah, I know the area you're at right now. That the height of that change, I think it dropped. Yeah, it dropped because I had a whole bunch of pipes going through there, and when they changed it, the pipes were like way up in the air. And I don't think I've changed any of those yet.
Oh, so they don't snap. The
Yeah,
things don't snap to the terrain. They just like
yeah. I mean, yeah. When they update it and they change something, yeah, they stay exactly where they're at.
I guess that makes sense. It's probably easier to do it that way than having it constantly snap and unsnap if they modify the terrain a little bit.
Right. Yeah, and they make those minor tweaks all the time. Every Monday at 8 p.m., I always go into the game, turn on no clipping, fly, and I'll go and explore new areas of the game. And I'll get ideas of where they're working on and how things are changing because they'll make little minor updates like that before they apply like a major patch. I found a few things before they got added into the game too, so that was pretty cool. Well, I figured out a few things, I should say, not really.
Sounds like you put a lot of hours into this game.
Yeah, lots and lots of time. Like I said, it's that creative outlet. I can take it at my own pace. It is what you make of it. If you don't have to make massive, big, complex factories. You can get by with just the minimum. So I really love it. It's just it's all about that customization, and each person is different about it. Like I intentionally make things difficult because for me, the process of building the factories is what's interesting. That's what I love. It's not about that end result. So the longer it takes to build, the better. I proposed something to one of the developers earlier. It's a screw factory that I'm designing to start next year, or when my current save dies. And it actually, let me see if I pull up that Discord chat with him because I can't remember the exact numbers.
So what do you mean by its save dies? What is that?
Like because I've truly taxed the engine to its absolute, like I am in uncharted territory, is what the developers have told me. They do not know if the engine's just going to die or stop working at the point that I've built. So that's when I say if it dies, then I'll start over again and we'll do something else crazy. But yeah, the production line that I'm proposing to build maybe next year. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get to it. If the save keeps going, I'll stay on this save. But it'll be producing 1.14 million screws per minute. And it's using just the steel recipe for screws. And it's 30,388 constructors is what's necessary. Just the constructor line.
Anything past like 6 constructors, I'm like, oh, that's a little much for me. I better tone it back.
Yeah, and can you imagine 3 to 5 hours every single day laying constructors and connecting belts?
I can barely put in an hour and a half
it.
until I'm like, all right, got a little tired, brain's a little done.
Yeah, and I was exact same way for like the first year, 2 years that I was playing, and just eventually over time, I've just found that's just truly what I love is just
That tolerance just kept building.
Yeah, and it's just phenomenal. It's absolutely. Plus, it's just very entertaining to go through that whole process and design it and do all the math, and then when you build it, everything comes out perfect. So I mean, it's very satisfying.
I mean, that's basically the same things I want to be doing as an automation engineer here in a couple months, or a little less than a month at this point.
Oh yeah, that definitely some good stuff. One thing I do that is very addicting is anytime I present something to the developers, or if I send them a screenshot and they show it on their dev streams, and they break, like they just mentally just break like when I presented my screw plant. Like I said, it's 89 Mark V belts of screws, and if you did the math, 89 times 780 screws per minute is 69,420 screws per minute. So it was a perfect number of screws. They physically just broke. They're like, didn't even know what to say. Like that also is just absolutely the best feeling in the world.
So you're basically the home economics teacher of this game, functionally.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't believe in limits. I mean, truly, how do you really know your limits until you push them? So I mean, why not go
Well, I
crazy with
mean,
it?
well, we know the actual programmatical limits of the actual physical architecture to which the computer is run on, so that's actually our limits.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's like I only have a 2080 Ti and an i9, and at most it's running like 65% of my total capabilities. The engine's the other. It just can't feed it
Yeah.
fast enough to everything else.
Yeah, when we're like, well, if you're thinking about it from like Epic's perspective, it's like, well, they only need the systems to be efficient themselves. They don't actually need like the push the limitations of the architecture because they need Unreal is also built with Mac OS and Linux in mind at the same time, so they got to be at those fairly generic primitives when it comes to those things. So that's just one of the systems that they have. Ooh, we got ourselves a spicy boy over here. Rescue me, Prince. Oh shoot, I don't more concrete. Oh well, looks like we're not rescuing him. That's what we gotta imagine. It's just slug boys are just being rescued.
Yeah, and a really little funny insider story here. One of the developers was explaining to me why this what is it in the game's coding, the slugs are just referred to as a power crystal because they used to be crystals. And then that's why when you build a power shard out of the slugs, there's a little crystal inside of the glass container.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
So that was, yeah. It's they used to be, and actually they used to only spawn at night too. So when they first made the slugs on update 2, that was July of 2019. The slugs would only come out at night, and it was great because you could see them a lot better at night because they glowed immensely.
Yeah, I turned down the lighting and stuff to make it more efficient on my machine.
Yeah. I actually, funny thing that I found out with mine, another one of those things that the developers did not plan for. I don't know if they can even fix it, but I have to run mine in Ultra at all times.
Why is this?
Okay, so I've set my processor to it'll overclock as it needs it. So as it needs more power, it'll overclock to 5.2 gigahertz. So if I put it down to high or medium, it's no longer sending the signal to my processor to self-overclock. So then my game actually lags a lot worse if I'm playing in medium or high settings for all the video. So if I keep it in ultra, it runs at a much better, more efficient rate because it's now overclocking my processor. I could make it static and not have to worry about that, but that's going to be just burning a whole
I know
bunch of
exactly what you're
power.
talking about now because that's something you have to do at the engine level when you're in the preview window. So there's a setting called Epic inside an Unreal Engine, which is more for like the people who are making like cinematics and stuff. You would put it in Epic mode, so that's where you don't have anything compressed or lost, and you basically have all the limits taken off. But when you publish, it's a known thing in the engine that Epic won't let you go past Ultra on the settings because they want it to be that platform efficiency and part of their system. So I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Yeah. So they took that from my save and everything, and they're going to be implementing that update probably in the next major update. So we don't know if it's going to be update 7. They're trying to decide because they're at the point now where they're not sure. They still have a whole bunch of stuff they want to add to the game, but they don't know if they want to go ahead and just push it all to 1.0 or do like an update 7. And I keep telling them if they pass up the opportunity to have an update 6.9, I'm going to lose my mind.
Then they'll have to lap again until they get to update 68 and then skip it and
right. Yeah, it was just like you could make it add one thing to the game and call that update 6.9 and then have your 7.0
just for the memes, just for that algorithm kick.
Yep. And they're all about the memes. Like I said, that's the reason why my screw plant's making 69,420 per minute. It's all because the developers they said one day to me, they were like, if you build something that's 69,420 per minute, you just win. So I was like, okay, yep, that is what I'm going to do.
You just get a win condition pop up on your screen. It's like, wow.
Yeah, you won Satisfactory.
So it starts playing the credits, deletes your save file, makes you start again.
Oh God. There's one of the community managers, Snoot Tripto. He's just awesome guy, just amazing guy. And he tells me all the time, he's just like, you wouldn't have, I know how to fix your frames and, just delete your save file. That'll fix it. He tells me that so much. But their lead programmer, Ben, he's an absolute amazing guy. And he tells me all the time, I'm his least and favorite person because I give them a crap ton of work to do. But at the same time, this is essentially free testing for them.
Functionally, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't mind it. Oh, geez, like the fact that when they requested my save for the first time last February, and they were like, "Hey, we're going to try to use it for update 6 to make it run a little bit better and smoother," and I was like, "Cool, that's awesome." And then they took it again in May for internal testing because apparently they lost my save, and also I had improved my save and built a lot more stuff since then, so it was even a better test. And then because of that, they have my name maybe going in the credits.
That's cool.
Pretty
When you play
awesome.
a game long enough and hard enough that they have to credit you for it.
You're right. I imagine it'll be like in the the special thanks all the way at the end of the credits. I imagine it'll fall in there.
So how come you don't try to like apply? So what would you say your day job is again?
I'm an electronic technician for the Army. That's what I do. I work on anything, and if it has electricity, I work on it.
So how come you don't try to be like CompuStain internal QA or something?
I mean, they don't pay nearly as much as I make for one, but
Yeah,
also at the same
alright.
time, it's not really about the pay or anything like that. But also, I'd have to move to Sweden. Like they have no
Oh, no
external
remote
or anything
working
like
on that?
Yeah, nothing like that. It has to be on site.
That's crazy.
I mean, they are an amazing group of people for sure.
But Sweden's not your cup of tea.
Yeah, just mainly because I do love the Army. I love what I do with the Army and everything. But
mean, you guys
ultimately,
haven't
like
been-
my goal is to be a full-time streamer and content creator. So
Yeah, because I know we haven't been bothering you guys too much with the Bradley stuff lately.
oh yeah, it's been pretty slow. I actually have a whole bunch of Bradley work to do next week for the last couple of things that come through.
I got a friend who works DOD. He gets to do the measurements on the F-16s. He's out there in Tucson, working with the GTRI and everything. I tried to apply to that recently, but the demand is a little bit more than probably what I'm able to output currently. So
Yeah, it's definitely it's a lot of fun. Like I said, I do anything and everything electrical. Everything from engineering. I was an electrician for 14 years, electronic tech for like 8 years. Like I've literally done it all, and it's just always that stuff fascinated me.
but then you still
And
shove in
Satisfactory's
100
almost-
hours of this a week.
Yeah, like no joke. Like I'm usually up till at least 3 a.m. typically every day, and I'm usually up at 5:30 for work.
Yeah. Like I said, that's why I'm just sitting there going, why?
Yeah.
So
Now-
I hope they're I hope they're not expecting you to do PT over there every morning.
Oh no! I mean PT because like we're technicians. It's pretty much we have an hour a day that we can do PT whenever. So and we don't even have to do it if we don't want to. So it's go your own pace.
So what are you putting down for your nutrition in the mornings and throughout the day?
It really depends because like right now I'm fasting, so I'm not consuming any caloric intake. But normally it's usually what is it 180 grams of protein, 100 grams of fat, and 50 grams of carbohydrates. That's what I take every day.
Are you doing that in the form of oats or?
No, I try to avoid it just because it's a more simplistic carbohydrate. If I'm getting carbohydrates, it's going to be in like some more complex forms, and actually very little. Like one Mountain Dew is more sugar and carbohydrates than I get in an entire day. Like, almost entire week. So that stuff's very, very, very minimal. So like almonds are great for a good healthy fat source. Eggs for proteins, that kind of stuff. Chicken breasts, everything like. I have to maintain my weight because I was almost 400 pounds before I joined the Army. So like, it's just my body wants to put it on always.
So you also have to make sure you're working out properly as well.
Oh yeah. We have the physical requirements that we have to do. We have to take a test twice a year, and you have to pass that test. So
yeah, ACFT.
Yep.
You ready for that
Yeah.
ACFT coming? Not.
Oh yeah. I've almost maxed it.
So how do you find
It's-
time? So I guess you're doing some kind of strength training, right?
Yeah, it's mixed up. A couple different, like 3 days a week I'm doing cardio. The other days I'm doing different resistance trainings, that kind of stuff. I should do more like calisthenics. I should, but it's one of those things I don't really need to do. I'm doing pretty well. So
Well, you do the calisthenics to get that optimized endurance muscles. So
oh yeah, that slow twitch stuff. Because now with the new PT test, they've changed it. It's no longer just like push-ups, sit-ups, and a run. Now it's like full body
6
work.
events.
Yeah,
there's 6 events.
sled, drag carries, and there's deadlifting, a ball throw. I mean,
See,
it's a lot more.
30th or my unit's supposed to be taking it tomorrow. I don't know if they're doing diagnostic or for record yet, but
It's diagnostic. October 1, I believe. No, April 1st of next year is when it becomes live.
is when it becomes live. Oh, so they pushed
Well,
it back again.
Well, it's technically October 1st for active duty, and then April is when National Guard and Reserves fall in for it. So,
Yeah.
but you can technically take it for a record after October 1st.
Yeah, and knowing the 30th or knowing the first 150th, they're gonna go, you're all gonna take it October 1st. Or you're all gonna take it in October drill.
Yeah, we're doing a diagnostic in April or October, and that'll be nice.
No, they're gonna want us to take it for record in October.
Yeah. Well, well, you are National Guard, right? I just want to make
Yeah.
sure. Okay, so
Yeah.
no matter
Remember,
how
I've
much,
worked with remember, I've
right?
worked
Yeah,
with you.
yeah. I just wasn't sure what kind of components because we have a lot of components that come through there. But no, if they're telling you it has to be for a record, you tell them to just eat it because that is not according to Army regulations. They cannot make you take one for a record until April 1st.
Yeah. Like I said, they're
I
gonna
I
try.
will.
Like I said, we have several NCOs in our unit that have told us the exact same thing. Like, hey, don't let them screw with you.
Yep.
It's just the thing is, I know higher brass is gonna try to pull that bullshit.
Oh, I will throw regs at any level of brass.
Yeah,
Oh, I love that is my favorite thing.
this
Is
is
my
the
favorite
regs
thing.
at brass.
Yep. I'd be like, sir, how about you go read up on this article? You can find me in Office 320 when you're done.
Yeah.
Dang,
Always fun.
I'm pushing 6 hours here. I usually don't go past like 2. I have like no tolerance for streaming. I mostly just do it because like I want to justify playing games. So if I'm gonna do it, I might as well stream it.
Yeah. That was my justification. I'm already doing it. I might as well let people watch and everything. And geez, like I said, why how many people stick around? I have no idea. But,
I don't get any
just-
views. I don't edit videos. I don't expect views or anything. So it's like
Yeah, I mean that's how I started. Jeez, I just started. Actually, last week was my 2-year mark from starting
Yeah.
streaming. When I did, it was like 0 people, and then now I'm averaging like 80 to 100.
hey, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's I'm the number one in the Satisfactory category, and I'm ranked just over 3,000 in Twitch overall. And I'm not even partner yet. So I mean,
Really?
it's
Yeah.
yeah. So
I kind of gave up on the Twitch side. So like I used to just use like a restreamer, just because like no partnership, no why not? You know, just use more platforms the better. But all the restreamers tools that I was using either all like went defunct or started adding huge watermarks to the system. So it's like
yeah.
I just kind of gave up on that. I'm just on YouTube because they'll keep the video for as long as I believe them to. So might as well just have it on the platform already that is going to have that slightly better, you know, bit rate managing, so you don't get complained
Come
at.
get me, Prowler. Come get me.
yeah, like one of my biggest complaints. Not really a complaint, but I totally understand why they did it. But if you're an affiliate with Twitch, you only can stream up to 720. So, but only once you become partner are you dedicated, and they allow you to stream up to 1080.
Yeah.
Now, if you're an affiliate and there are 1080 slots available, then you can potentially get a 1080 slot.
Okay, so you know
it
what's
happens to me a few times a week.
you know what's ridiculous to that? So AWS is over 60% of Amazon's actual revenue. So I have a cert in AWS, just the basic AWS cert that you can get. So
Tell me I stopped
what you
for
learn
65.
really quick in that cert thing is that there's an exchange in a marketplace for the time spent on those servers that Amazon provides. Like those servers in and of themselves are just mostly sitting there more times than not. They just do nothing. They just kind of hang around and what else are you gonna do with that spree time? Well, you can sell time that you didn't use. And so like why, Amazon doesn't like allocate a little bit extra to make that sort of streaming just more viable is beyond me.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. Yeah,
And it's
because like how I understand how Twitch does it is like partners they are guaranteed a 1080p slot, even if all the other slots. And then let's say there's like 3,000 slots available for affiliates to use. So when those slots get filled up, then you get bumped down to 720.
it has to be some kind of like, cost saving measure. Amazon's like, don't ever go above this amount, like ever. This because they probably just tolerate, Twitch existing really. That's really how I think. That's really how I treat it. It's like they just tolerate Twitch existing, so they never like Twitch ever gets that like next level it needs to really like show up and show out.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was just the amount of people too. Like for like because everybody's like they'll look at channels and they'll be like, oh man, this guy's got like 6,000 followers, but he has an average viewer of like 3. So like a lot of people, yeah, and everybody's like they freak out because they're like, man, this guy's must be big time. And that your total followers mean nothing. It does not affect your stats. It doesn't level you up. It doesn't do any of that stuff. But what does is your average viewers, and that's where I get my high rank is my average viewers and my subs. So those two stats alone put me in the top 3,000 of all 9 million streamers that there are.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I try to tell people, I'm like, basically when you reach partner, the only thing that changes is you get that 1080p guarantee, but you get a purple check mark next to your name. That's it. That is legit it. So like my goal is not partner. It'd be cool to reach that because it's hard. You have to have an average viewer count of 75 for 30 straight days. So it's a tough one to get. Like one bad day of having like 50 people in your chat, that'll throw your stats completely off. And I'm sitting right at 72 average viewers. So I'm like trying to push for this partner. And at the end of August, and I got Sunday, I think is my last day for the month. So if it's not, and Sundays are my best day. No, Tuesday. Oh, Tuesday.
Yeah, the streaming
Tuesdays
requirements are crazy. You almost have to do it like a full-time job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I normally stream for like 5, 6, 7 hours at a time. The longest I've ever done was like 12 hours, but it's
with
you
a
definitely have
full-time
to
job, like
dedicate.
what?
Yeah, and another thing people don't realize too with streaming, and like because I've seen all kinds of people, friends and this stuff, they'll start streaming and they'll wonder why they're not growing, and I'm like, are you networking?
Yeah, I'm
like,
not
what
doing
is
any
that? I was like,
networking
okay,
because
so yeah, so like I spend countless hours. Like right now, I have 6 streams up on Twitch, and I'm engaging in these ones and getting to know. Like I legit could drop in. I'm not trying to brag in any way, shape, or form, but I've networked so much that I could drop into any Satisfactory streamers and they'll probably freak out because I'm in there.
Oh,
Just because I have networked so
the
much.
God is
There's,
here,
like,
our transcendent
Yeah.
demigod.
yeah, like I have clips of people like legit freaking out when I first drop into their stream, and I check out all the people. Like I'll start at the lowest viewers, 0 viewers, 1 viewers, this kind of stuff. I'll start with those before hitting the higher end ones. Just because I want to get to know these people, they're new to the community, that kind of stuff. I want to get to know them because they're part of the streaming community, and maybe one day they'll drop into my stream, and that has paid off immensely. There's a lot of that extra networking, and I would say that's probably a quarter of my entire day, every day, is just doing that stuff.
Have you ever pissed somebody off enough to where they lobbed a Colossus main cannon round at you in a Reaver?
Been
While you're in
harassed enough
Reaver?
times. You accidentally take someone's random lightning because like they left it there. Why not? And then all of a sudden, you kill a guy because you get shot the first thing you did when you got in there, and then he like comes after you like 3 times. Man, some people just play that game and they get so salty. That game is
literally
the
what
salt
happened
farm.
was I made about 2 or 3 strafing runs on this. I'm at Howling Pass, but I made 2 or 3 strafing runs on this Colossus, and then all of a sudden I turn around and look and start flying away, and all of a sudden I see the blast from its main cannon come flying by me.
Shoot him! Shoot him!
I was like, Jesus!
Don't let him live! And then the little suicide
Yeah.
bombers come around. That's how it always goes. I guess we'll make the most jank thing possible, and we'll allow people to basically suicide into it with half the number of possible resources needed to kill it. We'll call it balanced and send it to production. Without testing. Do not test it.
Yep, full
Don't-
send.
Don't look it into the eye either. It'll scare you.
What you mean? Where they what whaling
Yeah,
it
they'll
with
be
the
making this.
galaxy?
No, just people just like just sending anything they can, the cheapest resources. That game just like resources just make you have a little stroke when you like think about them. All right, I just realized I can't make this the module 3 here because I don't have the stuff to make the pre things. So
Oh
Or-
yeah, you gotta make steel.
I don't even know what I have anymore. It's way past pushing my limits here. I'm just like running around because I found doing this janky movement is actually kind of fun. About
Yeah,
to where
for you'll just need to find some coal nodes, which there's some on the northern side of the desert. There's a good bit of coal
there's
nodes
one
over
this
there.
one that I
Frickin' tower.
need.
Yeah, my steel plant right now. Oh, geez, I'm sounding like I'm very self-centered, but my steel plant is also one of the world record largest ingot
Hey, look,
plants.
you've been slapping away at that thing for years. I've got like 2 weeks in this thing, so
Like, I always feel bad because I'm like, well, my factory is the largest. That's not what I don't build them to for
My-
world records. It
my
just so
dick is over
happens that
3
that's
centimeters larger than the average male.
Yeah, it's like it's like, but like the scale at which I build is completely different from like someone just tapping one node. Like I have tapped every coal node in the entire world except for 6 for this steel plant. And people were like, "Oh, it doesn't look that hard." I'm like, "It's really not. It's the same small stuff over and over again." But dealing with the belt logistics when you have like 130 belts that you have to maneuver up a floor of a building or out of a building and around other factories, like that, it gets incredibly difficult sometimes. And I love it. The satisfaction of doing that is just awesome.
I gotta imagine what the spaghetti code on the back end of this game looks like.
And there's a lot of things in the game too that they've designed at one point they were going to implement, but they haven't yet, and they're still in the game.
Oh,
I actually just submitted a bunch of them that I found to this developer so they can put it on their list to remove. There's a boombox in there for one. So there, it looks just like you insert a tape into it. It looked like, I mean, this thing, it looked like it made it to the final stages of development. And you can carry it on your shoulder, and actually it can be used as a weapon too. I guess it was supposed to be, but it's completely inactive because there's no tapes into the game. But there's that. There's they used to have a saddle that you could ride the bean. It's still in there. That was from like pre-update 1 or 0.1. So that was in there a long time ago. There's a camera in the game that kind of reminds me of Pokemon Snap. You'll take a photo with it, and then it'll scan it, and it'll say nothing found every time, no matter what you take a picture of. But that's still in there. And then
I was gonna. The spaghetti code is actually a bit of a reference to blueprints and Unreal Engine. If you know anything about those.
No, I mean just general like gaming blueprints. Nothing.
So no, like actually, like so what Epic calls like their foundation for a gaming object is called a blueprint. You probably heard of the term like prefab if you did something like Unity, but they have a scripting language built into it that was built out of the old Unreal 3 language, Kitmis, and then it was evolved into blueprints. And it's an actual like visual scripting language. The first thing I do every day on Reddit is my main link is to go to the Unreal Engine subreddit because you find the most amazing things. Just like the best thing that all environment artists, gameplay designers that are like using Unreal, that's where they're going to like post up their stuff for the first time. You just see like everything under the sun. So like if you've ever wanted to like basically remake Overwatch, somebody's done a tutorial for like almost every character in like gameplay, first person shooter wise from the ground up, grappling hook things. Like when God of War, like the 2016 one came out, somebody just rolled up an Unreal, like instantly made he took the model or like made his own version and just like slapped it right onto the Unreal 4 mannequin. It's just like so jarring to see. But
that's awesome.
There was a thing called Blueprints from Hell. People will not be always, C++ programmers, so you start with blueprints because it's, it rips out the programming part and just gives you like the scripting part right away. But all those convert right into C++ because it's the same back-end code. And so people will make these blueprints from hell, and they'll just be these massive spaghetti things. You'll be like looking at your factory. Well, imagine that if it were in the form of code in a 2D image. It's exactly like that. A lot of them look like Factorio gameplays, like high-level ones. And a lot of it will just be like
developers say that it's It's bad.
Well, that's the goal, is that you do the same sort of thinking here. It's like you would take those chunks, you would convert them into C++, and then you slowly just you do that like a factory, where like you get just enough code to make it into C++, and you convert it over, and then the C++ code can run the blueprint code and vice versa. So you're typically doing it in a pathway that allows you to do it really slowly. So you would have your main gameplay programmer do it in blueprints real fast, and he'll pass it off to an engineer, and then the engineer will convert it into C++, make it a little more efficient, then send it on to QA. And then that's like the ideal pipeline behind it. This way you can like get people into gameplay development sooner, and you can have less real heavy, C++, diehards underneath the hood, but you still need it there for that efficiency. But you can run entire games off of the blueprints if you wanted to. It just wouldn't be the most amazing thing in the world.
Right.
You can usually tell like indie games on Unreal, if they're really poorly optimized, it's probably because they never really converted enough of their stuff to C++. Because blueprints was just like it's got to be able to run everything, and just got to actually make it run, so it's not efficient at all. It doesn't really do proper pointer referencing, and it just kind of dumps it all into like a little environment and makes it work.
Right. Huh. Yeah, it's nice seeing, kind of getting the gist of how everything works from your point of view for it. It's nice being able to see that, because like I said, it's literally a foreign language to me. But
I always think of things like from that game that it's my brother-in-law put this in the perspective. Once you learn how the sausage is made, you only think about how the sausage is made. So it's like that's why like it's harder for me to get into stories in the games and not be like hyper critical of them, just because like once you understand like those design principles, it's like why are people not doing these critical design principles? And then you learn about design principle philosophies, and you learn how to break it down, where that game loop starts and ends. And
yeah,
I did that so much with like PlanetSide. It also became one of the reasons why I really stopped wanting to play it, because when you learn how PlanetSide 2 works game loop wise versus PlanetSide 1, it's like, why did anybody ever make PlanetSide 2 when PlanetSide 1 existed?
Yeah. Oh, I see. I found some of those. I guess I found ways to build that are actually easier on the game engine itself, just by testing things. For example, I started building my steel plant. Like I said, it's making over 30,000 steel ingots per minute, and I had the buildings stacked on top of each other, all the belts running around and feeding everything, and literally everything was as compressed as possible. The game was down to like 3 FPS, so I deleted like 40 hours of work and decided to redesign the whole floor. And I found if I put the exact distance between every single assembler building, just the width of another assembler building, and build them out that way, yeah, it takes up a lot more space, but it's so much easier on the game. It ran so much more efficient.
I mean, you've noticed like once you're a certain 40 meters away, the animations are chopped down and the LODs really start kicking in. Well, that's just a form of efficiency right there, relative player location. Change the level of detail. Like that's one of the things you've learned first thing, like when you're doing environment stuff, is level of detail. It's like you set things down to 0, or it's all high res and high def, and then you scale it up to send. That's how the level of detail works. It's like the higher the number, the more reduced the detail is. And then you do that for animation, so when things are off screen, they're not actually loaded. You just need the computational force behind it to continuously run. This way you save everything on GPU, because your CPU can just crunch and crunch and crunch, and your GPU can crunch and crunch and crunch. But when your CPU has to tell the GPU to do more rendering, that's time the CPU's not spending on other important tasks.
Yep, and the trucks in the game, all the vehicles, they are the perfect example of that, except for trains. Trains don't have that yet, but the trucks, if you look at it, if it gets like 300, 400 meters away from you, it looks like it's in 1 FPS.
Because they're AI based, the trucks, right?
Yeah,
Trucks
you
and
can
tractors.
program them to go.
So because they're AI based, that all has to be done on the CPU. You can't make that computation happen on the GPU without doing some crazy magic. You just don't do it on the GPU.
That definitely makes sense, because one of my moderators for my stream, he built one. It was just purely all the trucks that were transporting stuff, no trains. So he had like 300 trucks, I think he was down to like 3 FPS. So that definitely makes a lot of sense. But it was his computer was sitting there pegging out at 100%, or his CPU.
Yeah.
And like, but the, overall everything else was okay. But it was the limitation was just from, I guess, all of those AIs running at the same
Yeah.
time.
So I kind of go in that a little bit more. So when you have, so I have a master's in CS, and I went down machine learning. When you want to do things at the higher level machine learning, artificial intelligence, you have to use the architectures of the CPUs. So there's a particular architecture on Intel platforms that was really used for a lot of machine learning, and then GPU distribution. But you can't necessarily guarantee that the person playing a game will have those architectures at dispose. So you can't actually start implementing those at a game engine level. So that's why you don't see really a lot of machine learning of any kind in game dev, is because your platform variety might be just too wide. Because like if you want to make something machine learning wise happen on a Linux platform, you're just in another dimension when you enter that on Windows, and let alone a game dev situation.
Oh yeah, oh man, just even comparing like if I tried to open my current save a year ago, it would not have loaded at all. Just that's how much improvements that they've been able to make to it. Like you were talking about the render distancing. Update 6 brought in chunk systems, and that immensely checked. Like in Update 5, where you're playing it now, the biggest change, or the biggest thing that you noticed at that distance with the low poly versions, is the storage containers, because they turn like orange, like bright orange at a distance. And but Update 6, you have all your pipe supports and your belt supports; those all disappear outside of like 200 meters now. And so I mean that really cut down on the rendering times and stuff.
Yeah, like when it comes to environment things, you have to make sure you reduce as many polygons as in general for less impactful items. That's why like you learn, if you're doing anything with graphical development, you learn about the hero items. Those are your main high detail things that never reduce. And then you got to put your first person items are actually on a 2-dimensional plane. So your character's never actually rendered in game. That's why your hands don't stick through the pole. They're actually rendered on a separate 2D canvas that's then put in front of the player, or put in front of the the viewing angle. That's why like in shooters, if you see a shooter where the gun is actually like sticking through a wall, that gun is actually there. But if most other shooters, like they have the gun just looks like it shrinks up when it gets to the wall. That's because the gun's not actually in the environment.
Yeah. Oh, that's definitely pretty neat. Fully understanding that now, yeah.
And so
I found a bug there last week where the because you can have a gas mask later on. I don't know if you've unlocked it yet, but
no,
I actually had it where it was visible on the screen, and it's not supposed to be. So I don't know if they're like at one point they had the game in third person, and that was the direction they were going to go with it. But I think it was before they released it in early access. They changed it to first person.
That's interesting. One of my first game projects I did in undergrad was that there was like a top-down little like default game that you could use, that some of the teachers were recommending. I had actually converted that into a first-person shooter. And
wow!
This was like years ago. Like the environment was only made from one perspective, so I just took the walls and the floor and give them 2 more walls and floor. Then hey, boom! You just add a few little things for like platforms, and you have a first-person shooter if you just change the camera.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've always loved first person. That's why, like I said, I fell in love with Satisfactory, because I loved Factorio. But then I saw that this was another Factory game that was first person. It's like, this is super cool.
Yeah. There's also like a balance between like it being a game versus like some games that have like a feature of factory building in it, and then it's like, or maybe it's just a pure simulator, and like so you actually have a game that's focused around like a factory but not being an actual simulator.
Right. Yeah, like that's a question that the developers get all the time in those dev streams. Are they going to add an element where the creatures are going to destroy the buildings and that kind of stuff? And they said no. This game is going to be all about automating and building factories, so that your buildings will never be damaged or anything like that.
Yeah,
but that
like Factorio, you have to put up the gun turrets, shoot out the waves that come by.
Yeah, and I do love that about Factorio, but I don't feel that it's necessary for this game, for sure.
Yeah, there's like,
Another
oh, you're on a planet and you're gotta get off of it in 30 days, and you have to have 100 little followers sacrifice their lives for you. That's a
yeah.
Pikmin right there, if you're.
Yep. Yeah. It's absolutely awesome, and they're very strict with that stuff too. Like when they say they're going to be doing it this way, like they are absolutely going to stick to that. And then they say that, hey, we're going to be doing this, then you know that that's going to happen. It's absolutely going to happen. Like sometimes they'll let us know ahead of time. Like with the Northern Spire Coast, they told us almost a year out that place is being redesigned, so don't build there.
Ah.
And what did I do? I built 2,500 fuel generators at the largest fuel generator power plant ever in that area. So there's a few areas now where there's like rocks and trees and that kind of stuff clipping through some of my buildings.
So, are there any like save files you like completely lost altogether? Like you can never recover them, never roll back or anything?
No, because they have actually taken all the extra time to make sure that all previous versions of the game are compatible with the future ones. But a lot of times, like recipes change, so then they'll break your factory technically, but you can always load it. Always, they've done a great job with that.
Yeah, a lot of game devs are like, oh, we're on the new version. If you try to roll back, we'll slap you silly.
Yeah. I'm super glad because I'm at 2,000 hours on my current playthrough. And like my goal is to tap and utilize every single resource node in the entire world and max it. Like I'm not talking just hook it up to a sink and throw it away. I'm talking like if you've got 16 nodes of limestone, it's all going to be made into concrete to the maximum.
Whack.
Yeah, no one's done that yet. So I was figuring, that'll be a nice little fun goal. Give me a couple years of playtime with it.
You're like, this will make a good YouTube essay video in 3 years.
Yeah, and like when I just started doing YouTube videos back in January, and when I was like, okay, what am I going to? Because I spent like all last year trying to figure out what the heck I'm going to do for videos because I wanted to make something. I love content creating, and so like if you look up Satisfactory on YouTube, you'll find like countless videos of how to build a bigger, more efficient factory, how to build this, how to do modular stuff. And it's all about the hows and it's just like them just describing this is what you want to do in this scenario, that kind of stuff. So I went completely in opposite direction. When I started making videos, they're more along the lines of like parody stuff. Like, do you remember the show How It's Made?
Oh yeah, that was
okay. So my YouTube series for Satisfactory is called How It's Automated, and it's pretty much just shows the layout of the factory, and it'll say like in this step they make iron plates by sacrificing all these creatures. Like I had a huge element of just absolute craziness to it.
Did you end up getting? Because there was that. YouTube series you were trying to create.
Oh,
because I talked to you about being a character in that, and you never got back to me on that.
Well, the problem was those videos were taking 150 to 200 hours to make an 8-minute video, so they were not great when it came to that. So I still have just 2 episodes, and so you know what we're talking about. It's essentially I made a Satisfactory red versus blue. That's essentially what I did. So it's like a machinima. So I bought a separate account or a separate.
It's like, hey, if you need more
game.
characters, I don't mind coming in to be a voice.
Yeah, like I had to buy a complete second copy of the game to use as the camera to record it, and then I made the motions on my main computer and recorded it that way. And so that was just taking so much time writing the dialogue, recording all the lines, and because like the other character in the game, it's an AI, so I use Google's text to speech for the AI. It just worked out perfect. Like it's just absolutely worked. So I don't have to worry about a second person doing voice recordings. And then, of course, I would set and record all my lines, and then I would go through and set up all the scenes and do it all that way. And I was spending so much time doing that. But now I'm at the point where, like, when I first started this How It's Automated series, I did like how to make crystal oscillators was the first one. So it's kind of a mid-tier complex item, but it's easy to do in like 4 steps. So I think I put 12, 13 hours into making that video. But now where I'm at, I'm working on the 10th episode. Now that's actually what I've been working on all evening. It's a very, very advanced part. And so I'm up to 100 hours now of just building the factory, and I haven't recorded a single scene.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's the majority of my time right there. Like, all that goes into it. So now I'm like reaching out to people on my streams, and sometimes before I wasn't doing anything on the streams for those videos, and recently I've been streaming it just so because I'm like out of time. Like I don't have any other spare minute in the day that I can spare to make these videos. So I've been doing it on stream, taking people's suggestions on there. Like that, they've been phenomenal about that stuff. And then last weekend, I had another streamer jump into my world and help me design some stuff because it would have taken me, 20, 30 hours to do by myself.
You mean
But,
impossible.
it's
Impossible.
It's just it was averaging like every 2 weeks I was rolling out a video. Now it's like it was, and then April and May it was every month, and now it's like every 2 months because they're just getting more and more advanced. And now, don't go crazy with these factories. They're literally, some of them are built just in ways in which things they should not be. So like instead of just running a straight belt, I'll make it into waves, or I'll make it zigzag back and forth. Just, little stuff like that. I'll add little details like that. And they're relatively small factories on my scale, but it's just the amount of detail that I put into them. And there's Easter eggs, there's signs that'll say like, a sign in the background. If you pause it at this exact minute, it'll say something like reticulating splines, or, you only get one 15-minute break a day, little fun things like that.
Which
Just
kind
people
of
love all the time.
reminiscent of like that hyper industrialized paradise.
Yeah, I love the corporate level industrial mega corporate things. Like all the times they'll say like the beatings will stop once morale improves. Like
Because I had
little
more
fun
recently
signs like that.
played through
Doesn't that
Bioshock
just
Infinite.
remind you, Andrew, doesn't
love
that just
it.
remind you of being in the army? I will
In
beat you
some
until-
ways.
I will
Yep.
beat you until morale improves.
I used to be a customer service rep for internet television and cable, and I got a lot of the inspiration from that place. Jeez. that was what was it, the one that said there was a sign on the bathroom at one point that said you must stop crying before you return to work.
You
Yeah.
must stop crying.
Yeah. Of course that's made it into a few videos. Like that is exactly the definition of like cold corporate.
Oh yeah, what's it? That Stanley Parable that like really does that. Probably think at the
love that
peak.
game. Yeah. That I never played any of those games, but one of my great friends who's a streamer, they streamed it a few times, and it
Just
seemed
remember,
pretty
the cake is a lie.
cool. Yeah.
Just always remember, the cake is a lie.
Yeah, more
Yeah,
recently
I actually made a reference to that in one of my videos too.
Yeah, more recently I had done Bioshock Infinite. I had the Bioshock games all in general. I played them all in reverse order. Well, I guess inverted order, however you want to say it. And then those all have a corporate overtone to it, and it's kind of interesting to kind of go think through those. And Borderlands always has a corporation style like flavoring to it.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's I imagine Fix-It is like one of those companies. If you remember the movie Wall-E, I imagine it's very similar to By and Large from Wall-E.
Oh,
Like it's just this mega metropolis style, massive corporate somewhere, but they operate like across the galaxy, and they're the monopoly that controls everything. And
they're
not out for the customer. They're all about just making profits.
It's always funny that's the case, but then it's like it's always a company that's like sending people out into space. That was the concept still for Outer Worlds. Was still that concept like, oh, it's this Halcyon, and the only corporation that's sending people out to doing colonies, and then like the whole story of that one is actually pretty good. I think there's probably a little overkill where it's like, oh, the company's bad, but then the company itself is actually just a government. It's like at that point there was like hardly a distinguishing feature between them and like an actual like normal, modern day government. So
Yeah, it's always fun throwing those little parodies and trying to figure out, because that's like the number one thing I say in like the end of all my videos. Like I need suggestions for those signs and that kind of stuff, because I'm kind of out of it on myself. But it's just amazing stuff that people have come up with, and it just adds that little bit of humor to it. Like I said, it's just literally like I even used one of Google's text to speech, and it sounds very similar to the original how it's made, the very tone and everything. And I describe each of the scenes just like the show would.
How it's made voice, because they had like several different voices.
It was the original one, the original guy.
The original guy, or you're talking about Brookmore? Because Brookmore is like the more notorious name known for it.
Honestly, I can't remember which name it was, but I know it's from like the 2003 to 2007 era.
I can't think of that guy's name, because Brookmore is the guy who did it for like the longest run, and like who still does it.
It might have been Brookmore, but like I tried to record the voice myself, tried to do it, and I just because I'm one of those people that I can pick at it until it's perfect, or if I can't make it perfect, I won't do it at all. So
There's
like I
a
tried to do voice recordings and everything, and I just wasn't getting the flow of it, the tone, and all that. So I decided I used the same text to speech program that they use for Ada in the game, Google's free text to speech, and found that they have like 24 voices and that kind of stuff. And so I used that. I found that one narrator. I was like, this guy's it. So he's been the narrator in all of them.
Yeah, Ada's always in a reference to Ada Lovelace.
Yeah.
And that's the same AI name that they give for Outer Worlds. Ada's your navigation AI.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
always that Ada, that first programmer, the first real programmer, apparently.
Mhm. Yeah, I used in my stream. I have TTS, so people can like chat and it'll read it out, and I have it
Yeah.
reading out in Ada's voice. And everyone's always like, "Oh my
Very
god, how did you get that?" I'm like, "Well, Coffee Stain used a free text to speech editor for that, so
Makes
it's like
sense.
it's available to everyone." There's a few things that I found that they've used that they are literally like, they're a smaller company. There's only 35 people that have worked on Satisfactory, and that includes everybody who's left the company since. So it's a pretty small company.
You can kind of tell, like, you don't really need like a big studio to make something like this. A lot of people think, oh, if it's in a big 3D graphical world, it's like, no, you just need like at least like 5 minimum, like real hardcore workers, and then there's just a bunch of specialists in other ways. You just like, if you have that specializing thing, and then you stack workers on top of that, you just like, you give them buffers, and you just allow people to stack and learn. But the work ethic over there in Sweden is like completely different beast over here. It's like there's so much like. I'll let you finish.
I know that the world developers for Satisfactory, they're Hannah, she's the lead, and then there's 2 under her, and that's it. They're the ones that do everything for the entire world. Then they have a team that does just pipes. There's just 2 guys that work on the pipes, and then the programmers that work on 2 of the programmers I work with, but I interact with a lot. They do everything from bug fixes to like the one of them did all the weapon systems. And so they're pretty flexible when it comes to that. So like some of them have like multiple positions in that.
Yeah,
but they're
at a graphical, but at graphical standpoint, it's like once you build the tools to like really construct a rule, that's the hard part, is actually building the tools early on and then updating those tools. That's the tricky part, because once you have those in place, well, you just need your graphics designers just to go into your editor and they just start hammering it out. The engine handles all the other stuff, and then you worry about the efficiency things, when those kind of come around. That's why those get ordered in that manner, because like you don't know what's going to be inefficient or broken until it comes around.
Right. Oh yeah, and I am definitely good at finding broken things.
Or things that haven't been discovered yet.
Yeah. That's like I said. They said
you're not QA. You're just R&D.
Yeah, and everybody's like, they need to pay you, and I'm like, listen, it's just an honor to assist them. Like I'm not, like one day I would love to be a full-time content creator, and streamer, and doing all that stuff. I'd love to be able to do that full-time, and I'm almost there. But I have Twitch could cut something tomorrow, and I'll lose like half my income. So like I don't want to rely on that and quit my job, if something like that's possible, because you never know with Twitch. They've been shooting themselves in the foot a lot here lately.
Yeah, it's just like I wouldn't. Even if I did like get any monetized at all, I just wouldn't probably just start a regular job. My main goal is to do day trading. I want to become I do day trading just like casually in between work. It's the most satisfying thing job on the planet. Numerically, it just like has the highest peak of like intellectual need, and it's just like it's such a hardcore thing to do, and I suck at it. I've been doing it for like 2 years now. I suck at it. But man, when you make a trade that exceeds your expectations or just works, it's like building a factory.
Yeah, it's like people ask me, they're like, I can't believe you spend upwards of 200 hours for a 8-minute video, and I'm like, it's really not about that. It's just that satisfaction of going back and looking and seeing like I created this, and it's to what I wanted. Like I'm not just going to speed through and build something just to get it out there willy-nilly. I'm going to take my time and make it right. And it's so satisfying.
And content creation is also a good retirement plan functionally. Mm-hmm. Like you don't want to be like I had my grandparents just sitting around doing nothing all day. You don't want to be doing that.
Yeah.
So you need something to do. So like if you can build it up over years, it either is a good retirement, like monetary wise, or a good retirement in like the sense of like connection and community. I like the one of the reasons I continued playing PlanetSide 2 was that I treated it as my go to the bar replacer. It's like I don't want to go to a bar and to worry about drinks and like talking to people. It's like, well, I can go online and talk to people about something that's in front of us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
man,
as
yeah,
you know,
that's
most of the blue lines don't or most of the upper blue lines don't like us talking about outside of planet side stuff.
I'm not worried about what they have to say. There's like 2 of them that get online. It's just Luke that's all about that.
Yeah. Of course, have you been reading all the stuff he's been posting on the channel lately?
I hardly skim through it. He's just info dumping for no reason.
Yeah, and it's mostly his opinions on this, that, or the other. I'm just sitting here going.
Old man
He
yells at
started asking.
son.
Yeah, he started asking a bunch of questions in infantry company. He's like, the only real lively place I've seen on the server is infantry company barracks. I'm like, well, you asked us a question. We answered you. It's called being decent human beings, dude.
Yeah. I know I have people ask me all the time. They're like, "Oh, I'd love to play video games for money. Like, how do I get started?" And I'm like, "You get started by knowing that's what you love to do. You're not like I don't do it for the money. I make pretty decent money on Twitch, and I honestly I haven't spent a single penny of my any of the income. I've been doing this almost 2 years, but that's anything that I do spend from it, it has to be improving the channel. Like I'm not out to be a partner, like I said earlier. I'm not out
Yeah.
to make ton. If I make some money along the way, that's great. I'm going to use
Yeah.
it to reinvest it into the stream, and that's why I'm looking for a computer, and my budget is $12,000 for it right now. So that's like
Dang.
I'm going to be getting the 64 core Threadripper. I'm going to be getting well the 40 series may be coming soon, so I'm kind of holding for that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be doing more YouTube, so I want something that's going to be better for rendering. So
How many computers have you built over the years?
at least 24, but my last 2, I've literally just had it ordered it online. It wasn't like it was a pre-built, but it wasn't. I told him I was like, yeah, I want an i9. I want this much memory. I want this graphics card, all this, and then the technician assembles it and send. I want it out of the box, ready to go because it's okay to do. I've done it multiple times,
Yeah.
but it's I don't have any.
It gets
enjoyment out of that.
tedious. And you have to,
Yeah, it's very tedious.
like early on when my first computer, it's like, oh man, I got real excited for it. It was super awesome to do. And then at some point it was just like, pre-builts have
Yeah.
another argument to them, is that you can watch Linus Tech Tips, every day of the week for like 6-7 years. You actually get tired of wanting to see computers being built. You want to see the other stuff. I think the most entertaining videos, a lot of the YouTubers I watch now are more like their vlog style stuff. I used to be like, I never want to watch vlog things, and now it's like I just want to see the vlog stuff. I don't really care about the product that you're looking at. I will never buy it.
Yeah.
I'm not the target audience. So
Yeah, and the biggest surprise that always catches people off guard when I tell them when I'm looking into this new computer, I don't want RGB. None.
Yeah.
That is burning extra power for not much, but it's burning extra power. It's heating up your computer. Like I would rather trade that for performance. 'Cause,
yeah,
like,
it's
right now,
funny
my-
that you
my
mentioned
computer's
that, because my I have 2 desktops I just have sitting on a shelf, and I'll explain that. But one of the main things that I was building this computer is like, I don't want lights in this darn thing. A little bit of lights on the motherboard. It's kind of neat when you just set like one color and it's the tone, like that's it, and you don't change it or anything. It's like, all right,
Right.
that's about the extent that I want it. And then those are just ones that are just like too hard to turn off. They literally made it too hard to turn those off because you had to like go into a software tool. It's like, no, I'll just leave it like this and set it once and forget it. And so
Yeah,
one is completely blank, nothing in it. The other one has an orange and green theme, and it's black, orange, and green. That's it.
Yep. That's when I went to buy my RAM because Satisfactory, it's not exactly optimized for RAM. Because my save average is about 45 gigs of RAM. So I had to upgrade it last year when it was getting around 32 gigs. And I went and I could, like for 6 weeks, I looked and all I could find was ones with RGB. I was like, I don't want RGB. I don't need that.
oil. It is very glowy. It'll blind
Like, don't get me wrong. Like my entire room because my entire living room has been converted to my streaming room. That's it. It's just my desk, my computer, my monitors, everything. It's all set up here. And then Razer last year, they sent me a huge lighting system. They paid for like a keyboard, headsets. Like they gave me a whole bunch of stuff. It was like a one-time endorsement kind of thing. And like, so my whole room's lit up with like lights and that kind of stuff. But it's just like for my computer, I really don't need that in the computer. Really don't. I know a lot of people focus more like, yeah, I want all the RGB stuff. And that does nothing towards performance for me.
Yeah.
So I'm more of a function over how it looks
Yeah,
and
I
everything.
kind of get that vibe when you mentioned you were an electrical engineer.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah, it's
you
all about
understand
function.
that the exact like energy usage of those 4-pin connectors, what you're getting out of
Yep.
it.
Yeah, and like people are like, well, LEDs don't use that much power. I'm like, no, they really don't, but they still heat up a little bit too. So there's a little bit, it's
You're
adding
still
towards
getting
the
that
heating of your
thermal
computer. And
output.
exactly, yeah, it's just like I don't need that. Plus, like my computer's going to be tucked away. It's not going to be on camera for one thing. So it's never going to
Yeah.
be on there. So like my current one, that I had made a few years ago, it's a snow blind. So it has lights in it, but they're all white and they're actually turned off. I just turned them off.
I thought about getting a white case at some point. I really like that. I got fractal design as my main case bias, and they had the torrent, and they had a torrent in a white version. And it looked really tempting to want to switch over to it. Like no
Yeah.
other cases had really tempted me, but boy, that fractal design, those boys know how to make a case.
What's really unique about the Snowblind case that I got is the glass on the side is a separate monitor. So it's got an HDMI port and you plug it in, and so you can put anything you want on that screen. It's fully colored too, but it's transparent. So every black pixel is non-transparent, and then every white pixel is completely transparent. So you can put up another screen. You're not going to see much. I used to use it as I put up the gauges, how much GPU I'm using, CPU, all that
Yeah.
stuff. And eventually I got away from using it now that I have it tucked underneath my table and everything. So. But I thought that was a really cool feature. I didn't even know that was a feature of it until after I got it. Definitely pretty nice.
Yeah. I just remember my first build I did in 2011. I had an i7 2700K.
Whoa.
And just like, I went all out on the CPU and had no GPU. How many hits does the big guy take?
Like 8 or 10. He has 300 health.
All right, he's dead. Oh,
Yeah,
how do you get
the
rebar gun
beans have the
ammo?
most health. They have like 400.
So where do you get rebar gun ammo?
It's actually made out of, I think it's steel. It's either steel or just iron ingots, but you handcraft it.
Ah.
So it's one of those. And now the rebar gun, it's a little slow. It's not even semi-automatic, single shot, and it reloads single shot.
I was about to say,
But,
that makes me think of like Rust, like right out of the gate. It's like, I only ever played like Rust on like the alpha, like years and years ago. I only ever played on the alpha because a friend got me into it. But then like the when I had the Unity builds up, I never stayed with it. It just kind of looked boring at that point. There's just something grungy about that old source build, and then had weird jank guns and stuff.
Yeah, and you'll get a upgraded weapon later in the game. It's pretty nice, but it was much upgraded in Update 6 immensely. There's new ammo types. There's like explosive types. There's tracking ammo or tracing. There's what is it? And then there's an automatic version of it as well. So like he did a phenomenal job on those weapons, like absolutely phenomenal.
I guess I'm contractually obligated to pick this up. No.
I'm contractually obligated to pick it up.
Oh yeah, Ada will tell you to harvest stuff. If you get near some of the Mercer spheres and the Sumer sloops, if you stand next to them long enough, Ada will come across. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. It just got there on my screen. So those are for the story mode. So they do nothing for you. So right now they do nothing for the game. They're a complete work in progress.
Come here, son. We'll just tell you.
They're fun to. If I'm recording a scene, because I also do like ambient videos. I don't know if you've ever just listened to the ambience of. If you go to the Northern Forest and just listen to the ambience, like crank the volume. I have an entire hour-long 4K video of that, and it has 3,000 hours of watch time on it. Just because that's people were using it to go to sleep or whatever. And so it does have amazing ambience and everything. And holy cow. That's why I really wanted to make those videos, just to kind of show people the side of it they don't normally see. Everybody's building factories and out exploring the world, but they're not really seeing what's all there. And the ambience is incredible.
Yeah, having a game with a detailed environment can really make a difference when you have those deeper layers to it, the small things. It kind of gives it that living, breathing sort of world system.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's just phenomenal how much they've been able to accomplish with this and how well that they're doing with it. But I think a lot of it is that they've opened it up to the community. And like I
Yeah.
said, when they released it early access, they weren't sure that it was going to be able to, because they were out of money. They weren't going to be able to do it, so they released it early access. And
Isn't that why they
somebody
did
took
Goat
off. And
Simulator? Is just that it have as a main money fueler for the memes?
yeah, and Goat Simulator 3 is coming out in just a few months. So
Because they just
that's
have one of
really
their
exciting.
sub studios work on that now.
Right. Yeah, the Coffee Stain that works on this, they're based out of it's in Sweden. I mean, I think there's another, was it Coffee Stain North? They're also in Sweden, but it's I can't remember how to pronounce Skovid, Skode. I think it's the name of the city that they're in. It's just a really small little building, and but they strictly just work on Satisfactory there. So one of the other studios did that. They did Goat Simulator.
I was real surprised like how many games they had under their belt as a publisher.
Yeah. They just released, was it Midnight Ghost Hunter? And yeah, they helped publish that one. And there's actually a few Satisfactory references in it. You can actually play as a pioneer, one of the characters. I haven't played it yet, but I've challenged the developers to a death match on it, and that will be happening in October. It'll be fun.
Oh, so this way they have prep time. They can
Yeah,
bat me.
yeah, because
They can do a
I
bat
told
man
him, I
on
was
you.
like, yeah, I told him one day, and I was like, you know what? Well, how about we'll challenge you to your own game. We'll challenge you to Midnight Ghost Hunter, and we'll just have like a streamers versus content or the developers, and so four of us, and we're gonna go head to head on their live stream, which they average about 11,000 viewers when they're at their peaks, and I think that'll bring in a pretty good crowd for that. It'll be a lot of fun.
So is there ever going to be
Definitely
like
some good
a
stuff.
formal top-down map thing, or is there something I don't know?
Yes, I actually, it's unlocked in the MAM. I don't know if you
Ah,
built the MAM yet, but it is unlocked in the MAM, and it's Q on the keyboard because they've just changed it. It was Z forever, so I actually changed my controls to where it's still Z, but just because that muscle memory is still there.
so that's a good. So what research pathway is that under?
I think it's under Caterium. I think. Yeah, it's literally been October will be 2 years since I unlocked everything in the MAM last time, so it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure it's in the MAM.
So is that like the first thing you do on a new game?
Yeah, like I'll go out and I'll spend like 20, 30 hours unlocking everything, and then I'll go about all the other build stuff.
Huh. Looks like we got a thing over here. Circuit boards, huh?
Oh yeah, those crash ships. Those are the best ways to get advanced items early game, and you can actually sync those in the Awesome Sync, and then you can get a crap ton of tickets that way. So if you see like computers or supercomputers laying around, those things are worth a ton of tickets, and you use those tickets to unlock more building materials, more foundations. There's what else can you do? Windows. There's other wall variations, that kind of stuff.
Oh, so you use the
Yep.
you use the sync to get the tickets
Mhm.
for the shop.
Yeah, to do other, there's if you unlock everything, it'll take 110 tickets. So you gather up a bunch of those different sites. Some of them have supercomputers, some of them have like heavy modular frames. Those are some of the most valuable items, and a lot of people will use those. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm going to use this to unlock the next tier," and I'm like, "I'm telling you, you're going to make a lot more progress if you sync it, because that early game you can make a lot of tickets. Like I'm sitting on like 5,000 tickets now because I've been syncing things since the beginning of the game, but and I've unlocked everything thousands of hours ago. But when you're early game, that's the best and fastest way to start unlocking everything. Is just hit up those advanced items.
All right. So are all the environments like completely different, distinct spaces?
Yeah, completely. Like there's each of the different areas, and a lot like that. Kind of touch on this. A lot of people think when they start the game, you choose which area you want to start. A lot of people think it's different maps, but it is all the same map. It's just different locations.
Ah,
Uh, yeah,
that would
So
explain
that's
it.
one thing. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that. So like the desert's one starting spot. The dune desert's another one. It's in the far west. The grassy plains, which is in the south, and then the northern forest, which is kind of right in the middle. And I don't know. I've traversed the map enough that it's like everybody's like, "Man, this map's so huge. It took me like 3 hours to go out and explore around the thing." And I'm like, I can navigate the map in like 2 minutes. I can be across the map. It's like I have it so memorized now.
Yeah, and, well, like, you have giant maps in all different kinds of games. Like, PlanetSide has pretty darn big maps, but there's
Mhm.
big, and there's, like, you got big things in it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
and then it's like, you got, like, Battlefield maps were always pretty chunky. I'm trying to think of
Yeah.
other games of other large maps, like, Skyrim map was always pretty big.
Right.
And
Yeah, I remember
Subnautica's
that one.
map was, it had all that verticality in it because it was, in the water.
Yeah, yeah.
So when you have that kind of mixture of things, you get different senses of big. Like what is big if you have a lot of verticality? What if you're in like a city
Yeah,
urban
yeah.
space, but you only can work the back alleys or something?
Yeah. And
I mean,
all
look
people all
at
the time they'll say
look
like,
at the division for that,
oh yeah.
for stalking
I
back alleys.
I know the biggest complaint people have about like starting in the northern forest because it's the forest. There's trees, there's hills, there's mountains, there's all those things in there. They're like, there's just not enough stuff to or enough area to build factories there. And I'm like, no, you got to build up. Like you have 2 kilometers above you of just empty airspace that you can build a skyscraper if you want to, and build in that direction. So that each area has their stuff. Like if you went to the grassy plains first, it's a large open area that's relatively flat, but all of the nodes are impure nodes, so they're they're not very good for a lot of stuff. You'll have to move out of that area to get to some to be able to make some of the advanced stuff later on. The desert's probably the best balanced because it's got so many resource nodes and so many different variations. There's some impure, some normal, some pure, but it seems to be pretty equal. You can pretty much survive the entire map with just staying in that location.
Yeah, I looked at it and like, oh, desert probably sounds like the coolest space because they're probably had the least amount of like environmental obstructions.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely that's why then when I in my current playthrough I started in the desert and it's the first time I'd ever played in the desert. And it's definitely been pretty beneficial because my smaller factory, which used to be the mega factory, it's 100 by 100 foundations, and then it's 3 floors with each floor being 23 walls high. So it's 800 meters by 800 meters. It's a pretty large factory. I could easily build that there because there's nothing obstructing it. It sets off the ground, I don't know, like 100 meters or something. But I knew I was going to build a big factory there, so I decided to go there and have lots of empty space.
Ah, yes, the quality floating rocks.
Ah, yes. I will message Hannah right now.
I'm kind of interested in why if they didn't go with like a Avatar style like floating rocks environment, if that was
Mhm.
something that was being considered or not.
Yeah, nothing intentional, at least. So, but yeah, like those rocks like that you see, those are randomly generated.
Ah, that would make more sense.
Yeah,
So like
yeah,
when
they
you
are.
when you map those, like you map them to probably the nav mesh is usually the best way to do that. Like the
Mhm.
nav mesh is such a useful tool, and you just like, all right, you can just be on like whatever pixel it needs a map to it, and it can just snap to it as close as it can. This way, it has to be on the
Right,
surface, so you don't want to be like inside of it deeply, but you want to be like sure it's accessible in some way.
right. Yeah, and I found a few times starting in Northern Forest, I was surrounded by like uranium. Like that was awful because you can't harvest it without dying. As soon as you
Yeah.
pick it up, it's like maxed your radiation and it's going to kill you pretty quick. Those, no, but they patched that so there's a lot less uranium ones around the map.
You'll never take me alive. Get him, he's robbed us of our nonsense.
And one of the really good things about with update 6, like you were talking about the map, they updated how the beacon systems work. So you no longer beacons are being phased out of the game. They're
Oh,
no longer going to be. They're used for a few recipes, that kind of stuff. You can use them all around the map. But now they have like when you pull up the map, you can put down a pin. You can just do it right from the map now, and you can label
oh,
it. And yeah, and every time you put down a miner, you can now see that on the map and know yes, this node here is tapped. But you can't see that node until you put a miner on it. So they put that in the systems there, and that's been huge, huge. It's just amazing UI change for the map. It was very very needed for sure.
yeah. That's just like kind of felt that was like odd that, oh, why would you have an exploring function in a game that you can't actually like, you know, have a map to go along with it and you know, develop the world around you. I figured like, oh, if it's a fixed map, you know, it kind of makes a little more sense. If it's like a randomly generated one, it's like, what, how are you supposed to get anywhere?
Right. Another thing I find I play with all the time on in my game is you actually have access to some of the developer tools.
Like the console here?
Yeah, the console. So if
That's
you,
just
if
the
there's
UE4 console.
yeah, and like there's some things you can change in the game, like you can control the grass, for example.
Yeah.
So if you type in, I think it's grass density scale, or just type in grass, it'll automatically shortcut it. But if you, and I actually, one of the devs, when they were in my stream, I was asking him, I was like, is this, if you put 10, is that exactly 10 times? He's like, yeah. So it's completely on multiples. And so, yeah, I was testing it upwards of 1,000,000 times. And at that point, my GPU is setting it like 100%. And the game is at like 0.06 frames per second. And like it's just slowly loading it all in. And the it's a lot of fun, but yeah, what I've also found with that grass density scale is it also affects some of the stones.
Yeah, that makes sense. So,
Yeah.
okay, like here's an environment point. You actually just for the grass that you can't pick up that looks like grass, and this is with any game that you do like terrain. Your grass and your stones, they live on the terrain. Like they're actually mapped to the terrain. They're actually randomly they're generated by the engine. I've actually done this myself. So when you generate that kind of terrain, you just can paint where the grass and stones. You can actually do that to any object. You can do that to any mesh that you feed into the pipeline. It can be of any size. It can be of any quality. And so like, you know, I did a little play thing where it's like I was like putting rocks in and just had these giant mountains I was just drawing on the terrain, and they were just mapped to it. And you can do everything you want to edit there that you could do. And I mean, it's like you set a random like variable to like, you know, how big do you want it to make. So so that's all just done at the terrain level. That's why it's really efficient, and that's why you did it with those, you know, those console commands. They work like that because that's actually just at the engine level. You just attack them onto that you know, event change.
Yeah, and they have a lot of them disabled, but I've thoroughly went through a lot of it. Like you can turn on to where you can see where all the enemy spawn points are. So every creature that spawns in the game, it'll come up and it'll show it right in front of you. Like this is what spawns, you know.
There's probably ways to turn on all the volumetric spaces as well, and all the collision, because all those are, well, when you're in the editor view, you can actually, you just choose to disable those. You can actually choose to enable them in the game. So that's actually like a normal feature that people like you can do as a developer. So those are usually just turned off by in-game view, because you usually wouldn't have those on unless you're debugging. So they just have to be attached into that console pipeline somehow.
Yeah, and like when I'm streaming, like it's because my world is just crazy. Everybody jokes about my frame rate, so I actually show the in-game frame rate as I'm playing. I was using GeForce Experience until it just crapped the bed and stopped working. But the in-game one with that console command, it's STAT space stat, and it'll pull up your FPS, and it's very, very real time. And it's definitely nice to have. You can also pull up like the GPU stats and all that other stats.
Yeah, those are all just baked right into the engine. I know exactly which one you're talking about, because you have to use a lot of those same commands just don't have UI elements in the engine because there's just too many of them. So you actually have to know a lot of those commands to do the efficiency. I can't remember which one it is, but you need to do it for your heat maps on your LODs. You can have it just render like how the LOD layers are, so this way you can see them properly. I can't remember. It's been forever since I've done those.
Yeah, I thought it was definitely pretty neat. They still gave us access to that kind of stuff. Well, some of those things, like obviously some of them are the debug mode that's disabled, so like you can't get into it, can't do anything with that. But, it'll. I tried changing the gravity one time. I can't change that. Just, you know, like I said, every Monday I play around with the game in those ways and try to find little things and that might.
If you really want to find a lot of new ones, you need to start looking at the Unreal 4 documentation and just like digging through their like, you know, the engine code at the back end, because at that point you're just poking at engine code. You'll probably find things that the developers themselves wouldn't know, because you would just be poking at, you know, engine commands, and that would be forcing performance changes or some sort of like rendering adjustments, because you know, these old form of deferred renderings, the deferred renderings being done here versus the new Loomis system that's in Unreal 5 just has like a bunch of different kinks to it that are interesting and fun to play with.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I absolutely love doing that stuff. There's some really good ones in there, and then some things so just absolutely like you can force a save. You can force the game to save through the console, and
Yeah.
but I have found that it crashes every single time. So I don't know if that's something that they
wonder why.
disabled or, but yeah, like I don't remember the command off the top of my head, but it will, if it'll say like save new slot, new or overwrite existing.
Save with new session name.
Yeah, new session name. Yeah, that has crashed 100% of any time I've ever tried it.
Now, so when you did that one, so it's hard to explain the console commands without understanding how traditional programming is done. Most of the time, when you type in like a command, have you used like command prompt?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like, so those things are actually functional in their nature. They actually will ask for parameters afterwards. So if you did something like save something, you probably have to give it the right series of parameters afterwards, so it actually has the collection of data to perform the action. Or else, what do? Oh, you crash because you've now done a functional command that no longer has its proper parameters. So that was the way older programmers had to do things. Was everything was out of terminal. If you do development on multiplayer, you have to actually launch up the terminal this way you can have discrete instances of Unreal running properly on a local network. So then this way you virtualize your local network to do multiplayer on a single machine. Mm-hmm. So that means it's actually possible to have a game with network-based multiplayer running on one machine in the same like, you know, instance of their operating system that's actually network-based, running on different monitors and full screen using the hardware resources in full. But most people don't do that, because how can you guarantee that somebody would actually have those features?
Right. Yeah, I might have to play around with that then. Try to find out what direction they're
loading. So you would just type in save with new session name as is. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, you can see right there. It says it needs an F string, so it needs save, and it needs session name big. Mm-hmm. So it needs two F strings. So F string's an in-engine data type. It's a derivative of a string. They call it F strings. It has a little more features to it. This way they can tap it into their existing pipeline. So if you go programming wise, there's a lot of data types like, you know, integer, Boolean. Well, Epic, they needed to hook those in efficiently into their system, so they had to make their own custom ones. So they have F string, and they have they have other things for integers and things like that. So that's the things you need. You just needed, you know, those two other items. So look at what the engine's asking, because it'll tell you exactly what it's looking for in those commands.
Yeah, I do like that it autofills, or if you just type in letters, it starts showing all of them. I've done just a lot of exploring that way, and I have notes where I've taken, you know, what works, what doesn't.
Yeah, because those are all just right on UE4 documentation. The latest version will just tell you all those that you need to know. And the Unreal subreddit, if you need to like ask an engine question, is also really helpful.
All right. Well, I'm gonna crash you guys because it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I better go as well. It's 3 a.m.
Pushing darn 7 hours here.
Yeah, there you go.
If you have like engine questions, I'm a bit rusty with Unreal, but I still know a good bit of the stuff.
Oh yeah, I definitely get that for sure. And I threw a follow there for the channel as well. So
yeah, you can find me on Discord here if you ever need me. I always have it up all day.
Oh yeah. Discord drives
you guys
me nuts.
can stay in this channel and talk, or in this server, whatever as you need to. I have no problem with you guys using the server to communicate, or
you tell me how you want to be in contact. You tell me. Like you know, work will kick up on me one day and kicks up for you. You set the schedule there.
Oh yeah, and if you guys try to message me or whatever, like, and I don't get right back to, I get like 700-800 Discord messages a day, so it just gets drowned out a lot of times. Oh my goodness, that's the worst.
Funny little thing. So you notice how the enemies ragdoll. That's just a little like quick feature. You actually have to do a lot of modification to your rigid bodies, because if you just tell it to enable rigid body ragdoll right out of the gate,
Mhm.
you'll actually get all kinds of crazy physics bodies because the individual skeletal pieces of the meshes will start going crazy because they'll be all independently done. And they're
Yeah.
really CPU intensive too. So if you notice, some games will stop the rigid bodies from wiggling around after a while. It's because they made a timer in it to make it efficient because they're really CPU intensive.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that. That it definitely
Alright.
makes a lot of
Borderlands
sense.
does that a
later.
lot. So Borderlands is like the best relator to like an Unreal Engine game I can think of off the top of my head.
I'll catch you guys later.
Evening.
All right, man. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and head off as well.
Yeah, cool that you showed up.
Yeah, I'm so glad. Thanks for having me on for
You
sure.
you want Andrew as their name?
Yeah, if you want, yeah, that's my real name. So
How'd you end up with
It's a-
BL Andrew?
it's a really funny story because I used to play the old Mech Warrior games back in like the
Ah.
early 2000s, and I used to be in a clan. We only played with the Black Knight mech, so our clan was called the Black Legion. And this was when I first started getting into PC stuff and gaming and everything. So I had one of the rules for our clan was you had to put the BL tag in front of your name, and then the 575 was my school lunch number. It's also a perfect haiku. But so with Andrew being my first name, I just put all that together. And every time I went to set up an account for pretty much anything after that, that name was just always available
Makes sense.
every time. So that name just stuck over the years. And it was my Halo clan tag for a little while. We changed over and made it the Blue Lunatics. So then everybody had that BL in front of their name and all that stuff. And then now all of my merch has the BL and everything. And so it's just one of those things that's carried over the years and it's had multiple purposes, but it's just always the name has stayed the same.
Yeah, I've always had those variations of my name. Giga Money was like the one I'd done for the longest time. I've only recently changed it on YouTube because you have a lot more people doing the stock things in the past several years. So you type in money and you get 30 different finance channels. Yeah, so
Yeah.
gotta kind of distinguish that if I'm not doing anything finance related.
Right. Yeah. And I've made this name completely universal. Like it's my Twitter, my Instagram, my
Same, I'm a very similar boat.
YouTube. Yep. Yeah, it's that easy. So when like people ask me for like what are my socials, and then like I have all the links on my channel, but I'm like, if you just type in BLAnger575 on Google, you will see so many results because I have it across everything, every single thing. Like of course, obviously, without the exception of Facebook, because it's just your first and last name, but everything else there. Like
Facebook
I even
doesn't
have
like a not anonymity anyway, so
yeah, like I have TikTok, and my goal was to use it to upload my stream clips and that kind of stuff. But the ratios suck; they're terrible.
it's not
For
worth
like
doing anything
that.
on TikTok because they don't even pay. They don't pay their creators. All
Yeah.
their money goes to ads on YouTube.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
hilarious.
yeah, and that's what I created the TikTok like a year ago, and I think I've signed in like once. I don't use it.
It's a
I don't
disgusting
have time
platform.
to sit around and watch videos. Yeah. Like I legit like people were like everybody's like, "Oh man, did you catch that new movie?" And I'm like, "I've seen one
No.
movie this year." Like every spare minute of my every day is dedicated to something that's going to content creation of
That's
someone
crazy.
form another. Every spare minute. I'm single. I live alone. You know, I get my 40 hours work week, and then everything else is dedicated to content creation. It's just it's a passion. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I'm just doing the streaming thing. Like, I thought at one point, like, oh, I want to try to do a little bit of editing. I had done some edits in the past, but, you know, it just doesn't give me that creative eye. I just don't get that out of editing. It's so, there's like a grunginess to it. I don't know what it is. My brain does not, like, shoot back, you know, dopamine when I'm doing video editing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like for me, I'll write a scene, film it, and rewatch it time and time again. And then if I'm giggling through the whole time when I'm making it, I know it's great. It's absolutely awesome, and I love that feeling. Like it's and I took one game design course in college, but we used Flash, so it's all kind of
Wow,
like
that's
useless
not
now.
game design.
Yeah. But it was the first class that they had offered at that college that was game design, and I took it just because I needed something to kind of fill some credits. And but other than that, I mean, it was just a basic stuff, and I never really had any kind of real video editing training, but it's all self-taught.
Yeah.
I use Video Studio Ultimate 22. I would love to get Adobe, But my goodness, I'm not paying that subscription fee.
Yeah,
I don't want to pay that.
Adobe is bonkers on the money that they spit out. So,
Oh
if you know
yeah,
anything about Substance Designer or Substance Paint, do you know anything about those?
I don't actually.
They bought that studio. Oh my god, I need to turn this thing off. So they bought the studio that made those. Adobe did years and years ago, and they're like, oh, well, they always ran out of like a permanent license or a subscription for enterprise. And what happens 2 years later? They get rid of the permanent license feature, and then
Yeah.
it's just like, why do you exist, Adobe?
Yeah. Yeah, like I bought Affinity Designer last year, which it's a pretty basic photo editor, but it has a lot of the same qualities as like Photoshop does. And I actually took a digital design class in high school and learned how to use Photoshop. It was CS2 days.
Oh man, I remember
yeah,
CS5
a
was
long
my
time ago.
first one.
Yeah, so some of that carried over into it, but like I've taken the last year, like once a week, I'll take 2 hours a day, and I'll just go and find a tutorial online and learn how to do it and use that program. And I've been doing the same thing with videos. And every time I make a video, I get a little bit better at it, find a little bit better ways to make stuff. And like I said, I would love to get like Adobe Premiere, but dang, I'm not making that. I mean, I easily could afford it, but I just don't see any sense in it when I have
Yeah,
this video editor does everything that I need.
I like putting my stuff into the market and getting better as a day trader.
Yeah.
Like today, oh man, you didn't see, I guess you don't watch the stock market at all, do you?
No. I mean, I have a few stocks, cryptos, but nothing. Yeah, I don't do it hardcore.
Man, if I was a better trader, I would have been rolling in dough today. It's just like the market plummeted like a rock.
Yeah.
And I was in puts, and I was just like, oh, I'm happy with $100. I'll take that. Those plays ran for 2,400, and then I would have entered in at 300, and I took two of them, and I was like, $100 is great. Get me out of here.
Right. Oh my goodness. I have a story about, because I used to be a GameStop manager. I used to work at the store while I was other college stuff and everything. So when I started there, GameStop stocks were like $3. And one year I got a bonus from the Army of $10,000 for re-enlisting. So I was like, cool, I'm going to invest this in GameStop. And then I looked at GameStop and I looked at its past, and it's just been going down and down and down and down. That following September, they partnered with Microsoft. Boom, it shot up to like, mind you, I'd already used up all the money at this point. And so I was like, dang it, now I would never be able to do it. I had some money and I was like, maybe I should invest. And I'm like, you know what? It's 50. It's going to go back down again. And then that following January, the memes hit and it shot up to what? With like $300, $400, $500.
So I remember when that happened, I was watching it. So I have a tool that lets me to see options flow. And when we were watching in there, when big money makes dollars move, the money looks weird because it's these automated systems. They go bonkers when things go wrong or something, and some indicator in the market triggers, and they just go crazy, and it's so bizarre to watch a bunch of these like big money, just their automated systems just start flagging and start hitting things because of certain conditions. And there's this new indicator that we have today called options exposure, or it's called gamma exposure. And these market makers use these gamma exposure lines, and it's called a GEX indicator, to know when to add to their short position or when to start adding to their long position. And it's crazy. You can see these lines, and it's like these lines are basically hidden unless you pay for a premium service or have like a group of mega programmers to do stuff, or you can't do these on a normal chart. You have to be able to aggregate thousands of points of data to put these lines on these charts, and it's just like crazy.
Yeah. I like I said, I've barely done any of that. I've pretty much only stuck to like cryptos.
Yeah, you got a better deal going on with this, the things you're doing now anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's definitely good. And I'm doing that other stuff. Like how I started this was when Doge started going crazy. That's when I first started looking at it. So I threw $500 at Doge, and then like I doubled it. So I made $1,000. So I immediately withdrew $500. So now I have no money out of pocket in the stock market. And if I lose it, then I'm not out of anything. And since then I've just kind of been, hitting it. And then, so, I mean, I've gained a good bit of money on it, but I've just been like moving it from stock to stock and that kind of stuff. I did, what was the other one? Not Doge, but
There was Ethereum and Bitcoin.
I mean, it was one of the other meme ones. I think it was real popular last fall, and then it ended up crashing. Good thing I sold when I did because it went terribly down. But now I think the only thing I have is 50 million shares of Elon coin, and that's because it only cost me $26, and it is like a trillionth of a cent. Like it's about of
Yeah,
$26, but
those are all
if it
just
goes up,
Play-Doh money is
yeah,
what a friend called it once.
yeah, and like Elon, he's doing some good things. He's definitely really into all that kind of stuff. So I imagine it can only go up. So I mean, like, but if it doesn't, like, I'm out of $26. So it's it's not a big deal. So that's really the only thing I'm holding on to right now. No, nothing really. I have a friend at work that does a lot of Ethereum trades, and he's sitting on like 60 grand that he's made just by day trading and that kind of stuff. He's one that kind of really got me.
Yeah.
I use the crypto.com app. That's mainly what I go through.
Huh. I wonder if
And
that worked. I did
pretty
that
nice.
save with the console command.
Mhm.
Oh, look, there it is. Big G. Oh, so it's file and folder name.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
that's
wonder if-
so that's what it means by new session. This is a session. Oh,
Mhm.
great. I split my session. This is a fork. Oh, this is the way to do a forking. If you ever need to fork your session, that's how you would do it. So you give it the save name and then session name, which is the folder. Those are actually ordered incorrectly. Well, I guess probably at a
Oh.
programmatic level it probably makes more sense, but a console level here.
See, I've done that manually. I've went into the game files folders and moved them around and separated them that way.
No.
But yeah, that's good to know.
I
that
bet there's
I didn't know that-
there's probably a load save or whatever.
maybe.
Load save? What was it called? Save with. Load with? Okay, there's no load. This probably has a different
Okay.
name for it. One of the things that was kind of funny was what was it, Valorant or what? No, ooh, what's the one Riot Games made, that first person shooter? More recent one that got real stream popular. Is that Valorant? That's supposed to be like a CS:GO meets Overwatch or whatever.
Yeah.
It was funny because there's like one of the earlier days that came out, somebody on the Unreal subreddit pulled up and they pulled out the engine files, and it says template first person shooter. The default template first person shooter that Epic gives you, it's just free as you download the engine, is named that. That means you have to actually change the actual like in-game name, like change that file name. So it means they went ahead and sent it to publishing before they actually changed the default template name, which means they used Epic starter code for their product, which is completely fine. Like Epic hands out a ton of assets. You can make entire games using just assets that Epic has made or has bought in some way. Like every month, and I've done this since the start of it, they hand out a bunch of free assets that community members made to get them some money in their pockets and some notoriety. And they also hand out at least one free permanently asset. And so every month, on the first Tuesday of every month, I go into the Epic Store on the marketplace on the Unreal side, and then I go to the free and the permanent free, and I just add those to cart, and I have an enormous collection of assets from community members and Epic that I can use in any future projects whenever. And that doesn't include the free stuff they include in their learn section. Like so there's like those old like benchmarks that Epic made for like showing off Unreal. Those are all assets you can download right now through the Epic Games launcher on the Unreal side under the Learn tab. And those are all assets you can use in a game and everything. They state it themselves that you can use that in a game.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
Definitely.
say you can say Tencent owns 40% every day all you want, but hey, they're probably the least evil people of the game engine types you can probably come around, and they're the people who made Fortnite. So take that as you will.
Yeah.
Tim Sweeney's
Oh my
a
gosh.
kind of an absolute Chad if you think about it, because he like buys up environmentally endangered land and then just to hold it,
Yeah.
Who else does that? You were
Yeah.
saying?
Like you mentioned Fortnite. Oh my god, I'm so sick of some of these sponsors that keep shooting me these offers. Fortnite, jeez, Raid Shadow Legends, World of War,
Junk.
World of Tanks. Well,
Junk.
HelloFresh, I've looked into them because they pay well.
Oh,
But
really?
the problem is that it's a food thing, so it's
Yeah.
like none of my streams are food related, so nobody would come watch me do that. But no, it's just like was it Raid Shadow Legends? They do pay pretty well. I have been offered up to $600 an hour to stream it,
Dang.
and I'm like, all my friends are like, oh my god, I would sell out in a heartbeat, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. For one, I'm not streaming for the money. I'm really
Yeah.
not. Like, I got a decent job, and two, I'm not going to sit and put on a fake smile and say this is the greatest game ever. You need to play Raid Shadow
Yeah.
Legends, and yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't want to do that.
There's a guy, Obo Shoes. He's got a really fun take on like sponsorship things. Like he did he accepted a sponsorship thing, and then he did the preview for it, but then like the sponsors pulled out because he was basically harping on them and like giving them crap, and it's just like he put it up online anyways, and it was really funny. I don't know if you've ever watched any of his stuff.
No, like I wish I had time.
I get it. I get
keep
it.
telling my audience, I keep telling my viewers and stuff, I'm like, I wish I had 96-hour days, like for real.
And then you got to work out. You got to get some, personal time in, the sleep.
Yep. Yeah. Gosh, if I could go without sleep.
Permanent
Like,
narcolepsy.
and there's, luckily enough, I had my genes tested a few years ago, and one of the genes that I have that's quite rare is that only 3% of the entire world has, but it actually allows me to get the same quality of sleep in 3 to 4 hours as the average person needs to get 8 hours for. So, and I utilize that to the maximum. So like, it's 3 a.m. now. I have to be up here at 6 because I have to work this weekend. So like, and I'm should be going to bed here pretty soon. I still will be good. That'll be enough sleep for me. So like on my average day, I probably put in 12 to 15 hours in Satisfactory. Well, maybe not in the game while I'm playing the game. A lot of it's dedicated to like content creation or maybe writing dialogue or recording and that kind of stuff, or networking, like I said, doing a whole bunch of networking because like I'm trying to grow as a streamer. Like I'm trying to grow even more, and I'm this close to partner. And like I said, even though it's not a goal, it's definitely would be pretty beneficial for that growing metric.
Yeah, especially for like that longevity.
Yeah. And I'm constantly finding things like doing Easter egg hunts in the game, trying to find, trying to be the first one to get eyes on this. And last week I discovered like 13 things that are in the game and had to sign an NDA for one of them, and because it wasn't supposed to be in there. But that's not my fault. but yeah, like I'm straight up with Coffee Stain. Like I told him, I'm like, if I happen to find something that's not supposed to be in there, I mean, I'm not going to say anything on my channel. Like I'm not out there to be like, oh guys, guess what I found? And I'm not gonna be doing any of that. So I actually run it by the developers, and I'm like, hey, I found these. What's up with these? And he's like, oh, those are old stuff. It's not supposed to be in there. And then one of the ones I found last week, he's like, yeah, that's future content. That's not supposed to be in there. And,
because when you merge in branches, branch merging and code changes, particularly at a dev level, is a different difficulty than just regular like web dev. You have to worry about assets, and assets will leak across branches because the Unreal Engine's trying to be efficient with its assets, so it can't just like, skip out on, what has to be in place. Because if something's being pointed to somewhere in the branch, it has to include it because it might cause critical crashing errors that they just, an engine doesn't want to handle. It has to have some way of managing it, particularly when you're dealing with C++, because you might be blue screening someone's machine because you accidentally shifted in things improperly. But one of the reasons you can't load up assets from existing games into Unreal Engine is because Unreal will actually encode it into a format that it in and of itself can't actually load in. And so...
and I know that you were mentioning the splits. I know Coffee Stain has two, or was it? They have 3 different instances of the game. So they have their initial one that they're working on, they're editing all the time.
Yeah.
And then they have their internal testing version of it.
Yeah.
And then like if it makes it to that one, then they test it for a little while, and then once everything is good and they're satisfied, they push it out to what goes to the public. So that's the third one.
You typically your typical branching system is like internal production or prod, and then you'll have just the individual devs will have their own fork of it with their own like epics, and then those go into QA, and those will produce release candidates. So if you ever see like an RC anywhere, that's a release candidate. And then there will be usually a canary branch of some kind, and usually canary sits in between like before release candidate, but still has like experimental features that they're feeling safe. And then there's like nightlies, but those are only like, that's when you get to like more web dev stuff at that point.
Yeah.
And so those sort of dev pipelines definitely shift a lot depending on the scale and size. You usually get more branches. That's what they're called, branches, when you got to
Yeah.
do development.
Yeah, they actually were just talking about this on the last Coffee Stain stream last Tuesday, and he actually pulled up Paint and was actually drawing it out, showing people how this production system works, and how they implement it and how they update it, and how stuff makes it out to everybody, and how much processing was
Yeah.
involved. Like I said, they with their dev streams they do like the state of development, and they'll give you updates on like, yeah, this is this is underway. There's going to be a patch rolling out tomorrow for this, and then they'll do like a community highlight session, and they'll show like the community stuff, and then they go into a Q&A at the end. And then so like it's very, very, very well organized, and they've just done an amazing job of keeping
because you
everyone
have to
up
keep
to
track
date.
of assets. Cannot just go onto a Git branch. You can't just put
Yeah.
assets into a Git repo willy-nilly. You have to make sure those are hooked up in a very different way. So those have to be done in such a manner that when you import assets, you're usually pulling them from like a local repository, like on your network. And so you
Yeah.
have to be able to dump those into the system without, causing crazy crashes into the engine. And so if you just start plugging things in and just playing with them improperly, then you will find that when you go to production, the release itself will find itself unable to load assets, and then people's games crash, or you get a bunch of missing asset errors, and you can't just
Yep.
fix those, because if you don't know where those are pointing to, then what do you have? You just have an asset name that means nothing.
Yeah, yeah. And then one thing I do love, like if the game does crash, it brings up the reporter, and that sends it directly to them. And it takes a snapshot of all the coding, what was wrong, and then you can also enter your own text, what you were doing. They recommend being as detailed as possible. But
Do
two of the
they? So they have
developers that work
they have
on
a
just bugs.
they have a custom reporter, like they
The
don't just
crash
use the
reporter.
default.
Yeah, yeah. No, the way they explained it is it's built. It was built off of the one that was it's already in there.
Yeah.
But all reports go directly to
Yeah.
Coffee Stain, so it literally goes to the two developers that are.
Okay, so it just
working on
has
it.
like that same gray bar, black interface.
Yep.
Okay, because
Yeah,
that's the okay. I'm thinking like, oh, they made a custom one. Now they just that's built in. So there's a lot of like the splash screen. Like that's just an option in the engine. You put in an image and then you're good to go. That's how like Borderlands has that same little splash screen. It's just like baked right into the engine at the engine level.
Yeah.
And so that little reporter is just baked right in. You're expected, like Epic expects devs to modify that for their needs. So that's why that's made so generic.
Yeah, and I love those crash reports because now I'm like playing with the developers with it because like they know me, they know who I am. So a lot of times I'll put like at the end of my message, I'll be like, "Love Andrew," or like,
And then like
I'd be like, "Someone need get Lim on this,"
So like the heart rate monitors start flagging off. Emails are sent. What do you mean you found a new bug? We looked at this thing for 6 hours last
gosh.
year.
Like when they said, like I said, I was talking to one of them last, was it May, right before Update 6 came out, and the developer was like, he literally said, "Is this as Andrew proof as it can get?" That was their goal to make Update 6 as stable as possible. Because like again, they were using my save to optimize it, and mine wasn't the only one, but mine was the one for like the major testing and stuff. So they literally said it's going to be Andrew proof, and I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
They're like, let me crack my knuckles.
I was like, yeah, what a lot of people think that I was like, I'm out to try to destroy the game. And I'm like, I'm not. I just really enjoy large, massive builds. It just so happens that my build, like one of my factories, contains more game entities than a normal average person's entire, 1,000-hour playthrough. So, I mean, it's definitely like one factory. It's absolutely I have one line of assemblers making encased industrial beams. It is 490 assemblers. That's one part of my factory. And geez, that took 6, 7, 8 weeks to build, something like that. But yeah, that's the fun part. That's what I really enjoy. Like I am not out to break the game or or not even really out to test it and the limits or anything like that. It's a nice bonus that they've reached out and allowed me to help them with it. And it's always like, there was one day, one of the bug guys, he messaged me, he's like, hey, is there any way that you can load up update 5, your save in update 5, and then load it up in update 6 and record the RAM usage? And I was like, you realize it takes 26 minutes for my game save to load, right? I was like, it's like, so I'm going to record that. I can record it, no problem, right off the task manager. But yeah, it's just like, if you give me like 2 hours, I can have it back to you. Because I had to go through and cut the editing and do all that stuff. And they're like, oh yeah, no problem. So yeah, that's all I did was just make a video of the task manager where it's loading the RAM. And it fluctuates immensely. But yeah, it was much better with update 6. Because basically they had to test it to see if it was doing better with RAM. The problem is none of the computers at Coffee Stain have more than 16 gigs of RAM. You need at least 48 gigs of RAM to run my save. So they just shot me a message that one day and asked if I'd be able to do it. I'm like, oh man, I'd be happy to help you. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
The RAM usage is getting nuts. And like some days it's upwards of 52, 55 gigs of RAM, but it averages around 45. But if it gets to 60, I have to upgrade to 100. Well, I'll probably go to 96, but 120 is the ultimate goal. But who knows? They might be able to optimize it more to where it's going to be able to make my game run a lot smoother. Because if they make a tiny adjustment in optimizations, like that could mean an additional 10 FPS on my save, which you may not even be able to notice on an average player save.
They'll have to introduce more multi-threading performance on a machine like yours.
Yeah. Now, like what I've done was I went into the Epic Store and then also my Steam version, and I forced it to run on all cores, and that immensely helped because like I have an 8-core processor and it was only using like 3 of them. And then so like anytime people ask me like how can I squeeze out better performance out of my game, I'll show them how to do that, and it's really easy. You don't have to change really any. You don't even have to go into the game files. It's right at the Epic launcher, or you can also do it right from in Steam. Pretty simple, but and it basically just makes your computer just runs a lot more efficient. Instead of having 3 cores at 100%, now you've got 8 cores at like 30%.
Yeah.
So that spreads that out, and it does. There was one person that told me, they got back to me, and they're like, oh my god, I did what you told me, and it took me from 30 FPS to 80, and I'm like, yeah, see, you have all those unused cores.
Free cache when loading packages in the editor. Oh, it's in the editor only. I'm trying to remember like what I'm pretty sure S meant for static typing. Just because like all the other the way the things are stored in the console commands, like FPS chart, round before binning, max FPS. Like that's how you can, if you have full dev access to those things,
Yeah.
Because there's things like that only work at the editor level because they have indicators. So like there's a thing called onConstruct, and there's like in editor tools. So like when you're building tools, you need to have a different loading for editor only actions, like on spline, do this on and stuff like that. So those are sort of just important features that just kind of exist in the world of game dev. Like if you look at the console commands and how the data structures are, you'll start identifying things a lot faster. But then you'll also like be able to read the documentation and see that, oh, this thing only works in the editor because it's an editor tool. Because there are tools that are made to make the editor more efficient and more work for a certain type of workload.
See, one of my moderators, he actually was able to unpackage the game completely to where he had access to all the files and all the stuff we're not supposed to have access to. So, and that's how we were able to find, like he was setting in the files, going through it, combing for stuff that he didn't recognize, stuff that, is not in the game. And then he'd have me test that because I was running a mod that allowed me to like pretty much give any item I want on a separate save.
Yeah.
Then I would try to spawn that item. And we found so many items that are in the game that were worked on at one time.
You guys got to remember, there's a lot of engine items. There's a lot of engine elements that they're there because they have to be there.
Right. Yeah, and like I haven't got any of that stuff to work, but like I said
no,
earlier,
they shouldn't if they're pointing to things properly.
Yeah, like there's a late game, late game item, and geez, I haven't even automated that on mine, but it's I'm trying to remember what it was called. But this item that I found is the exact same thing as it, except it's dark matter instead, and it's still in the game. And I'm trying to remember here. I got the list pulled up. It is the pressure conversion cube. You use that for like very late game advanced stuff, and it's the same exact model as that one, but instead of like a uh, an empty square, it's got dark matter inside of it. And there's another one that's called nuclear pasta, where it looks like a bright white sphere inside of it. But the dark matter is completely like everything's moving on it, like it looks like it's a liquid inside of it, and it's not something. It was something that they were going to implement at one point, but they decided to back out on it and not use it. They went with the nuclear pasta instead. But that dark matter is still in the game and is still spawnable if you've got one of those mods that you can do that with. It's one of those things they're probably going to be removing here soon because I reported it. Anything to help out the performance.
Yeah. So what happens when you, like, the reason why assets are really hard to remove, and I had this kind of a personal experience here, when you take an asset and you're suddenly pointing to it, this is something you learn a lot with a lot of game engines. They'll do this, particularly if they're made in C++. If you rip away that pointer, there's a whole tree of elements that are pointing to that. And so those assets no longer have something to point to, so they break. And that's why you don't it's not safe to really remove assets. You just remove the references to them, but they're still in the game files, because removing them from the game files can actually cause other things to break. It can cause entire branches to just completely stop working.
Yeah. I didn't know if you knew this about Coffee Stain. They have I think it's either a few times a week or maybe it's even once a day, but they have what they call creative time. And it's like an hour, 2 hour, 3 hour thing. Whenever they do these sessions, they're literally allowed to work on whatever they want towards the game. Some of those things make it into the game, some don't. But so you've got some. That's how a lot of the things were added into the game. What was it? The hypertubes. That was something someone worked on in their creative time, and they made it all, and it worked, and they liked how they felt that it could be added into the game, and it would everybody would be able to benefit from it. So they implemented it, and so there's hundreds and hundreds of items that they make every year that they've been working on it that never ever will see the light of day. And there's references to some of it in the Satisfactory wiki, but there's still so many things that are, like you said, in the game, they're in there, and if they remove it, it's not easy to remove.
Yeah.
So
it's not as simple as just delete. It's not that simple.
Yeah.
If you've ever gotten past a state where you like loaded into an editor and now you're trying to figure out what the heck you're trying to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's why I feel bad when I report that stuff to the developer, the one that I can message, and I just feel bad because I realize I know that that's a good bit of work, but ultimately it is going to make the game better for everybody in the long run. It's going to help them. I hate making them work hard and work more, but
hey, look, you're actually making it easier, because this way someone who doesn't just stumble into it like 5 years later and then all of a sudden they have to realize they have to redo an entire skeletal framework or put in limitations. The worst thing is to do is like, oh, you had a code base that like allowed for a thing. It's like, oh, it's really fast and efficient, but then it turns out when you hit this limit, you can you can basically start doing arbitrary code execution or something, because you're shifting memory and RAM, and then you're all of a sudden able to activate instructions on different codes, and now malware is a problem, so you depend into those limitations. So doing this now actually saves those potential errors from happening later. Not like that they would, but still.
Yeah, and then the one developer, like I said, the one that I'm talking to like every day, and we play some games together. But he worked on the weapon systems, but he just started at Coffee Stain May of 2021, and but his main job was to overhaul the entire weapon systems, as they were all overhauled for Update 6. So, but that's basically what he was thrown into. Like, he had to remove all the old ones and completely build all the weapons from ground up, all the bombs, the rifles, everything. So, and he said that's why it took him like 8 months, because he said it was such a mess removing some of the older stuff and getting it to where it was easily built upon with the new stuff. And then they've also made it to where they can easily implement new stuff with the weapons without too much issues as well. So he was explaining that story, and I was just like, dang, there's like no wonder, because it was like, oh, it's easy to just put a weapon in the game. It's like, no, it's definitely, I know, it's even like me, I know nothing about coding, but I know that it's not that simple.
Yeah, because you have layers to the development. It's like not only you have to worry about the movement of the animation, you have to worry about where the hitboxes at those spots, where's the player, how is the animation moving, are the hitboxes going with it, what is the damage, calculation, what's it hitting, what are you hitting it with, and you have to worry about like those systems get really complex really quick.
Yeah. And they've showed, they have a couple older videos. They haven't done one in a couple years, but the older videos where they showed the process of, oh, this is what it takes to design a waterfall in the game. And then, they can change how the player can interact with things. They've done several videos like that in the past. I'd love to see some more of that, how they did it. Like the one video, the last one that they released on that was them showing how they're trying to make the water affect the character, not just like swimming around, but if there's flowing water, it's actually going to push them around and that kind of stuff.
Volumetric things are just... There's a reason why it took Epic a long time to get light volumes working properly and efficiently. It's because when you do things at volume space, like in a particular 3D environment, that's multiple dimensions of matrices you have to keep track of. It's just, not easy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a good bit, and that's why I'm glad that they're really taking their time with Satisfactory. Like they've done a phenomenal job at like rolling this stuff out. They're honest with the community. They're communicative with the community. They ask our opinions. They have an entire website, the Satisfactory Q&A website, where you can just go and suggest things, or you can report bugs, and their developers get back to you. Like they message you back in a day or so, and they're like, "Hey, send me your save. I'm going to try to recreate this." And they genuinely care, and they're working with the community to do this. And it's, like I said earlier, it's so refreshing that they have set the bar so high for what we should expect from other gaming companies. So it's incredible.
Like you get a lot of these devs, particularly like you get the big, EA, Activision. Actually, apparently, EA is trying to sell out to Amazon. There's rumors of it. There was rumors of it. And it's like, well, they've kind of like given up. Like, there's a reason why all the DICE devs left, from working on Battlefield. It's because they basically couldn't make the game they wanted to make anymore. And there's a reason why all the original Blizzard co-founders left and started their own studios, because they couldn't make the games they want to make anymore. It's like, you can make big profit and you can make a game of longevity, but it just takes a while to do it. Like some of the best games, what do they have? They usually have some form of modding and some form of like high dev interactivity. And it's either one or the
like
other or a mixture. Yeah.
What was it? Factorio was in early access for like almost 10 years.
20
because they were slowly adding stuff.
Was I think was the initial alpha release, and then I think it was like 2016 when they had like the proper like first round. I don't remember.
Yeah,
it's been a long time.
And since they've done that, they've taken it nice and slow, and definitely taken care of everything. It was a very solid, very stable game when it launched, unlike Cyberpunk. That was made in like 8 months. So
basically that game was
differences there. Yeah, it was a great concept, but poor delivery. Definitely. But I can't wait to see what else Coffee Stain's going to throw at us. That's the most exciting part, because like it's just when they throw a curveball to it. Like when the update 4 dropped, nobody expected the hover pack. Nobody expected lights, and a lot of people expected some additional foundation stuff to build with and some additional buildings, but nobody really knew which direction they were going to go. But when they threw us those curveballs like that too, that was just phenomenal. And I'm sure we'll see more foundations coming up soon. Like I've done pretty well at guessing what's going to come out. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll see triangular foundations that are flat. So right now they have triangular foundations that are curved for like angles and that kind of stuff. But I guarantee you we'll see some just standard triangular foundations that'll fit in the halfway point. Guarantee it.
Well,
too many things that are broken like that.
Well, it is pushing 8 hours here, apparently.
Yeah.
It's like 4 in the morning. The time has flown. I don't even really feel as tired. I definitely don't think I could go through another, like, big making process thing. I might take a couple days off on this, just because this was like 4 days of streaming I just did in one session right here.
Yeah, Satisfactory is a time machine as well.
Yeah.
So it's, I got off of work 5, I'll play for a few hours and go do something else, and
what
then
do you
now
mean
it's 6
5?
a.m.
Yeah. What do you mean 12 hours have just gone by? I just got my one constructor working that I needed 6 hours ago.
Yeah. It is definitely good at that, but yeah, that's why it's so addictive.
Yeah. Well, Andrew, I'm going to go
yeah,
ahead and let you go.
Yeah.
And I'm
again,
going to
thanks
go
for
ahead and go
having
to
me
bed
on here.
myself. You feel free to reach out, learn the Unreal stuff if you need help on that. I still know a thing
definitely.
or
If you
two.
need any assistance with in-game suggestions or anything, definitely hit me up. I will be more than happy to assist.
It looks like I'm still on the big G file over here.
yeah, you probably figure out how to fix it with the coding, but you can do it with in the folders as well. So that's how
Yeah.
I've always never done it.
Good game save files, good game file saving systems are all just like raw, move me around and it loads and works, and not like encoded in some way.
Yep.
All right, I'll catch you
All right.
later.